All right. So now I'll go with the functions. I just give you an overview of what we need to do under the functions and I'll stop. Okay. Functions, the name itself is telling. Anyone tell me why you need to use the functions? Or what is function? I can say that when applies on a variable, when applies on a variables, it returns new value. Technical definition, it returns new value. So what do you mean by that? Let's say I have two variables, a and b. A equal to 5, b equal to 5. I'll say that c is equal to sum of a and b. Sum of is a function. Sum is a function. What it is going to do? It is going to sum the two input variables a and b. So c is equal to 10. Correct? I can say that a is equal to 4, b equal to 6. I'll say c is equal to minimum of a comma b. It is going to calculate the minimum value. Max, maximum value, mean, average value. Correct? So what I can understand here in a simple manner, whenever I'm looking for a new value based on some execution, I can go with the functions. Am I correct? That's what the functions will do. When applies on a variable, it returns a new value. Simple. Now, in SAS, ideally speaking, there are two types of functions, or I can categorize my functions into two. Number one, character functions. That is functions that we apply on all the character variables. Those are called character functions. Number two, numeric functions. That is the functions that are applicable on the numeric variables. Again, these numeric functions can be segregated into three, just for ease of understanding. Those are mathematical functions, that is whatever we have talked now, like sum or absolute, or calculating the integer part, calculating the square root of a variable. All these kind of mathematical functions will be called as mathematical functions. Number two, I can also go ahead with statistical functions, like a logarithmic value, mean value, or standard deviation value, standard error value. These kind of statistical things, if you want to calculate, I can go with the statistical functions. And there is one beautiful thing, which is nothing but the date and time functions. That is, if I want to calculate, or if I want to go with the functions that is applied at the date and time, that is how many days, number of days difference between the two SAS dates, how to calculate the age of a person, how to advance the date by one, or how to go back to the same day in the previous month. All this kind of stuff comes under the date time functions. There is another thing you can call that as data type conversion functions. Data type conversion functions. That is, whenever you want to convert a variable from numeric to character or vice versa, that is character to numeric, there I can go ahead with the data type conversion function. There are two functions. You can call it as a put function, and another one is going to be the input function. So character functions are a bit more. I can say that. I can say there are a lot of character functions are available. But still, I'll go with some of the functions which we use on day-to-day basis. I can say that approximately I'll go with around 15 to 20 of the different functions. 15 to 20, I can say. Okay, so that we can see on day-to-day basis. So functions, as I mentioned yesterday, when it applies on a variable, it returns a new value. As simple as that. Okay, now, so there are three types of functions. We can generally call it as character functions, where we apply all these functions only on a character data type. Numeric functions are the one where we can apply this only on a numeric data type, whereas data type conversions are nothing but where we are converting from one data type to another data type, right? Today we will concentrate more on character functions, right? So there are a bunch of character functions. What we do is I keep updating the list here. Okay, so I'll remove this. Anyways, it doesn't require. I'll start from here. So the very first function I'm going to discuss today is length function. Length and LengthC. These two are the functions we are going to discuss first. Right. For an example, guys, we know how to read a data set now, right? So data class set SAS help dot class and run. So what it is going to happen now? I can simply say that I'm going to read all the variables and all the observations from the SAS help dot class, and I'm storing in a variable called, I'm storing in a data set called class. So here what I'm trying to do is I don't want to go with all the variables. I just go with, let's say, name, age, and 6. These three variables I use. Okay, with these three variables I'm creating a data set. Here is the one. Now if someone asks me, hey, can you give me length of the name variable, length of the sex variable, length of the age variable? If someone asks you, what is your answer? If I ask you that, can you give me the length of name, sex, and age? What you can say? Guys?
Like
No answers.
name $7 dot.
Sorry. Could you please repeat it?
Name, the length is 7.
Okay.
And sex, it's 1.
How do you know that?
I think like only one way, one byte is there. So.
But if I go with this, let's say that here name you said 7, right? Alfred. Yeah. For the first one it is 6. For the second one it is 5. For the third one it is going to be Barbara. It is going to be like 7. It is keep changing, right? How do you define a standard length?
Like length name is equal name $7 dot.
Name $7 dot. The name $7 dot will not work here. What do you mean by name $7 dot? Just give me a second.
Assigning the length.
Okay, sorry guys. Sorry, I just placed on the mute. I got an urgent call. Okay, let's start and talk about this one more time. So
this, I mean,
here.
Yeah, Murli. Actually, I mean, maybe we should go to properties and check the length. How much is it? But otherwise, just seeing the Excel, I don't think we can know the length of the.
First thing, guys, whoever started their learning with data from, reading the data from the external files, the first, their mind, all the mind will be always thinking about, if someone asks the length, how much is the length that I'm assigning? Let's just now Hasmi said that, $7. Hasmi, first thing, have you assigned any length here? While reading from the external file, you do it. Are you reading the data from the external file?
No.
No.
Have you used, okay, have you used any length statement here? No. So there is no way that you are assigning the length, right? Whatever the length that is available in the SAS help dot class, you are using it as it is. Correct?
Okay.
So first thing you need to understand is I'm not assigning any length. Correct?
Okay. Okay.
Second thing. If I say that, hey, length is the one that I'm talking about, if I say this particular one, the next question you have to ask me is, only what length you are talking about? Are you talking about assigned length, or are you talking about storage length? New thing, right? So what do you mean by assigned length? What is meant by storage length? Now I come to your question, or now I come to your solution given by Usha. That is, Usha saying that Why can't I check the properties like this? It is saying 8. It is also saying 8. So it is saying 1. It's saying 1. And when it comes to the age, it is saying again 8. Correct? So what do you mean by this? What do you mean by this? Before that, I will teach you one simple procedure. Maybe not required, not required. Just go with this one. If I say that name have a length of 8, can you see this here, right? Length of 8. This is how much length we have assigned while creating this particular variable, right? You might taken the control on the length, you might not taken the control on the length, someone else has created it, whoever done it, whatever you can see in the properties, this is the length with which this variable is created. That is called assigned length. Is that clear? What do you mean by assigned length? Assigned length is something like the length that we have created, while creating that particular variable. Am I correct? Everyone? Then what is storage length? Though you assigned 8 bytes of length to this particular variable called name, how much is the length that is actually occupied? Maybe I can go ahead with this. Anyways, we have it here, right? You can see here. Just I take only the length, okay? Only the length variable I'm taking here. This is my length variable. Now we can see this is my length variable, correct? So now I'm saying that length I would like to calculate. How I can calculate is, you can see length is a function, length of its text. So how much is the length here? 6, because there are 6 characters, correct? Just scroll this down till the last one. Can you see? Whatever the length I have, I can see here is the storage length, how much the variable is storing. Then what is the length assigned? Length assigned is while I am creating this particular variable, how much is the assigned length? By default, I got 8 as a default length for any character variable, right? The same thing will be available here. So if you go to the properties, from the properties you are going to get this, correct? This is the value with which I created my variable. This is the value with which my variable is storing the data. Can you understand what is called storage length and what is called assigned length? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Meaning, if you,
sorry, for the storage data, how did you get the storage data? I missed the point maybe.
How much is the length? You just calculate number of bytes. There are 6 bytes. Okay. There are 5 bytes. There are 7 bytes. The length, the original, how much it's stored. Otherwise, if you say in other ways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 8 bytes. Correct? Let's understand this 8 as the 8 bytes of the memory. So I assigned a name here. This is my name. Just say that this is my name. How much is the assigned length for me? 8. I said that name variable by default I'm assigning 8 bytes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. Now go with the first one, guys. What is the first variable? This one, right? Alfred. When it comes to the Alfred, A, L, F, R, E, D. Like this it is assigned. Like this it is stored, correct? The assigned length of this entire name variable is 8. But out of that, for the first record, it occupied only 6 bytes of the memory. So the storage length is 6. The original assigned length is 8. Is that clear? Second one, Alice, A, L, I, C, E. Again, it occupied only 5 bytes of the memory, but assigned length still is 8. The remaining 3 bytes of the memory is wasted. This memory is wasted. This memory is wasted. I just assigned default 8 bytes of the memory to everything. But out of the 8 bytes, how much is the storage is nothing but storage length. Is that clear? Now is it making sense?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yeah.
Any questions from
Yes.
anyone? Now for every variable, to see the assigned length, let's say I just want to go with assigned length. How much is the length assigned? To see this particular one, either I can go to the properties, if not, I just say LengthC function. I'm just using class as the data set. What I want to know, I want to see the assigned length, correct? So I'm just calling a variable name itself is assigned length, which is equal to LengthC of LengthC. Come on, what is happening with my keyboard? Yeah. LengthC of any function, guys. Remember, any function, it is going to start with this one, that is parenthesis, name followed by parenthesis. So for what variable I want to calculate the assigned length? Assigned length for name variable. Let's say name. Done. Run this. Can you see what is the assigned length for a name? For everything, it is going to be 8 only. All right. Let's say, just say length functions. Length functions demo. Let's say this is assigned length of name. This is assigned length of age variable. This is assigned length of sex variable. So let's say that this is going to be age. This is going to be sex. Now you can see. For everything, you can see. For age variable, while they are creating, they used best 12 format. You can see that the reason why I'm not getting 8 instead of 12 means we got best 12 format applied on it, right? Though you can see the length is 8, it is showing 12. The reason behind that will be it has in the back end you have the best 12 format. That is one of the bug with your SAS class. Don't worry about it. Okay. Then assigned length of sex variable is equal to 1. It is always 1. So in SAS help class, not only SAS help class, in almost all your SAS help data sets, wherever your age or wherever your numeric numbers are coming, for all of them, there is a best 12 format will be applied. That's the reason you can see always 12 there. Don't worry about it. Now, after this, I don't want to go with the assigned length. I want to check the storage length. I just want to go with storage length. So when I want to go with the storage length, instead of LengthC, just use length. Now you can see. The storage length for the name is, maybe I can put these two one to each other so that it will give a lot of clarity. Now you can see. All right. So I just keep all of them one to next to each other. Can you see this? Assigned length of name is for everything it is 8. All right. But you can see that for the storage length for everything is coming as 6767. That is nothing but whatever the length is there, it is calculating that. Correct. Again, check it your storage length for sex variable. The assigned is 8. Assigned is 1. The storage is also 1. But you can see for the length of storage, the storage length and assigned length of numeric variable, generally, this we have discussed multiple times. When the format is applied on it, you generally cannot see that. That is one problem. The second problem is going to be, generally, for numeric variable, we will be least bothered about the length, because even though the maximum length is 8, it can store any length of our choice by converting that into the exponential format. Correct? So whatever the format applicable on that, the same format will be carried forward. So that's the reason we generally do not consider your numeric variables into the length part. Correct? And also you remember, we are doing one mistake, that is we are trying to assign the length for numeric variable. I already mentioned that LengthC, all these functions should be applicable on a character variable, but we are trying to apply this on a numeric variable. That is the another discrepancy here. Are you guys able to understand why I'm getting irregular values? Means because the function, the storage function should be applicable only on the functions should be applicable only on the characters. These are not character variables, right? Age is not a character variable, right? That's the reason you can see the discrepancy. That is another reason why you're seeing that. Is that clear, guys? Everyone? Make sense? Questions?
Yeah, can you show me the the assigned length of 6?
Sure. 1 and 1.
Yeah,
Maybe.
here actually, yeah, it is a variable, character variable, right? So by default, the assigned length should be. Right?
No. That's what I got your question. That's the reason before you start the question itself, I want to say this. See, I have not created this. Second, if I go to the class variable and if you look into the properties, can you see this? In the SAS help class itself, while creating the sex variable, they created with a length of 1. Correct? The length with which it created is 1 only. The default length is 8. It doesn't mean that I have to create everything with 8, right? I can control the length by using the length statement. I could have created this one, right? You understand what I'm trying to say, Tulasi? Yeah. To clarify your doubt, what I can do is I'll create one more data set. Data student length, let's say name $3 dot. I just want to go with a 3 dot only. Okay, let's say 5 dot. I want to go with the length of 5 dot. All right. After that, I just want to create a variable called sex variable with $1 dot. And also I want to go with a location. Let's say location. Location, I just want to go with $12 dot. Or I can say 20 dot. Now I just go with the input name $6 and a location, which is also a character variable. And here I just go with the data lines. My data lines here is going to be, which will start with, let's say name is something like let's say ABC, gender is Yam, let's say location is going to be Hyderabad. Then I have the, just say that there is another person named called Om. Just go with EM, let's say Chennai. And then I have another person, let's say Sai F. She's from, let's say, Bengaluru. All right, and run. Now can you see what I'm trying to do? The assigned length for all these three. What is the assigned length, guys? Can you tell me? Let's say I just go with assigned. Okay, name. Okay, let's go with the full one. Assigned length for name is equal to LengthC of name. Am I correct? What will be the value? Can someone tell me? What is the assigned length for the name?
5, because we defined the length as 5.
Exactly, correct. You're right. Okay. What is the assigned length of location? 20. What is the assigned length of sex variable? 1. Correct? Up to this, all of you are clear? Now I'll go with the storage length. So storage length of name variable, storage length of sex variable, storage length of location variable. But here I cannot give the direct value. Am I correct? If I go with the record number 1, the storage length of name is 3. Sex is equal to 1. The length of this is going to be 5 plus 4, 9. Am I correct? It will be keep changing for everything, right? Now look into this. This is going to give you the perfect example, or it is going to give you the right answer. What happened to this? Something went wrong. It calculated everything. Correct? What happened to this? We have given the variables correctly only, no? It has taken something wrong with this m. Okay, let me check. If this time also, yeah, there is maybe I hit the tab key. The tab delimitation is different, right? Than the space delimitation. That's the reason it got the error there. Now you can see the assigned length of name is 5 for everything. The assigned length of location is going to be 20 for everything. The assigned length of sex is 1 for everything, because these are the lengths with which I created these variables. But go with the storage. These are the original ones. ABC 3, Om 2 characters, Psi 3 characters. Can you differentiate now assigned length as well as storage length? And when it comes to the sex variable, I created with one variable, the length is also equal to 1. That's the reason these two are same now. And come to the location, for everything I have assigned 20, but I come to the storage, this is 9, this is 7, this is 9. Clear? Now, is that making sense, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation?
Yeah, this.
Questions? All good, right, everyone? So I can go ahead with the next one. Second function.
Sir, questions.
Chapman.
అవుట్పుట్ ఫైల్లో 2 ట్యాబ్స్ ఉన్న వాల్యూ సెపరేటెడ్ ఉంటే అప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలి?
అవుట్పుట్ ఫైల్లో
ఫర్ ఈచ్ వాల్యూకి 2 ట్యాబ్స్ స్పేస్ ఉన్నిందంటే ఎలా చేద్దాం?
tab delimiter one. Okay, the question is going to be, if that's not output file, it is an input file, correct? From my input, yeah. So if in my input file, if the space is not the delimiter, instead of that tab is going to be the delimiter, I have to use a delimiter called 09x. This is the delimiter for tab. So tab means for us it is just going to be some 3 or 4 spaces, but in the background tab means the ASCII key for the tab is going to be 09x. I have to use this as a delimiter. DLM is equal to 09x. Is that clear, Anita?
Yes, sir. Yes, yes.
All right, the next one is going to be, after length I can go with the second thing is Compbl. What is that? Compbl. Yeah, any questions, Usha?
Yeah, Murli. So because of this length, so assigned length and actual length, right? So whatever the assigned length that we are assigning, but knowing actual length is important to save the space. That's what you're trying to say, right? In the length function.
Sorry. Come again.
Assigned length, we are giving the fixed length.
Correct.
Assigned length is nothing but the fixed length. But what is the use of actual length? To save the space?
No. So the assigned length itself is for saving the space. Let's say while creating, for example, if you take this, if I don't take the control on the sex variable, 8 bytes will be created. Obviously, I'm going to use only one. Let's say that either I'm going to use F or M. The remaining all bytes is going to be wasted. Correct? 7 bytes of the memory I'm wasting here. Correct? So to avoid that, I'm taking the control on the sex variable. I'm reducing it to 1. Now you can ask me a question, Murli. What is the usage of the storage length? Why should I bother about it? Correct? Answer is very simple. That is called data cleaning. Let me help you with that particular one. That is, let's say I'm just going with mobile numbers. Guys, question is understandable to everyone. So what is the usage of this function, length function, where it will be useful for me? Okay, that's for that I'm just going with the another example. Let's say data mobile numbers. Just go with input. For an example, the user is not sure of the numbers whether they are uploading correctly or not. And second thing is he want to use the country code as well. +91 is the country code. He want to use that particular one. So what he is doing is he's want to read the phone number as a character. So phone number character 13 dot. The reason why it is 13 dot is, I can put this one, 13 dot. Why it is 13 dot means, because the user want to go ahead and enter numbers like this, +91 7675043314, right? 13 characters. So let's say +91 78937 78933 95537. Otherwise, I just want to go with 99810282211, right? So this time he don't want to enter the country code, right? In other cases, let's say you want to give a country code with 009866770606. Like this, you want to give the numbers. All these are valid numbers only. So my intention is going to be read the 10-digit number and keep it. Okay, this is my intention. I just want my number to be a character, to be a number, just 10-digit number I want. I don't need all this. I need output to be like this. So what I'm trying to do is, I'll give you all the functions list later. First, what I'm trying to do is to get the numbers properly. I'm going to calculate the length first. Let's say len is equal to length of phone. So what it is going to give me? It is going to give me all the numbers. Total the length. Now I'm going to say, I'm going to write multiple conditions. If, oh, here I just used len. Let me use len. If len is equal to 13, that is the length is equal to 13, and some functions I'm going to write here. Substr of name comma 1 comma 1 is equal to plus, that is my first character is equal to plus. If these two, then what I want to do is, I just want to say that my phone number is not this. I just want to create a new phone number. Phone underscore 1 is equal to substr of, I'll tell you what are these functions are, why I'm using it, and all. I'll talk about that little later. I'll just go with, if all these numbers are correct, then just go ahead and take my phone number from this one. Again, I'll say, else if my length is equal to 11 and substr of name comma 1 comma 1 is this is equal to 0. In that case, I'm asking my system to take the phone number like this, substr of name comma 2. All right, I just want to do this. Let's see what is going to happen to the length one. What happened to this? It's too much. Phone 1, oh, I just used the name. Name is not there. Nah? I'm just doing the data cleaning work now. Can you see? If not, else, if it is not going to be the case, if all these cases are not valid, then simply phone number is equal to phone. So all I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to convert the numbers. So I'm trying to say, if my number starts with plus and if the length is equal to 13, then remove the first 3 characters. If the length is equal to 11 and it's starting with 0, then remove the first character. Now can you see all these are 10 proper numbers, 10-digit numbers, proper numbers, and entire this calculation I have done based on the length. Only when I know the length, based on the length, I'm doing all these calculations. Now I will say, I'll just do the conversion. Let's say, and here itself I can do the conversion. Let's say phone 1 is equal to input of this entire thing, comma, dot. Something went wrong, just give me a second. What went wrong? Then substr of phone number comma 2. Okay, let me Let me see whether this is coming properly or not. Yeah, this is coming properly. Now I will change. I'm updating the same one here itself. I'm updating. Then I will say conversion. Phone1 is equal to input of phone, comma 10 dot. Guys, can you see what is happened here? So what I did is I have update. First, I have taken the phone. Maybe I don't want to confuse you. I'll just do little more. This one I'll say 2. This one I'll say 4.1. So it will give you the clarity on the entire thing. So Usha, now the requirement I'm going to tell you first. My requirement is going to be, I want to take the numbers. The phone numbers, which is I'm reading as a character, but phone numbers must be a number. I want to convert that into a proper one. So what I did is, first I read all the phone number into the character as it is. After that, I calculated the length of them. After that, I created a new variable called phone1, and I'm saying that if the total length of the phone equal to 13, and if the first letter starts with the plus, then I'm saying that don't take the first 3 characters. Start reading from the 4th character. Then for these 2, it will be applicable. Am I correct? Up to this, all of you are able to understand?
Yes, only.
I'll put it here. All right. So this already started showing it as an exponential one. Just to avoid it, what I can do is I'll just store this as a character. This entire one, I'll store it as a character. This all comes under text. So this is going to be plus 917675043314. The second one is going to be plus 917893397893. Come on. 95537. Then I have 99890282211. Then I have 09866770606. So this is the classic case of how you are going to receive your data. If you look into your data, guys, the data is not coming properly for you. First one, the data coming as a 13 digits, then also 13 digits, then 10 digits, then 11 digits. So can I say that there are 3 categories of the data? This is one category. This is the other category. These 2 categories requires the cleanup. Do you accept? These 2 requires the cleanup. How the cleanup should happen? Number 1, if the length is equal to 13, then try to read the data from the 4th character to till the last. So if this condition I want to apply, then I need to know the total length, and the total length should be equal to 13. So I applied the condition and I stripped the first 3 characters and I have created a new variable. So these 2 are good. This one doesn't require any changes. I just read that as it is. This one, the length is equal to 11. When the length is equal to 11 and if the starting letter is equal to 0, I want to strip off the first letter and remaining I have to read. Now the 4 numbers which I read as a character are properly converted into 10 digits, but still it is in a character mode only. Correct? What I need to do after this, these character data type I need to convert into the numeric data type. Here I converted. So now I can say that this is my proper phone number. These 3 doesn't require for me, and I need to rename this phone number 2 to phone. That I'm going to do now. So now I will say my phone2 is going to be my final variable. So I want to rename phone2 as phone. Then what I need, other variables I don't want, drop is equal to, I don't want length variable. I don't want phone variable. I don't want phone number, phone underscore one variable. All these three variables I doesn't require. Now you can see you are seeing your phone number, a proper phone number with 8 bytes of the, sorry, with a number, numeric data type. Correct? This is what your requirement is. My data is coming like this, but I'm able to convert my data like this. A proper output. Is that clear to everyone now? So how am I achieving it? I'm using bunch of functions and I'm able to convert all this. Now do you understand what is the requirement of going ahead and using your length variable? This is one of the classic example of using dataset options, that is rename, drop. You're using if then else, conditional processing, and you are also using your Substr function. More than one function you are using, dataset options you are using, conditional processing also you are using. Clear?
Yeah, Murli, in here, the rename, in the rename, we are saying phone underscore 2 is equal to phone, right? And then in the drop, we are saying len phone and phone underscore 1.
So you forget the yesterday's topic then. Yesterday I mentioned one thing. Rename is the irrespective of whatever the order you are going to use. Irrespective of
No,
whatever
the rename happens at the last. That I remember. But
yeah,
when we are
so
saying,
now you can see phone is the one initially you read. This is the one. You don't want that. So dropped it. Second, length is the len is the variable I created to calculate the length. Anyways, I don't want it. I dropped it again. Phone one is the strip part of your phone. After removing your first 3 digits, after removing your zeros, whatever the final processed phone number in the form of character is nothing but phone one. Why do we need it? After converting this character into the numeric, this is my final one. Phone 2 is the 10-digit number. This is my final phone number. So I just simply rename that with the phone. I drop the remaining variables.
yes, clear.
Questions, guys?
Yeah.
How about others? Yeah, perfect.
No, actually, I think the confusion comes. First one we are using also the phone, and the last is we are also using the phone. So according to me, it should be have a error, but
No, it will not. I'll tell you.
okay.
I'll tell you. What is happening? I'll tell you. See. So let's go step by step. Anita, I'll come to your question. Let's say I'll just copy this and I'll delete this. According to your code, this is your first step. Am I correct? You use in file state, you use your data lines and you read your phone number. Am I correct? This is your first step?
Yes.
After that, what? First 3 characters if the length is equal to 13, correct? And I want to strip the first character if the length is equal to 11.
Yeah, that's
if I want to do this, I need to calculate the length. So I calculated the length variable. So how you can calculate the length variable? Length variable can be calculated based on the calculating the total length like this. So in your code also you did the same, correct?
Yes.
This step also clear?
Yes.
Okay, this is also done. So the next step you are doing is, now based on the length, if the length is equal to 13, from the phone number, that is by using this, this one, let me remove all this, doesn't require anymore. So what I want to do is, for the first variable, since length is equal to 13, I want to read from here, from the 4th character to last character I want to read. But remember, still this entire part is character only. Correct or not? Still it is a character only?
Yes.
Yeah. So 7893, 933, 95537, this is also a character, right? You can see the symbols. Then 9989028211 is also a character. and 9866770606 also a character. Correct? All these are characters.
Yes.
Right. But you don't want your phone number. You don't want your phone number to be a character, right? It's supposed to be a number, right? What I want to do now, I want to convert this processed phone number, which is in a character format, into a number, numeric. So I just use some data type conversion function, and I converted all these into a number, proper number. Up to this is clear?
Yes.
Right? So these are not numbers, these are not characters anymore. These are supposed to be the numbers. Correct? Now, let me apply this format. These are the numbers. Now, this is the raw data that I have read, which is not correct because I have the +9 ones, zeros and all. Right? I don't want this. I dropped this one. Obviously, length is the variable which I use to calculate this, which is not required for me now. Drop. Phone number is the one which is that text format of your phone, which is not required for me. Done. These three are equivalent to this. Without rename, drop is equal to length phone number.
Okay.
Let's see your data set now. What is the data set? What is the data set I have now? Phone2, which is a proper number. So which is equivalent to what you have it on the screen now. Correct? So now,
Yes.
but I don't want to have a phone2 because I read it as a phone. My next process want to use it as a phone only. I renamed it. Right? Now this is my data set. I'm just renaming it.
Okay.
I'll just
So
yeah, now
so
it's clear.
Basically it will drop first and then you are renaming again whatever we want. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's true. What you said yesterday now is very clear. Thanks.
Right.
Yeah, the confusion is when we are saying the phone, renaming the phone to phone, we are thinking of the phone number, but not the name of the phone to the phone.
Exactly.
I mean, especially myself from my side.
It's okay, everyone. See, when you are learning as a cluster, right? All 4, 5 people or 6 people, 7 people. Remember, one doubt may come for multiple people, 4 or 5 people also. Someone may express it, someone may not express it. But when you put it on an open forum, it will be clear for everyone. So don't hesitate to ask the doubts. Now it is clear to everyone. Now you know how to apply your options. Now how your options are working. Everything is clear. This part you might not be aware of, how to write your if else condition, what is the substr and all. We are going to see that. But do you understand what is the use of the length function now?
Yes, yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
And here it's helping the data cleaning play.
Exactly. And when I starting the functions, I said that functions will be primarily used for the data cleaning. Primarily used for data cleaning. Okay. Right. Anita, your question, please.
The character number converted into number variable. Both are numbers only, no? How can I detect it?
Yes, your question is phone. I read it as a character. Again, the phone finally read it as a number. How can I do it? How can I detect it? See, if I while reading, if I have plus like this, can I read it as a number? No, right? Generally, it will be like treated as a character, right? Am I correct or not? So while reading, I'm reading the data as it is into a character. Just I'm taking that one because I want to do this calculation part. So from fourth variable only I want to take, from second length only I want to take. If I want to do these things, these are character functions. So the character functions will be applicable only on a character. So even though they looks like the numbers, they are actually the numbers, but still I'll read them as a character to apply these functions, to clean the data, right? You understand, Anita, what I'm trying to say? Because I want to clean the data. To clean the data, I want to apply some function. Those functions are character functions. That's the reason I'm reading them as the characters. Is that clear to everyone?
Okay.
All right. Okay, let's just use this as use case for length function. Maybe some of them are not familiar for you, but once we progress with the other functions, this will become familiar. So, but still I can keep this one here. The second one is Compbl. Let me talk about what is this Compbl is all about. Compbl. Compbl stands for compress blanks. What is that? Compbl stands for compress blanks. That is compress blanks. In other ways, we can say that it can be used to convert multiple blank spaces into a single blank space. So what is that? It can be used to convert multiple blank spaces into a single blank space. Let's think about what it is and how it will work. Okay, so how it will work? First, let's try to read some data. Let's say data, I can say address. Communication is the name of the data set. Let's say that input address I'm just reading 50 dot. Okay, and data lines, I'll just go with plot number 382 and 383, plot number 101, C block. This is how my address looks like. And when I read this particular one, it is taking it, okay, because I used colon. Now it is taking that spaces. It's not taking. Come on. What happened? Input address dollar. Oh, okay. I haven't given the colon there. Come on. Okay. Now I got my data. Everyone can see this. Okay. What I have here is, if you look into this, there are more than one blank space here. Correct? If you look into this, there are more than one blank space here. Again, there is more than one blank space here. This is not looking good. So what I want to do is, I want to reduce that multiple blank spaces into a single blank space so that it looks more uniform to me. Correct? So each word will be separated just by a space, not more than one space. To do that particular one, I have to go with a new thing called Compbl. Let's say I'm just going with address 1. Address 1 is equal to compbl, compress blanks, Compbl of address. So let's see, you can see the difference now because I'm reading two things. You can see the first one is going to be with all the additional blanks. The second one is going to be a proper one. Can you see now? C followed by multiple blank spaces before I reduce the spaces, but you can see that everything is properly reduced. plot number followed by so many spaces. Now plot number followed by just one space. Now you understand what is the difference, guys? Everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? What is called Compbl is all about? Compbl is going to be used for compressing multiple blank spaces into a single blank space. Is that clear, guys? Questions?
Yeah, yes, I have a question.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Go
in
ahead.
the program you have written, can you show me the program? Yeah, here they have not used comma as a delimiter, right? So still you use DLM as comma. So why?
Okay, the reason why I have used that one is, if I use comma as a delimiter, space will not be considered as a delimiter. So that I can read this entire one, because SAS doesn't know that where is my comma is. So it is going to consider that entire highlighted portion as a single value. Suppose if I don't use DLM is equal to comma here, it try to understand space as a delimiter and it is reading only plot. It is reading only C. You understand what I'm trying to say?
No, actually, I didn't get it.
Now you understand?
No, I didn't get what you said right now. So can you repeat one
Okay.
more time?
Okay. Let's say that I'm not using this. Okay. If you see this, what is the default delimiter for SAS? Space, right? Where is
Yes.
my first delimiter? Here. So it is going to read only plot, remaining it will not read. Can you see? Plot, flat, C, Concatenation. Why? Wherever space comes, from there it is going to be the next variable for it,
Yes.
right? But my requirement is I want to read this entire thing. When I want to read this entire thing, I want to tell SAS that, hey, SAS space is not a default delimiter for you. Don't consider the space as a delimiter. So what I can do now, I just use a delimiter option and I just overwrite that. Let's say that I can use any delimiter. Let's say I can also use pipe. So what it will try to understand now, space is no more a delimiter for me. I'll try to find where my pipe symbol comes. Till the pipe, from starting to till the pipe is going to be my first variable value. Now you can understand what I'm trying to say. I'm just guiding SAS, don't consider space as your default delimiter. I'm overriding it. Tulsi, is that clear or not?
Yes. What if we give including comma, along with comma, if we give space in that case?
What will happen?
How?
More than one delimiter. So space is come here. Automatically it will come as plot, flat, C, Concatenation. It won't look for your pipe symbol. Because you are considering two delimiters, right? Any one of them is there, it will automatically take it. So I'm just misguiding SAS here. Don't consider your space. Consider anything other than space as your delimiter, and other than that, I'm giving here as a pipe delimiter one. So till the pipe, it is trying to read it. So that's where I can include my spaces in my value. I want to include my spaces here because I want to prove that, I want to mention that there are multiple spaces, I'm getting rid of that. To show that particular example, I'm preparing the data. For data preparation, I'm using this. Clear,
Okay.
Tulsi?
Yeah, okay, clear. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from anyone? All right. Let's go with the third function. The third function is going to be, let's say, compress. So compress is used for compress. The name itself is telling compress for removing something. That is, by default removes spaces. Default removes spaces. Otherwise, whatever you want to compress, you need to mention that. All right. So let me give you a simple syntax because you need the syntax for it from here onwards. Let's say syntax is compress of your variable name, comma. If you don't put anything, the default it is going to compress the spaces. Wherever the space is there, it will compress it. If not, you can give comma and you can see the arguments. The arguments are nothing but here, whatever the arguments I'm talking, the arguments are nothing but what you would like to compress or eliminate. I'll give you the example so that you can easily understand. You can also give some modifiers here. Okay, there are some specific modifiers. This is bit advanced. Modifiers are going to be bit advanced. You may go or you may not go ahead with that, right? May or may not. Okay, let's go ahead with that. Maybe I'll take this one, right? Phone number 13. Let's keep this as it is. So, but here when you're going with us, just give some random numbers. So 7675043314 is there. Some star. Okay, 7675. Maybe I can take like this. Just give me a second. Let's keep the data proper first, and then let's say plus 91 space. Okay, hyphen. I'll just go with no. Let's go with the defaults. Like this, I have the data. So what I have here, I just want the user whoever is sending the data, he's just giving the data like this. So I'm reading this data, but this is not a valid data, right? Why? My phone numbers, no. Right. My phone number does not have the zeros, sorry, does not have the spaces. Spaces should not be allowed. It's supposed to be a number first, correct? First thing is, I want to convert this entire thing. I want to convert this entire thing into a number. Before I want to convert that into a number, I need to eliminate the spaces, correct? So how to eliminate the spaces? I can simply say, I'll just go with phone is equal to the same one. I'm just updating it. Phone1 is equal to compress of phone. I just go with the default, meaning by default it is going to eliminate the spaces. You can see now spaces are eliminated. You understand what is the requirement for your phone or your compress, right? It is not only spaces, there is another thing as well. Now I will go with the second example so that we are going to get full clarity on it. Let's say plus 91 76 7 504 3314. Let's say if my phone number is like this, valid only, right? You are going to mention like this only, no? Plus 91 plus 01, let's say 00 plus 1. Here also I just go with plus 1. All right, and I'll just go with this. I'll go with and here I'll go with this is my data. Let's say my data is like this. Okay, I'm reading the data as it is. Let's say that I just take 20 and I'll read the data as it is first. Okay, let's say I don't have compress. I'll read the data as it is. First of all, I'm able to read the data correctly. But in this, I don't want to go with the spaces first. To eliminate the spaces, I can go with what? Compress. So phone underscore 1 is equal to compress of phone. But if I go with this, it only eliminates the spaces by default. Still the remaining plus, and you have your the colon, the space, the parentheses, the hyphens, all those are there. I want to remove them as well. So whichever I want to remove, I need to mention them explicitly. First of all, I don't want space, put space. Because the moment I go with the second, the double quotes here, space is not going to be a default delimiter. So I have to include space as well. Space I don't want. Plus I don't want. Parenthesis I don't want. Closed parenthesis I don't want. Hyphen I don't want. Can you see now? So what and all I'm eliminating? Plus I'm eliminating. Space I'm eliminating. Open parenthesis I'm eliminating. Space I don't want. Sorry, hyphen I don't want. And closed parenthesis I don't want. Done? Done? Right? So what I have to do now? Then I'll say that first of all it is converted. So first of all, you understand what is the usage of going with the compress? Compress is going to eliminate spaces by default. Other than that, if any special character or anything you want to eliminate, you just need to mention them in the arguments. If you do so, everything will be eliminated. Questions?
So we can,
Murli, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, thank you, sir. Like we can eliminate only special characters, or if you want to eliminate either of any of the numbers in the phone number, so we can also do that using this compress.
Anything. Let's say that I just put 9 here. Everywhere 9 will be eliminated. Wherever 9 is there, 9 is eliminated. It is not restricted to anything. Can you see that? There is no 9 in this. It is not just special characters. Anything you want to eliminate, you can eliminate there. Even you can write the letters A, B, C, D, anything. Whatever you want to eliminate, you can mention there.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Usha.
Yeah, this is clear only the compress, because we are using the we are eliminating the spaces and all is clear. But what is the difference in the first one, the Compbl? You're saying COM.
Yeah, compress blanks. So that
Yeah,
what it will do is
that is not doing by default. It's not eliminating the spaces, right? Because that's the reason we gave the delimiter.
okay. If you go with the first one, that is compress blanks, the compress blanks is going to compress multiple blanks into single blank. That let's say that here, if I have 4 spaces like this, your compress is going to eliminate all of them. It is going to completely remove all of them. But if you go with the Compbl, I have 4 spaces. It will convert all those 4 spaces into a single space. Multiple blank spaces into a single blank space is going to be Compbl. It only deal with the spaces, nothing more than that. And it will not eliminate them. It will compress them into single space. Is that clear? The first task? You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 spaces are there here. The 6 spaces, it is simply compressing that into one space. Okay. I'll do one thing here. Maybe this is the right example I can take. If I go with this one, this is address 1 is Compbl. Let's say address 2, I can use it as a compress. Okay. If I use compress now, no space will be available. Everything will be eliminated. Can you see this? So Compbl, address 1. Compress, address 2. You can see there are 6 spaces. All these 6 spaces convert into 1. After C, there are 5 spaces. All these 5 spaces convert into 1. And between flat, number, and 101, I have single space here. But if you go to the compress, there is no spaces at all. All the spaces are eliminated by default. Make sense?
Yeah, this is clear, Murli. But without using delimiter, how we can compress the how we can use the Compbl, that I am trying to understand.
Compbl, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Compbl will not work on any other delimiter. Compbl is not for the delimiter. Compbl will say that wherever I find multiple blank spaces, I will convert them into single blank space. That is the only work I'll do. Other than space, if I have any special character or anything else, I don't mind. I don't even consider that. I'll work only for these spaces. That is Compbl. When it comes to compress, by default, it will eliminate your spaces. But other than that, if you want to eliminate anything, let's say that I don't want this ampersand, I can put that here. Let's say that I don't want to go ahead with, come on, I don't want spaces. At the same time, I don't want ampersand. If I say that, it will eliminate all the spaces. It also eliminate the ampersand. But I don't need any argument for your Compbl because I cannot work on anything other than your space. That's what my Compbl is. The name itself is saying that compress blanks. It will compress only the blanks. Now you can see. If you see the second case, even that ampersand has been removed here because compress have the option of going with the modifiers. Whereas your Compbl does not have a modifiers option at all. It can only work on the spaces. That's the reason I don't need to pass any arguments. Make sense?
Yeah, so if we go to the Compbl example, Murli, we use the delimiter, then only we got the output, right? Without using this delimiter.
Where do you use delimiter? This is what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, let me change it in a different way. Do you have any delimiter now? I'm reading address as like this. This is my address. Or I also go with simple thing. Let's say my name itself I'll give here. Then Ali, multiple spaces, Murali, so many spaces again, Krishna. Okay. Let's simply go with compress and Compbl on it. This is my name. Can you tell me what name one output is, what name two output is? Anyone? If anyone understands this? What is name one output and what is name two output?
The name one output with one single space will get Tenali, one single space, Murali, single space, Krishna. And the compress, no spaces, just Tenali, Murali, Krishna.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah,
now
without using compress, if we use only the name one thing for the like name, address, and all, are we going to get the output correctly?
Okay, let's say I have like this. Okay, I have some random numbers here. Like this. Okay, what will happen if I use compress? Sorry, what will happen if I use Compbl? Can I say my Compbl is going to say Tenali space all these special characters single space Murali single space all these special characters single space Krishna. Am I correct? Because it will handle only your spaces, nothing else it can handle. Can you see this? My requirement is not to handle anything else. My requirement is to handle only when I want to compress multiple blank spaces into a single blank space. I can go ahead with the Compbl. But here I have special characters, right? These special characters I cannot handle by using your Compbl. I must go with the compress now. What compress will do is, first I'll say to compress, hey, eliminate these special characters. First I will say to this, saying that eliminate all these special characters. I don't want them. See the output first. It will only eliminate the special characters because I haven't used the default delimiter of space. Okay. Now, Tenali, multiple spaces, Murali, multiple spaces, Krishna. Because all the special characters are eliminated. If I use space also there, these spaces will be eliminated. I don't want that. So now I can say that on name 2, Compbl I'll use. What Compbl will do now? The multiple blank spaces which are there in the second one will be reduced to single blank space. Hope it will give you clarity. If not, I'll answer this immediately. Now you understand? This one This one only eliminated spaces, multiple blank spaces into single blank space. This is Compbl. This is compress. It will eliminate all the special characters. And then I have multiple blank spaces there. Again, I use the Compbl to reduce them into single blank space. This is my final one. Make sense?
Yeah, I understood the difference between both, Murali, but the first example, forget about the compress, just the Compbl when we are talking about. Yeah, for this example, the flat number that when we are not getting the output, we use the DLM as something, then only we got the output, right? So
I'm telling to you, this particular one is no relation with your Compbl. No relation with your Compbl. I'm using this to prepare the data. I want to insert the spaces there. If I don't use this delimiter, space will be a default delimiter. I can read only plot, flat, C, Countw. That's it. If I don't use this, my output is not correct. Space is the default delimiter. So all I'm doing is I'm guiding SAS that don't consider space as your delimiter. Consider your pipe. Pipe is not there now. So this entire thing is going to be the variable 1. This entire thing is going to be the variable 1. This entire thing is the variable 1. This entire thing is the variable 1. For the data preparation, I'm using it. It is no more in context with your Compbl. Tulsi also asked the same question. Is that clear to you? Is that clear to you now?
Yes, clear, Murali.
Okay, fine. Let me know if you have any questions, no issues.
if I ask any one more question, you'll kick me out of the group.
No, not at all, not at all. You're paying me for asking the questions. Don't worry. I'm not taking a free service, so you can ask me.
Sir, I have a doubt. It's not related to that. Actually, the last program, having your input statement or data lines, then how SAS did that program? Like you just give a name.
Okay, this is called creating a variable with assignment operator. I haven't teach you that yet. I'll teach you tomorrow. So far, I used all for your entire module number 1. I used external file. That can be an in file by using a text file, or I use the data lines. Correct. So here I'm not using any data lines. I'm directly assigning a value to a variable. So how to do that? I'll teach you tomorrow.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah. Usha, no problem. If you have any question, happy to answer.
What is the difference between blank and space in here? Because still I'm stuck with the first one, the way the Tulsi asked the same question. In there, where the Compbl has to eliminate the multiple blanks into a single blank, right? So
okay.
instead of doing, so it's in here, it's not doing what it has to do. So after giving delimiter as something else and not to use as a space as the default thing, then only it's giving the output. So what's the use of Compbl that I don't understand?
Okay, remember.
Can I ask one thing? Can I say, like here, the delimiter has been used just to read the data as it is.
Exactly.
That is the only point to use the delimiter, because if we don't use any delimiter, it means we have a space, so it will read up to the point of plot. And we want complete data to read. That's why he's using any delimiter like pipe, hyphen, any other delimiter we can use just to read the data. And for the compress, he is using just to remove the multiple blank space into one space. Is it correct, Murali?
100% correct. 100% correct. Okay, let me do one more thing. This is my data, guys. Let's say, do I have any delimiter here, Usha? No, right? Okay, let's say I don't have these also. Let's read this as it is. So what I'm trying to do now, I read the name like this. Plot number 5 or 6 spaces 382 ampersand 383. Have I used any delimiter here? No, right?
No.
My requirement now is I don't want output like this. I want my output like this. That is plot single space number, single space 382, single space ampersand, single space 383. This is the data I'm looking for. So how I can move from here to here? If I'm able to compress these many spaces into a single space, I'm good. Am I correct?
Yes.
To do that, I'm using Compbl. So Compbl will do only one thing. If it finds more than one space, it will convert that into a single space. Done?
Mm-hmm.
Is that clear now? What is the usage of Compbl now?
Yeah.
Any delimiter involved?
The blank means tab also.
Sorry?
Blank means tab space also.
No.
No. Tab is different again. Tab is 09x. Tab inside it will be stored as 09x. Tab is different. I have multiple spaces. I want to eliminate those multiple spaces. I want to convert them into a single space. Compbl I use. Suppose if I use compress here, in the same example, it will simply eliminate all the spaces. That is, my output will be like this. This is my output. Right? I'll also use name 2. This I'll keep it in name 2, name 1, so that you can have that difference. Can you understand now? Usha.
Yes, Mutli.
No. There is some hesitation. There is some doubt. No problem. Ask me. No,
Just go to the first example, where we in here the data lines that we gave, right? In the same with the same example.
Okay.
When we are using this,
I don't use this here. I don't use this. Okay. Let's run this. Go to the basics. This is my output. Let's say address 1 also not required. Let's go with only address, because I want to read the data as is first. Why you got plot? The 382. Why? Because this is a default delimiter. So how SAS reads it? This is my, go with your what to say? Okay, takes this particular one. Stick on to your
maybe if you give in one line, it might give the output clearly instead of giving us 4 lines in there.
It will not. Go ahead.
I mean to say all the things like after the flat number.
No. First go ahead with this. What is your data? Plot space name number space all the details are in 382 383. This is your output. Correct? This is your input. So what is the default delimiter for SAS? How it is going to read it? Go to your very first one, that is our PDV. So what is the line number 1? Data communication. So it is going to create a table called communication. Length address. It is going to create a variable called address. It is going to define it as a character. It is going to assign a length of 50. Am I correct? After that, input address. It's already there. Can I say this is your description portion after this? Usha, any questions after this?
No.
All right. So what is your input now? This is your input already here. So how SAS understand your input? From line number 1 to, that is from position number 1 to, till it identifies your first delimiter. Can I say it is going to be the variable 1? Can I say whatever I have highlighted here, is it going to be the variable 1 now? It is going to read that. It is going to read that and store it as an address. Done?
Yeah.
Go to the second one. Flat, it is going to read. Go to the third one, C, it is going to read. Go to the last one, Kondapur, it is going to read. But is this your correct output? No, right?
No. No.
So now I'm guiding SAS. Hey, don't consider space as a delimiter. Instead, let's say I just put comma. So what will happen now? SAS try to read my first line with a comma as a delimiter. Do you have any comma here? No, right? So from the position number 1 to till the end of the line, it is going to consider this as a first variable value. If I'm able to do that, then I can read the spaces. That is what my interest is. To read the data as is, I'm guiding the SAS. Even though comma is not there, I'm asking the SAS to read it as a comma. R. If I want to say in another way, maybe this will give you the clarity.
Yeah, instead of giving data lines, maybe if we give the
No. Just a second.
Okay.
Don't we go with what we have here? No issues. Is that okay now? So you have a comma delimiter. What I'm trying to do now? This is my variable 1. This is my variable 2. Now you have any issues? So let's see. Now we have any issues?
No.
I have a proper data. This is my line number. This is my variable value 1. This is my variable value 1. This entire thing is a variable value 1. This is variable value 2. So now I want to work on address 1. So will it eliminate all your queries now, or no problems? If you have a question, I can happy to answer. So Usha, all this time you are worrying about why I have given a delimiter comma, even though my data doesn't have a delimiter comma. Is that what your question is?
Yeah, without using that, I want to use Compbl. I mean, with no using anything. But here, in this case, the data lines we are. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah.
The data itself, I want to read it as is. If I want to read the data as is, the default delimiter for space SAS is space. I want to get rid of that. For that reason only, I'm using the comma. Before, this one is not there. This comma and this one is not there. So, but I still given the comma. So what it tried to do from here to here, it's tried to read this as a first variable value. But instead of that, if I use a zip code now, you have a clarity. You got the clarity now. Am I correct?
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Is this answer?
Yeah, it's clear, Murali.
Yeah. I could have went with the plain data, guys. Unnecessarily, maybe I need to get the confusion. But at least,
thanks, Murali.
No. I think still have a doubt.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Perfect, guys. Sorry, I have other batch is already waiting in the queue. So what I can do is I'm winding up the session here, and we can connect by tomorrow. Okay. Everyone, can I disconnect now?
Thank you.
Thanks, Murali. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all of you can hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll wait for 2 more minutes. It's already 8:04. We just wait for 1 minute and we can start by 8:05. Okay. All right. It's 8:05 p.m. IST. Let's start the session. So where we are. So we have completed 3 functions so far. Length is the function which can be used to identify your actual length of the variable and also the storage length of the variable. For actual length, we go with length. For storage length, we can go, for storage length, we can go ahead with the length, and for assigned length, we can go ahead with the LengthC. Compbl can be used to compress multiple blank spaces into single blank space. Then we have something called compress. Compress by default is going to compress your spaces. Other than the space, if you want to compress anything else, you need to give it as the arguments. That's what we discussed, right? So today we will go with index, Indexc, and Indexw. And also we'll try to go ahead with Findc, and Findw. So we try to concentrate most of the time today on the index functions. Okay, let's see how this looks like. So index. Okay, now, so before I go with the indexes, something I want to do, something I want to talk, which is nothing but the assignment operators. Yesterday someone asked you, Murlika, how you can assign a name, how you can assign a number, kind of stuff, correct? So let's talk about this. For an example, let's say, guys, I want to add two numbers, 3 and 4. How you can do, you'll simply say 3 plus 4, correct? I want to divide two numbers, 10 divided by 2. So instead of doing it, or I can say like this, instead of that, I want to add two numbers, 5 plus 3. I want to subtract these values, 5 minus 3. I want to go with the multiplication of this, 5 into 3. I want to go with the division, 5 divided by 3. Am I correct? This is how we generally proceed. Instead of writing the expression these many number of times, can I say these are constants, right? All these you can see are the constants, correct? So what is the smart way of doing? Instead of writing all this, simply I can go ahead with, I'll say, so this time I want to go with 5 and 3. Next time I want to go ahead with, let's say that, 4 and 6. 6 plus 3. 6 minus 3. 6 divided by 3, or 6 into 3. Finally, 6 divided by 3. So every time when my expression remains going to be the same, but only my variables are changing. Am I correct? My expression remains going to be the same. Only thing that is changing here is my variables are changing. Correct? So how to handle this case in a smart way? Instead of doing this, can I simply say like this, hey, take a variable called a, which is equal to 5. Take another variable called b, which is equal to 3. And then you can write your statements like this: a plus b, a minus b, a star b, and also a divided by b. So what is the advantage of going with this? If I'm replacing my constants with the variables, it is easy for me to handle the data. Next time when I want to go with the 6 and 3, I don't want to change all these expressions, correct? I don't want to change all these expressions. Simply I can replace a with 6 and 3 with 4. Done. My expression will not change. Only thing which is going to change is going to be my assignment value. Whatever the value that I'm assigning to a and whatever the value I'm assigning to b will be changed. Am I correct? Is this correct? So I'm trying to establish the reason for why I should use variables. The reason for going with the variables will be variables help us to avoid the repetitive values. Correct or not? Instead of going with the stats values, instead of that statistical values, I can go ahead with the dynamic code. The dynamic code is such that I can have my expressions in the variables. I simply replace my variable values. Am I correct? I want to do the same in SAS. To do this, let's say data test and run. All these days what we were doing is, I'll take some in file, and in that particular in file I'm going to write my input. Let's say my input is going to be Murali. What I want to do now, I want to create a variable called name, and I want to read the one which I have mentioned in the data lines into name. This is what we want to do. All these days, this is what I have did. Now, let's say for one value, why I have to create a file? Why I have to read it in the input for data lines, all this kind of stuff? Instead of this, why can't I do this? I don't need to do anything. This is the variable I want to create. This is the value with which I want to create. Done, right? Straightforward, right? I don't want to do anything else. There is only one value I want to read. When there is only one value I want to read, what is the need of keeping that into a data lines and then read it? Instead of that, why can't I say assign that value directly? If it is going to be a string, if it is going to be alphabets, it is going to be special characters, anything like that, I'll just simply put it in a quotes so that it is going to become a character variable. Let's say I want to assign the length of this particular person, sorry, age of this particular person. I can simply go ahead and I can use my current age. Done. So name is equal to Murali, age is equal to 35. This is going to be a numeric character variable. This is going to be a numeric variable. And if you also see the length of it, for numeric variable, it won't take any length. By default, it will take 8. For character variable, it is going to simply take whatever the current length is, it is going to take the length as is. Can you see the properties now? Right? It is taking 6. Whatever the length of that length it is taking automatically. Make sense? How I can create a variable with assignment operator? Any questions? Guys, any questions? Anyone?
Yes, yes, Murali. Just
Yeah.
So basically, for this data set of test, is our intention is just to read the name and age directly.
Correct.
Instead of data line.
Correct. So instead of going like this, let's say name and age, instead of writing like this, right? Keep it in a file. After that, instead of reading it, I just want to read it directly. To read it directly, I'm using this. You can ask me a question. What is the difference? It looks so simple to me by assigning like this. Why can't I use this itself? Correct?
Yeah, means what is the use? Because because normally we are getting the data from the client, and that is the other variable, like in database or the input file. So what is the use of this?
Right. Remember, you are getting the data from your client, no doubt in that. That is coming from a file or from a database. If you are getting the data from a file or if you are getting the data from a database, you are going to use the in-file statement. Correct? And you are going to point out to the right file. Correct? What is your input file is. Here, yes. Is this going to be your input file? Generally, client will not send 1 record or 2 records, right? Let's say he's sending around 1 million records. Correct?
Okay.
Why you use in-file? Sir, why you use your data lines? I'm using data lines for the purpose of sample and for the testing. Correct? I don't want to apply my whole code on the entire input. Instead of that, I want to apply my code on a simple 1 or 10 lines of the data. I'll check whether the code is working correctly or not. Once the code is working correctly, I will replace the data line with the input file. Am I correct? This is what I mentioned when I talk about data lines. You remember?
Yes, yeah. Yes, agree with you.
Yeah. So this is my test data, right?
Yes.
Murali 35 is the less data. How many records are there? Only 1 record is there. when only one record is there, why I have to go ahead with the input data lines and all? You can go, no, nothing wrong in that. Instead of that, I can simply say name is equal to Murali, age equal to 35. It is also doing the same work for me, right?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It is also doing the same work for me, right? When it is doing the same work, why should I depend on this? I can choose this method or this method, any method of my choice.
Yes.
Understand what I'm trying to say?
Yes. Yeah. Understand.
Yeah. Questions?
Okay.
All of you understand what is called operator? Sorry, what is called your assignment operator? Assignment operator is nothing but the equal to. By using the equal to, you can directly assign a value to a variable. You can create this particular variable with this particular value directly. Clear? Questions?
More than one names.
More than one, it is not possible here. You have to go with the other method. Not possible. In that case, you have to go with the first one. More than one means
Hello.
there are. Yeah. Hello. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask a question. The first statement, like in which we are using data lines, is I think we can use for more than one value in a variable, right?
Yes. Yes, you're right. Here also you can do. Here also you can do.
And
But
the other
in
one
a,
only.
okay. 1 second. 1 second. Let me tell you. Your question is going to be, I'm going to use this particular method when I want to go with more than one variable. In one variable, more than one value. That is what you're saying, correct? Let me give an example. So instead of this, let's say I have another thing, Krishna 23. So I can run like this. I can create two variables two variables with two records. If your question is going to be, can't I do this here? Can't I do this here? That's what your question is, correct?
Yes.
Right? You can do that. You can also do that in a different way. In a different way. Let's see. In a slightly different way, you have to do it, but you can do it. You can do it. Let me run this. So in each value, I'm just storing output, but in this case, directly it is not possible. I have to put the conditions. For now, I'm just inserting more than one value only for the name. Can you see now? Possible? But that is a headache. Don't compare everything with another thing. So what I'm trying to say is, I want to, first of all, Anita and Haida, both of you able to understand, I'm able to create more than one value also under a single variable. Possible? Possible? Yes or no? Guys, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, what are you asking?
No, you asked
Basically,
me
there was
more than one variable if you want to create. Under one variable, more than one value if you want to store it, you want to go with the input statement, but doesn't require. If that is the case, I can also do that here. That is also can be done here. That is also possible here, right? But I have to write it in a different way. So directly it's not possible. I have to write it in this way. After this, I have to say if name is equal to Murali, then age is equal to 35. If name is equal to Krishna, then age is equal to 23. Let's say if I run this, whatever the output I'm going to get with this program is equivalent to the output that I'm going with the other one. What happened here? It's not taking it. Let me do it in a other way. Data, test, set, test, and run. So for the second one, KRISHNA, it has taken only the length of name dollar $10. Now you got the same output that you have received from the other one. So this is by using your infile statement. By using the infile statement, whatever the output that I have got, the same output I can also get by using your assignment operator, right? So don't, all I'm asking is you can do it in a way you want, but don't get confused yourself by thinking too much about why I have this particular method, why I have that particular method and all. All I'm trying to say is I'm trying to show you the examples, or I'm trying to show you the ways of creating your variable. Can you see this? Ways of creating variables. One of the commonly asked interview question. So far, I have discussed three things with you. Number one, using the input statement, you are creating a variable. Number two, using the assignment operator. The assignment operator is nothing but the equal to. If I use the equal to statement, automatically, a equal to operator, I can automatically create a variable. Simple or not? So try to think in a way what is your requirement and think from the requirement perspective. I'm trying to teach you one of the way of creating a macro variable, sorry, creating a variable. If you ask which one is the best, it's up to you. You can use in both the ways. If you want to go ahead with this, you can go ahead. Or if you want to go ahead with this, you can go ahead. I'm just going with what are the ways of creating a variable. Is that clear?
Yes, but one question is like, is there anything like I have to use double quotation mark for character, something like that?
Yeah. See, if you say name is equal to Murali, just like this, how system can understand it? Only the numbers you can assign directly. Anything other than the numbers, by default, system try to understand that as a numeric only. So it try to take name as a numeric. It doesn't know what is that particular value is, so it will give missing. So for all characters, you're supposed to give it as double quotes. If you don't give it as a double quotes, what it will understand is name is one variable, morally is the another variable. In that way, it will understand. So anything not a variable, if you want to assign it, you need to keep it in a double quotes or you need to keep it in a single quotes. Is that clear?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions? All of you are able to understand this? So I have also taught you one more method. You can also create a variable by using length statement. Am I correct? Data length name $10. So what is the meaning of it? Before I create a variable by using the name, I have already created this particular variable name with a length of 10 and a character. So there are three methods of creating a variable so far we have discussed. Number one, I can use an input statement and I can create. Number two, I can use a length statement and I can create. Number three, I can use an assignment operator and I can create a variable. Is that clear so far? This is one of the miscellaneous topic that I'm talking, and this is one of the most commonly asked interview question. Questions, please. I'm going with multiple ways, guys. If someone asks you, hey, I want to travel from Hyderabad to Chennai. So one of the method I suggested is go by train. Other method is go by road. The other method is go by road, means again go by your own driving, you go by your car. The other is use your public transport. Three options I have mentioned. If you ask me in what scenario I will go with train, in what scenario I'll go by bus, or in what scenario I'll go by car, means it's purely our choice. Correct or not? Right? So if you have your own car and if you want to travel, you can go by car. You're not interested to go by train, but still if you want to go by road, in that case you can depend on the public transport. If I want to go in a comfortable manner, I want to sleep and happily I want to go, I can go by train. Options are up to you. Correct? So for everything there are pros and there are cons. Whatever your situation is, in that situation, whatever is suitable for you, you can use that. You can use that. Am I clear or not? You understand what I'm trying to say, guys? So this method I'll create if I want to go ahead, just a sample 4 or 5 records I want to create without any hassle. I'll use this. I want to go with the defaults. I want to change the length and I want to read one or more values. I go with this. No need to take the control on the length and anything. I just want to create one record. Simply I want to assign some values. I'll go with this method. Am I clear? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? If you have any follow-up question, don't hesitate to ask me.
It's clear, Murali.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
Everyone, right? So why I'm spending the time here is I'm going to use assignment operator method here from here onwards for everything, because I don't want to go with more than one variable, more than one record. I can simply want to go with one record. So I'm going to use this particular method. So I want to go with the indexes. Let's say I have this Murali Krishna, or I can say that I just go with this is Murali Krishna. All right. All I need is this is my data set. Just I have a data set with only one thing, or I can just go with 2. Age is equal to 35. Location is equal to Hyderabad. All right. This is the one I have. So my requirement here is in this name, I have name here, right? In this name, I'm looking for a letter called I. Is I available or not? I just want to find one of the letter I is exist or not. That is what my requirement is. My requirement is I just want to see whether a letter I is exist or not. So in my string, I'm looking for one of the character. Am I correct? In my string, I'm looking for one of the character. How to test it? How to find it? The answer is I can go with index function. Let's say position. Position is the variable. What it is going to do is index of name, comma, what I'm searching there, I is the variable that I'm searching, small I. Correct? Now run this. All I'm doing is I'll write the syntax here. The syntax is going to be index of your variable, that is your variable name, comma, what you're looking for, what to search. So can you see now? I'm just going here. My variable is going to be name. In the name variable, I'm looking for I, the character I. I is the one I want to search. Let's run this. Can you see the output here? What it is telling? 3. What do you mean by 3 here? The meaning of 3 is in my name, I occurs at multiple places. Position number 3, position number 6, and so on. My first occurrence of I is at the position number 3. So your index search for the key value, search for the character or word or string of characters. So it is going to search three things. Either it is going to you're going to look for the character, or it will look for the word, or it will look for the string of characters, and returns the position. What do you mean by position? In which position it is there. It is the location. So now I can see I is nothing but 1, 2, 3. So the third position. So it will say that it is in the third position. Understandable? Everyone understandable? Everyone. Can I get a quick confirmation, guys?
Yes. So
Right? It is
basically, sorry, just one small question. The index is always search the first string of the position.
I haven't get it. Yes,
Sorry,
yes. The first occurrence. Correct. The first occurrence. You're right.
Okay. It is by default.
It is by default. It is by default. Always it will look for the first occurrence. Wherever the first occurrence of the string that you are looking for, that will come there. First occurrence. Yes, you are right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Now, in the same example, I'll go with another. Let's say this is, I'm just calling it as POS_1, position 1. Now, I'm going with the another thing here. Let's say position 1. I'm looking for index of name. I want to see wherever I and P coming together, or if I have a character called I, or if I have a character called P, I need the output. That is IP. I'm looking for either I or P. That is what my requirement is. If yes, I want to return that position. What is that? I'm looking for either of a letter I or the letter P. That is what my requirement is, right? But if you run this, surprisingly, you won't get your output. You're going to get 0. Can you see? The position number 2 is giving for 0. Why means index works in such a way that whatever you give, it will search for that string as it is. If you have a single character, or if you have a bunch of characters, it is least bothered. It always look for that entire word. So it consider I. So wherever I comes, it is going to search it. The first occurrence of I, it will return IP. It will look for the continuous characters I and P together. Do you have I and P together anywhere here? No. So it say that I don't find IP anywhere. So I return 0. Is that understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Right. So now what I will do is I'll change this a little. Okay. I'll say that Indexc_1. Indexc means string of characters, more than one character. I'll use a function called Indexc here. So the moment I use Indexc, what it will do is it won't look for the combination of I and P. It will say it will look for I separately, it will look for P separately. It will look for I separately, it will look for P separately. Whichever the position comes first, that position it will give you. Suppose I available at 3rd position, P available at 10th position. My index C value is going to be 3. Suppose if index I is available at 3rd position, P is not available, still I am going to get an output as 3. You understand? It search for the I values of I position separately, P position separately. Whichever comes first, it will return that particular value. Can I get a quick confirmation? You can see that P is not available here, but I is available at third position. That's the reason it will return 3 as the output for indexc underscore 1. Right? Can you differentiate between
Sir,
index and indexc now? Yeah, please ask me. What is the question?
wanted to ask, yeah, what if the P comes first? Like there's a sequence, right? I and P. What if the P comes first?
Whichever comes first,
Will
that
it
will
give
give
the
you.
value of P?
Okay, for an example, I'll say that here in our case, I'll go with R and H. Can you tell me the output now? What is the value of index C2? I'm looking for R, H. R is somewhere here, H is here. H is 2, R is somewhere around 10 or 11. What is the output?
Yeah, it shows
2,
the
I
position
guess.
for R.
What is that? 2.
Yeah.
Sorry? It shows the position of is okay. Let me copy this and put it in Notepad++, so we can have the numbers ready. So H is at position 2, correct? You can see that position 2. Now your R is at position 11. So my index value is going to be here. R is at position 11 and H is at position 2. What is your output? What is the value of your index 2 now? Index C2? Everyone?
211.
Yeah, it's 2.
It's 2. Okay. Usha.
211.
No, 211. Both of them it is going to give. It is going
No,
to give
only 2.
output as only 2. Okay. How about others? Anita, Usha,
In
Hasmi.
Indexc actually it reads the individual characters, right? So it should give the output of both R and H.
No, it will look for both of them. That is what I'm trying to say. It look for R, it look for H. R position is 11, H position is 2. Out
So
of
the
this,
least
which occurrence coming first? Which occurrence
2.
coming first? Not the least. Which occurrence coming first? 2
Okay,
is
2.
coming first. So output is that clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? You should not have any confusion here. Yes or no? Everyone.
Yes.
Right. Now we can see for index C2 I have. All right. Now let's go with another thing. Index W. But to explain the index W, I'll go with a different example. But index and index C, all of you are able to understand? No doubts, right? Now I'll say I'll go with input name $30. The values are going to be like this. Let's say data lines. This is this presentation is this is Murali Krishna. Hello. So these are the 4 names I want to read. What happened? Nothing is read there. Name input $30.
Dot. After 30 is a
30.
dot.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Wonderful. Try to read the 30th position. It is not there. Now I can see this is my data. Okay. So all I need here is you need to tell me the outputs now. Okay. Right. This is my header. Let's keep the header as it is. This is my data. Now all I need is, I'll go with index here, I'll go with indexc here, and I'll go with indexw here. Okay. I need all of you to tell me the answers. So the answers that I'm looking here is very simple ones. That is, suppose my code, I'm going to write the code also here. Index of, let's say, index of name comma is. This is one. Indexc of name comma is. Indexw of name comma is. These are the three values, meaning this I'm keeping here, this I'm keeping here, code. This one I'm keeping here. Now you guys look at this and tell me the outputs. Question is understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation here? If I write index of name of is, what is the output? For this value, what is the output? 3.
3.
Everyone?
Yes, 3.
Any disagreements? Okay. How about the second one for this?
1.
3. 1.
The total length itself 2. From where you get 3? 1. All of you accept, is it 1? All of you accept, is it 1? Whoever said 3, I'm not sure who said it. Now you got a clarity. The position where is is starting at position number 1. Correct? Yes or no? Right. How about the third one? This one?
3.
3.
3. 3.
How about the last one?
0.
0.
0.
0.
0.
Who said 3? I need answer. From where? I don't have is there. Done. How about this? Indexc. What it is going to do? It will look for I. It also look for S. Whichever comes first, it is going to give to you.
3.
3.
Okay. Second one. This line.
1.
1.
All of you say it's 1.
1.
Any disagreements? How about this?
3.
3.
How about this? Last one?
0.
0.
Wonderful. Cool. What is Indexw will do is, it will look for a word. It will clearly look for a word. So in this, is there any word called is? Okay, let's see the words there. From this particular one, if I check this particular one, the words present here is this and presentation. Am I correct? If I go for this second one, there is only one word. Is the word. The same word is present there. Third one, this is Murali Krishna. How many words are there? 4. This is the first word. Is the second word. Murali is the third word. Krishna is the last word. For hello all. Hello is the first word. All is the second word. Am I correct? Everyone accepts that. This is my input. From my input, these are the words. Correct or not? Everyone accept? You understand what is word, right? Word is always, it starts with, either it's going to be a starting position to the first space, or it will be always between the spaces. Correct? Now Indexw means it will look for a word. It will look for a word. Okay? Can you tell me what is the first one?
0.
0. 0. 0.
Second one?
1.
1.
Third one?
5.
5.
Okay. Actually, it's not 5, it is 6, I believe, because position number
Yeah,
1,
it's 6. Yeah, there is
2,
one more
3, 4,
space.
5. Yeah. 4, 5, 6. Actually, it's 6. Then,
0.
now all of you understand the concept of your index, Indexw, and Indexc. Index, look for the whole string or individual character. Indexc, look for string of characters. Whichever occurs first, it is going to give you. Indexw, purely look for the word. Am I correct? Every one of you accept this? Right? Let me write it here in your code. So now here I'll go with, this is going to be index value. This is going to be Indexc value. This is going to be Indexw value. And you're supposed to get the same outputs that we have just now mentioned to me, correct? Then only we understand, our understanding is correct. Is that right? 3301113360000. Is it the same? So your understanding is correct. So all of you are good with index, Indexw, and Indexc now?
So the Indexw, which is the word, so I'm agree is the is coming on second. If you just purely look at by the word, then is it this is a second. But what the SAS is looking is searching the word, but still it will find the position based on the character, how far from the first character.
No. From the position, from the 0th position where your word is locating. That's it. So if you say Indexw, from this position, from here, is is the word which is present here. Correct?
Yeah.
So if I want to go there, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm actually at a 5th position now. This is the 6th position. At the 6th position, my is word is present. Correct?
Yes. So it basically is looking from the first position.
Always.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Thank
you.
Sir, Indexc, both are giving the same output.
అర్థం కావట్లేదండి మీ వాయిస్ నాకు అర్థం కావట్లేదు.
Indexc. Both are same output now.
Both of them are not same. Index, if I say index of is, ఎక్కడైతే is కంటిన్యూస్ గా ఉందో అవన్నీ తీసుకొని వస్తుంది. సో ఈ మొత్తంలో తీసుకుంటే is ఇక్కడే ఉంది. సో ఇండెక్స్ ఏం చేస్తుందంటే is ఎక్కడ ఉందో దాన్ని వెతుకుతుంది. అదే ఇండెక్స్ అనేది ఏం చేస్తుందంటే ఎన్ని క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఇస్తే అన్ని క్యారెక్టర్స్ ని సపరేట్ గా వెతుకుతుంది. ఐన్ సపరేట్ గా, ఎస్ ని సపరేట్ గా, ఎన్ని నేమ్స్ ఇస్తే అన్ని, ఎన్ని క్యారెక్టర్స్ ఇస్తే అన్ని క్యారెక్టర్స్ ని ఒక్కొక్క దాన్ని సపరేట్ గా వెతుకుతుంది. వెతికి ఒక్కొక్క పొజిషన్స్ రాసుకుంటుంది. రాసుకున్న తర్వాత ఫస్ట్ పొజిషన్ ఏది వస్తే ఆ వాల్యూని రిటర్న్ చేస్తుంది. అంటే ఓకే గైస్, let me help you with this particular question. The question is index and indexc are same or not? If you are going with a single character, because I'm afraid it may confuse you, that's the reason I'm not going there, but okay, let me try. Let's say I'm just looking for I, guys. Now what is the output of index, indexc, indexw? In this case, can I say all three return the same output or not? In this case, what is your outputs? Will it return all the three will return the same or different?
Which line?
Anita, this is the one I'm just giving for every line. For every line, what is the value of index, indexc, indexw? Will it be same or it is different? Let's say line number 1. What is the value of index, indexc, indexw? These three value for line number 1 is same or different?
Same.
Sorry?
3130.
Okay. Just give me
313.
a second.
But
Okay,
index W, everything is 0, right?
No, just give me a second. This is your
Yeah.
output. This is your code. Can you tell me what are the values of this index and index C, index W for the line number 1?
It's 3.
3 1.
This is 1. Index C is 1.
It's 3
No,
Yeah.
3. It's 3.
and 0
3.
and 0.
3 only.
0.
Right? Now you can see, okay, go for the second one because I don't find a word called I. I is not a word here. Correct? So I will not get. I means, let's say that I am Murali Krishna. I am Murali. If I have like this, now I is going to be a separate word. So I'm going to get the position as 1. But do you have anything like that? No. So if you see I's here, I is part of this. I is part of presentation. I is not a separate word. So my index W is 0. How about this? 110? Correct or not? 110. All of you accept?
Yes.
How about this? 330. Third
Yes,
one
sir.
is going to be 0. How about the last one? 0, 0, 0. All I want to say here is when I am looking for a single character, index and index C will be same. Correct or not? When I'm looking for a single character, index and index C will be same. But if I am looking for the different characters, for an example, I'm looking for a thing called SI. Can you tell me the outputs now, everyone? I'm looking for SI. Can you tell me the outputs now?
For index,
Okay,
it's
let's
3.
wait. Let's wait. Anita, you can start. I'm looking for SI. What is the value of
4.
index? Sorry?
4. 4.
4. Okay. Index C?
Yes. 4.
Sorry?
4 only.
4. Okay. Index W?
0.
Okay. Now, how about others? How many of you agree with her?
Index C is 3.
Okay. There is another answer. Index C is 3. Index W?
0.
What about index?
4.
4. Okay. Others. Now go with Hasni. Hasni, what's your answer?
Index is 4. Index is 3. And index W is 0.
Okay. How about now go with Harini? Harini. Okay, Harini is on mute. Let's go with Swati.
Index is 4. Index C is 3.
How about index W? Index W.
0.
Now, Mahindra.
Sorry, yeah. I was a little bit.
No problem, Mahindra. You tell me. What is the value of
Yeah,
index?
for the second one is for which one?
No, this one. For this particular one, can you help me with what is the value of index? This code,
Oh,
if
yeah.
I apply on this, yeah, what is the value?
Oh, yeah, for S and I is 3. Then S and I is again 3, and S and I is 0. 0.
Right. Usha.
I'll go with Mahindra, 330.
Anyone else? Anyone else have different answers than this? If anyone has any different answer than this, let me know. There are 2 answers I have received. Let's say that these 2 are similar, correct? Right? 2 answers I got. One set of people went with 430, another set of people went with 330. Now the question is, all your answers are wrong.
Index, is it 0?
Who is this? Tulasi.
Yeah, Tulasi.
Yeah, Tulasi. This is a presentation. I'm just looking for this one, right? Yes, right? Yes. Let me run this. So Tulasi, you are right. Can someone tell me now, what is the difference between Indexc and Indexw I mentioned? Index will look for whatever you have given as is, it will search. If you give I, it will look for I. If you give is, it will look for string of characters directly is. Wherever is there, it will bring it. Now I want to look for si. Do you have any 2 continuous letters S and I in your whole string?
No. Yeah.
It's supposed to be 0, right?
Yes. Yeah. Understand. I got my mistake.
Right. What is Indexc will do? Indexc, it will say that if I give 1 letter, I'll search for that 1 letter wherever it is. First occurrence I'll give. If I give I and S together, then in that case, I look for I separately and I look for S separately. Whichever comes first, that position I will give. Am I correct? All of you clear, right? If I give S and I also, it will look for S separately. It will look for I separately. Whichever position comes first, it will give. Correct? So index search as is. Indexc split each character and search for it. Indexw, whatever I have given, if it is a single character or whatever, only if it present as a word, then only it will give. Am I correct? So in our case, if I go with this is Murali Krishna, and if I'm looking for SI, if this is the one I'm looking for, I don't have SI together anywhere. It is 0. And if I'm going with this particular one, S is available at position number 4. And I is available at position number 3. The first occurrence is 3, so my output is going to be 3. When it comes to this, I'm looking for a word called SI. I don't find a word called SI anywhere. So obviously, it is going to be 0. Clear to you? Is that clear to everyone? How your Indexc, Indexc, and Indexw will work? Still, are there any confusions or is there any misunderstandings? Kindly let me know.
So, so the index is looking the SI together.
Sorry? Yes, index always look for SI together.
SI together, because the word is and W is for the word and word is SI, so SI is not there, so that's fine. But okay, so if that's true. So if IS is there. Instead of SI, I have a IS.
If I'm looking for
then,
IS now, in this case,
then is
let's say,
IS. Yeah.
Yes. If I say that I'm looking for a word called IS. Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I'm looking for. Now what is going to happen? Entire equation will change. IS
and
is here. It is here.
So now it's third. Yeah. Then is a third.
It is at the third position, and it is also at this position. You can see it is also at this particular position, 6th position, and it is also at this position. You can see that's at line number 18. At 3 positions it is there. Out of that, the first occurrence is going to be 3. My output is 3.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
If I go for the I and S, again it will look for I is at a position number 3 and S is at position number 4. The first occurrence is going to be 3. My output is 3. Indexw, this is the only word with IS.
Yeah.
I'll get at position number 6.
6. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Everyone? Questions? So I'll go one round from everyone. So Anita, is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Either Harini, Hasmi.
Yes, sir, it's clear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it's clear. Thank you.
Perfect. So Mahendra just now clarified. Swati, Tulasi, and Usha. Any questions or disagreements?
No, Murali, it's clear. Basically, it's taking the series of characters, the index, first one, right?
Exactly. You're right.
And
Series of
IndexC is the searching for the
individual set of characters. Individual characters.
Yeah, and the third one is the word. So
purely word.
Okay. Yeah, clear.
Tulasi.
Yeah. Can we use these 3 for numbers as well? Like, can we apply
as long as it is a character. If you store the numbers as a character, you can use it.
Okay, so if it is a numeric variable, we can't use this, right?
Remember, we are discussing character functions. This will be applicable only on the characters.
Yes, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, Swati.
It's clear, Murali.
Wonderful, Swati. All right. Now the question is, where this is useful? Everything is fine. Where it is useful? Here index, indexc, indexw, where this will be useful? Anyone? You can use this for this data validations again. Can you go with us? So here is what our data validations are there, right? Can you see this? Here you can use it. For an example, multiple ways I can do. Let's say I'm taking this. Okay. Let's say this is normal. 78933 95537 is here. Let's say this is going to be 099890 099890 28211. Like this, I have my data. Okay. And another thing is starting with +91. +1 actually. So my data is like this, guys. I want the proper phone numbers. How can I apply? If I go with the compress, it will simply compress everything and it will give it to you. Correct? But I don't want my compress function to be applicable on this. Let's say this is the normal number, right? This is the normal number, right? So in this number, let's say for an example, I just go with one more simple example here, 98480123445. These two are normal numbers. On this number, I don't need to apply any compress, correct? For better efficiency, I need to apply my compress function only then and there it is required. If it is required, then only I want to use it. So for second and third, it doesn't require, right? And necessarily I don't want to apply my function over there. So to do this, I need to go with index. So how I can do is, if index of phone comma plus 91. So what is the meaning of it? I'm looking for plus 91. So wherever plus 91 is there, in that particular case, then only I have to say phone is equal to, only for them I have to apply phone is equal to compress of phone. What and all I want to compress there? Can I say that I want to compress everything? Let's say braces, space, hyphen, and close braces. So what it will do now? It will do the compress only for the first one. Am I correct? Can you see? It does the compress only for the first one. It hasn't applied the compress function for the remaining variables. Correct or not? Correct or not? Right? So wherever conditionally I want to apply compress, there and all I can use this. Is that clear to everyone? Maybe I can give you the better example tomorrow. I can't think anything right now, and my cough has increased. Maybe I can give you a better example tomorrow. Okay, maybe I can give you the realistic example than this.
Yeah, sure, Murli.
Yeah, all of you are clear with index, Indexw, and Indexc. All of you are clear, right? Example alone I'll give you, but concept wise all are clear, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah. So in that case, I'll wind up the session here, and we'll see by tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. See you.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye all.
Everyone,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Okay,
That's fine.
without wasting much time, let's start. So yesterday I have given one example for the index, correct? But after that I haven't talked anything beyond this, correct? So I said that I'll give one example where this index is useful, right? That is what I have talked about. Okay, so let's give me one example for index, why I need index. Okay, for that what I'm doing is, let me prepare some sample data. Okay, before that, all of you are clear with index, right? What is index and what it will do? So there are three in the indexes. One is going to be index, which is going to always look for the series of characters. If I give one character, it will look for that character. If I give more than one character together, it always look in the same sequence, correct? And then I have indexc. Indexc will be look for individual string of characters. What is that? Individual string of characters. So if I give one character, well and fine, well and good. If I give more than one character, individually it check for each character, whichever occurrence comes first, it will give that. And then I have Indexw. Indexw, the name itself is telling it will always look for the word. If there is any word, then only it is going to identify that as a word, otherwise it will not. So wherever it figures out, it is going to return the position of that, correct? Where in which position it is that, it will return the position of that. Is that what we discussed yesterday regarding the index? Any questions in this? Any questions?
No.
No, Murli. For now, we are good.
Okay, wonderful. Now I'm just going ahead and I'm trying to give some meaningful, thing for it. But okay, I thought like, okay, I'll do one thing. Anyways, we are going to have The concept wise you are clear, but you need the example. The example I'll give bit later. Anyways, I'll provide it because I don't want to continue most of the time for the index itself. Let's proceed and talk about the other function which is on the similar lines, which is going to be find, because it is going to be the similar one. So I'll provide one example for index, the real-time example, maybe in tomorrow's session, not today. Okay, because if I go with that, we will keep revolving around our index itself. We will not proceed further, right? So that's the only thing, because you understand the concept. Only thing is I need to give some meaningful example. I'll give that. Right. Now I'm going with find, Findc, and Findw. Right. Remember, whatever index is there, if I replace the index with find, it will work in the same way. Index and find are the similar functions. There will not be any difference until some point, but there is a minor difference you can identify, very minor difference you can identify, that too, compared to your index, find is the more advanced function. Compared to your index, find is the advanced function, except that remaining everything going to be the same. For an example, in this case, let's say I'll give the same example of what it is. This is the one we have taken, right? Initially, we take this. If I go with this, index and find will not give any difference. That is, whatever index value I'm getting, the index value as well as my find value remains going to be the same. No difference at all. Index and find are similar function. They will search for a word, they will search for a character, or they will search for the series of characters and returns the position of it. See this. I'm just going together. Now you can see that find, Findc, Findw. These three are same. These three are same. These three and these three are same. So you can see that everywhere the way index and find works remains going to be the same. There are no differences at all. Correct? Any questions on this? Now I can ask my question. Murali, when there are no differences, why do you have two functions? Correct? Right, there is a minor difference. I don't deny that there will not be any difference. There is a minor difference. Let me tell you what is the difference is. But index and find, you can use anything. There is no difference at all. You can use it. But one minor difference I'll tell you. Let's say, let me take the same example. Let me tell you very minor difference. And that very minor difference is going to be here. For an example, I'll just go only with the find. Right, I'm looking for, let's say, capital I. Now can you see this? Do I have any capital I in my output anywhere? No, right? And I'm also giving, I'm just going with capital I. Do I have any capital I? Obviously, either I go with find or I will go with index. I supposed to get my output as 0. Correct? But you can see that I don't have a capital I, but I have a small I here. The lowercase I is present. Right? So I need to tell my system that, hey, don't consider my case. Don't consider the case. Without considering a case, give me my output. That is, don't consider the case. That is nothing but a modifier. So I'm going with the third thing here. That is nothing but the modifier. So modifier will say that, hey, look for a keyword, look for I. Okay, otherwise it may confuse you. If I take I and I, I'll take P. Capital P is not present anywhere. Maybe yes. Okay, I'll take yes because the S is everywhere. Capital S is not present anywhere. But you can see that the moment I say I stands for ignore case. Don't consider your casing. So if there is a small s, read it. If there is a capital S, read that as well. right? Whichever is there, you read it. See this now? Find is not giving any output. Index is not giving any output. But the moment I say find one, which is find with an argument of I, I'm saying that ignore case. So that immediately it is saying that S is present in the fourth position, which is a small s. But I said that ignore case. Don't consider the case. Whatever the case it is, you get it. Is that clear? Find is advanced compared to your index because it can offer you the modifiers. There are two modifiers. One is going to be I and another one is going to be T. T stands for trailing spaces. So if I have any spaces, it will remove it. But I'll talk about the spaces a little later. But for now, is it understandable to everyone? What is the difference between index and find and why we are using it?
Yeah, so what I understand is the modifier I means capital letters. Ignore the case capital letters or small
Yes.
letters. And we cannot use the modifier in index. That's why we are using. That's why we are using in the find statement.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
Thanks.
Your find is bit advanced compared to your index, but on a whole, both of them are same. If you don't use the modifiers, either you go with index or you go with find. Both of them are same. Only modifiers are the difference. Clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
What is the other modifier, Murali, other than I?
T. T stands for trailing space. When I talk about the spaces, the leading and trailing spaces, I'll talk about T. Because this modifier, not only here, I, T, and K, there are three modifiers will come. These three modifiers will come across the functions. These are a bit advanced, nothing very difficult to understand there, but still, I talk about this when I talk about the strip, when I talk about the left and trim. So there are three functions, space dealing functions. When I talk about the space dealing functions, I'll talk about the other modifier. Clear? If you have a doubt, you can just put a hover on this. Can you see this? Find function. Let me write it here. I'll go with another one. Find of. Can you see this? I have substring modifiers. Modifiers are going to be anything. The modifiers are going to be my. Let me go with one. Let's say name, comma. I want to look for capital S, comma. Now I'm going for the modifiers. Can you see what are the modifiers I have? One is the following modifiers can be in uppercase or lowercase. That is I, ignore character case. T. T stands for trim trailing blanks from the string and substring. That is, I don't consider that trailing spaces. You need to understand what is called trailing spaces. That's the reason I'm not telling that here. Ignore case means straightforward, capital letter, small letter. But you need to understand what is called leading space, what is called trailing space, and how to avoid that. For that reason, I'm not going with the T here. Is that clear to everyone? Usha?
Yes, Murali.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone? Hasmi, Tulasi, Harini, Haida?
No, it's clear, sir.
Okay. Perfect. The next function that I'm going here is I'm going with perfect. Thanks, Aida. The next function that I'm going here is the function number 6. This is very, 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 very important. Remember this particular one. Okay, let's go with some small function, then I can go with that. That is upcase, lowcase, and propcase. Right? These are case defining functions because I'm talking about the ignore case, right? So I'll talk about case functions here. So these are the case functions. For an example, let's say I'm just going with some employee information, data, employee. So under this, I'm just reading two rows. Input, name, and role. All right. And I'm just going with the data lines. Under the data lines, I'm just going with name is something like, let's say Murali, let's say HR. And then I'm just going with the second role, let's say Krishna, and he's going to be, okay, role I'm talking about, right? Okay, instead of role, let's take a rank. So let's say associate, right? And see here I'm going with senior associate. Okay, and then I'm just going with other one. Let's say Thenali. I'm going with AVP, and I'm just going with other name. Let's say Kishan, and here I'm going with VP, Vice President. This is the data, and let's repeat the same data for few more people. Let's say here I'm going with Sweta, associate, and here I'm going with Aparna, senior associate. Here I'm just going with Kamala, AVP, and finally I'm going with other name. Let's say here I'll take someone called, let's say Pavitra, right? So these are the various names. Now if I run this particular one, I'm going to have my data here. Right? Now all I need is, let's say someone asks me, hey, can you give me all the associates? I just need all the associates from my employee history. Let's say that this is employee data, EMP data. From my EMP data, I need all associates. Question here is, I need associate, right? I said that associate is going to be a 5-letter rank, ASSO. Do I know whether it is going to be in an all capital letter, or it is going to be a all small letter, or it is going to be anything? For an example, I just put like this. It is going to give you a right thing. ASSOC, VP small, AVP. Can you see now? Everything is going to be different here, right? Everything is going to be different here, right? If I am asking for, hey, can you give me all the people where the role is going to be associate? What you are going to do? How you are going to write a condition? Can I say that my condition is going to be like this? Let's say if let's forget about how to write the if conditions. We can talk later. If rank is equal to, or keep this as it is, go with the next one, new table data. I need EMP underscore all associates rank holders I need. Okay, so what is my input table? EMP data. From my EMP data, I'm looking for all the people where role is equal to associate. If role is equal to associate, then output, then only give me the output. What happens if I do this? It is saying that I don't have anyone with the role associate. Why? There is someone, right? ASSOC. What I have given there, ASSOC. But supposed to get, I supposed to get it, correct? Oh, it is not a role, it is a rank. Now see this. I get only one. I don't get two records because here associate, I have a starting letter in the uppercase, remaining all letter in the lowercase. Correct? But in my code, in my data, someone has given all of them are as capital letters. Maybe all of them are small letters. It can be anything, right? It can be anything, right? You can see there will be one more person. Let's say here I just go with Preeti. Preeti is going to be all small letters, ASSOC. Now what is going to happen? I'm missing three things here. One, at one place my role is going to be all capital letters. At one place my role is going to be all small letters. At one case the role is going to be mixed case. So how to handle this? To handle this, one way I can do, number one. So this is the initial data. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change it in a different way. First of all, I'll go with EMP underscore upper. I'm just saying upper. The meaning of upper means what I'm trying to do is my entire rank, I'm changing it to uppercase. To change it to the upcase, I have to use upcase rank. So what do you mean by this? whatever the rank is there, all the ranks has been changed to the uppercase. Can you see? All the ranks are completely changed into the uppercase. Or I can also do in another one, that is I can convert all the cases into lowercase, lowcase. What do you mean by lowcase? I'm converting my entire name into lowercase only, right? Then I have one more function called Propcase. In my Propcase, I'm converting everything into a proper case. Meaning is, for every word, starting letter only in a capital letter. Can you see? Only the capital letter, only the starting letter will be capital. Remaining all will be in the small letters. First of all, you guys understand what is called upcase, lowcase, and propcase? Upcase?
Yes.
Everything is going to be converted into uppercase. Lowcase, convert all letters into small case. Propcase, convert everything into only the starting letter into the uppercase, remaining all going to be into the lowercase. Clear? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? Right? Now I will tell you how to deal with the other one. That is, there is one more in this, right? What is that? We need to go ahead and we need to talk about how to handle that particular example. So now I can say this example I can handle in multiple ways. Number one, let's say data emp case. I just say emp case. What is my input? My input is going to be emp data. What is my requirement? My requirement is going to be I need the output if associate rule is there, I need it. So what I'm trying to do now is, this is my data, right? Suppose while reading this particular data or while going ahead and doing some calculations on this particular data, if I convert, suppose so as, oh, this is not the right thing, right? I need to go with my initial data, this one. This is my input. Now we can see, sorry guys. Now let's put a filter on top of it. After putting a filter sorted, now we can see there are three names. How to match these three names is going to be a problem for me, correct? So what I'm planning is while applying a condition, right? I'll simply say that convert all of them into the uppercase. Convert all of them into the uppercase like this. I don't store it into the data, but only while converting, I'll convert into the uppercase. Or I'll convert everything into the small case. I can do this and I'm going to put a match. That is, I'll say that how I can convert this into this. I can say that upcase of rank is equal to ASSOC. Then what is going to happen? If I say like this, what is going to happen? I'm saying that while matching, I'm not storing the output into my final output. I'm saying that while I'm doing this, while I'm matching this, whatever the rank is there, I'm converting my rank into uppercase, and I'm seeing whether that uppercase of that rank is equal to associate or not. If I do this, what will happen? My original data will not change. But while doing this match alone, for each record, while doing this match alone, it is going to check whether the upcase of rank is equal to all capital letters or not. You can see my data remains going to be the same, but I got all the associates. Why? While checking, it is upcasing your rank and it is matching with the capital ASSOC. Is that clear, guys? You're able to understand what I'm trying to say? I'm not changing the data. I'm changing only while writing the condition alone. I'm doing it. Is that clear? Or if it is confusing for you, I can do it in a different way. I'll simply say that rank 1 is equal to upcase of rank. What I'm going to get in the output? Like this, correct? Now I will say that if rank 1 is equal to ASSOC, then only I need output. Right? This is rank 1. After upcase, this is the one. This one, on this one, I'm putting a match. Correct? If I need my final output, what I need to do? Drop is equal to rank 1. Can I do like this? If I do like this, what is going to happen? First, my system is converting my rank into uppercase, creating a new variable. On the new variable, I'm putting a match, and then I'm dropping it. Is this understandable, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Right? But here the problem is, unnecessarily I'm creating one variable. So what is rank 1? Rank 1 is nothing but this, right? So instead of creating this variable, can I replace this with this? Rank 1 is nothing but this, so I don't create it. Without creating it, whatever the function I used to create it, I just put it in the if condition. So what is going to happen? My original data will not disturbed. I don't need to drop a variable. Only while writing a condition, I can upcase it and I can use it. So both of them are going to be the same. Is that clear, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Team?
Actually, I'm little confused. So can you repeat one more time?
Sure. I'll do one thing. All I need is, this is my data. From my data, I want to put all these three. I need all the associates. What is the way of writing it? If this is the case, original means I have to write like this. If rank in, if my rank is equal to any of this, that is either it is associate like this or like this, correct? This is how the data is. If I do like this, what is the meaning? My rank is associate either in the mixed case or in the uppercase or in the lower case, give me the output. Correct? Then only I'm getting to get the right data. So let's see, is this clear? Whatever the condition I have put here and what is my requirement. Is that clear?
Yes, clear.
Now, what I'm trying to do is, here I have 3 combination of letters. I put all the 3 here. If I have 10 combination of letters, I have to put all 10 of them, correct? But the code becomes clumsy, right? Instead of that, the only difference here is, instead of matching what is exists there, what I'm trying to do is, I'm going with, okay, I don't write it. Instead of that, I'll go with create a new variable called rank1. How the rank1 will be is, I just go with upcase of rank. What it is going to do, it will create a new variable called rank1. In that, entire rank variable will be upcased. Right? Up to this is clear?
Yes.
Okay. Here you can see this is associate, this is associate, this is associate. But all the 3 associates are in a proper case, right? Only one case, right? All of them are in uppercase, right? Right? So what I can do now? Can I write only one condition now? Instead of writing this entire condition, I'll simply say that, hey, don't write this entire condition. on rank 1, just mention, because rank 1 is nothing but upcase of my value. So just put this. Is that sufficient now? Instead of saying three things, I just, whatever the rank is, all these three I convert to the uppercase, and I'm matching only with capital letters, so that I'm going to get this output. Now you can see this is the original data. I create a new variable with upcase and I'm matching this upcase now. Tulsi, is this clear?
Yes. Yes, clear.
But the problem is I got additional variable, right? So by default the length is 8. There are 3 records. What is the total length? 24 bytes. Unnecessarily I'm wasting 24 bytes of memory, right? Am I correct? 24
Yes.
bytes of memory here. I have 1 lakh records means 8 lakh bytes of memory. Waste, right? What I can do, what I did, I converted this into uppercase and I'm matching it. Now you can see rank 1 is nothing but this, right? This function, whatever I have highlighted, is nothing but rank 1, right? So why can't I replace that here? So what is going to happen? Only while matching, it will take rank. It will take rank. It will upcase that. It will upcase that. After upcasing that, it is going to check. That is, it will take small ASS, this ASSOC, it will convert that into the upcase. After converting that into the upcase, it is going to check whether it is equal to ASSOC or not. So if it happens, what is going to happen? My original data will be remains as is. Now you can see, I just comment this and I run the code. My original data as is, and I don't create a new variable and I got my output. Is that confusing or is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear now. So whatever we did in 2 steps, now it's done in a single step.
Single step, and I'm not creating a new variable also. I'm not disturbing the original data also. My data remains going to be the same. While writing the if condition, what if will do is, from the line number 1, it will take ASSOC. It will upcase it. It will match with the capital ASSOC. If it is matching, it will get it, and else it won't get it.
Yeah, yes. Now it's clear. Thank you.
Any questions from anyone? The same thing, I can also do it in the Lowcase. Instead of doing with upcase, I can convert into the Lowcase and I can do it. The result is going to be the same. Am I correct or not? Everyone? Instead of doing it in the Lowcase, I can also do with the Propcase. The result is going to be the same. Generally, we won't use Propcase. All the time we will go with either of upcase or Lowcase. All the 3 results are set. Now you understand what is the use of it. Upcase, Lowcase, and Propcase. Just instead of converting, when we are not sure of, let's say, like generally it will be applicable for the names. Let's say that, Murali Krishna. Someone have written all the, Murali Krishna entire thing will be in a lowercase. Someone has written only the starting letters into the uppercase. Someone has written everything into the upcase. I don't know how the data will be present in my system, but I want to put a match on the name. So I simply either writing a condition, I'll convert everything into the upper and I'll match it, or I'll convert everything into the lower and I'll match it, or I'll put it into the Propcase and I'll match it. So that I won't get any confusion with my data. I'll get all the matching things. Clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, yeah, but I think last what you said, Propcase, you don't generally use it. Is there any restriction on it, or is there any?
No. Generally, we don't use it because there is no specific reason for it. But the reason for it is, let's say, I'll tell you why it is dangerous. I'll tell you. This is my name. I have entered in the system like this. In other role, I have written like this. Same table only in a different row. In other role, I have written like this. In one more role, okay, it is like this. This is the classic usage of, okay, let me go with one more. This is the classic usage of Lowcase, correct? If I put convert into the lowcase and go with this will be matched. If I go with the Propcase, it will be matched. If I go with Upcase, this will be matched. How about the last one? It is not falling under anything, right? If I go with the Propcase, this word will be matched. This word will not match with the Propcase, right? There is a chance that someone has written my first word with the first letter as capital, second word with the first letter as lowercase itself. In that case, it is not a proper Propcase. And it is not falling under the lowcase, it is not falling under the upcase. So these kind of data will be missed, no? You understand, Mahendra, what I'm trying to say? If I want to treat this kind of data, it's always safe to convert everything into lowcase or everything into upcase or leave it as it is. Propcase will not work. Is it making sense or not? What might be the mistake? We don't know how the data is. The overall thing is we don't know the data. But if you convert everything into a lowercase or if everything into the proper upcase, we are safe. But if you go with the Propcase, we don't know how the data is. There's a chance that some of the data might be missing. Just to avoid that, we prefer going with Propcase, or we prefer going with the upcase or with the lowcase. Mahendra, questions?
Sorry, actually, I was on the other phone call just came, so I didn't listen that. Sorry, it's just rang at the same time.
Let me go ahead with that. Let me go ahead.
Yeah, sorry for this, really.
No, no issues, no issues. Okay, see this data. I'm actually reading the name. You can see this. If my data, my name is complete in a lowcase, right? I can simply convert that into the lowcase and I can read the data.
Yes.
I'm safe.
Yes.
If this is the case, this is a proper Propcase, right? You can see starting letters alone, yes, capital. I can match that with the Propcase.
Yeah,
if it is like this, upcase. How about this?
Yeah.
How about this?
It's miss. Yeah, this is yeah, okay, understand. Is because the first is okay, the Propcase, but second is not possible. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I want to read this data, will my Propcase help? No, right?
No.
But if I go with the lowcase,
yeah, it will help. Yeah.
It will go with the upcase.
Yeah, it will help. Okay, yeah, understand. I got your explanation. Thanks.
Yeah. Any questions from anyone?
Well, in these functions like this Propcase, Upcase, and then compress, Compbl, all together we can use
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll give you that. Don't worry. I'll give you the scenarios. Function will not be used in a single way. There will be always 4 or 5 functions together we can write. So that's the difference between an experienced SAS programmer and entry-level SAS programmer. If an entry-level SAS programmer is there, he will create multiple variables. In each variable, he will apply one function. Let's say this same case, you can see he will create one new rank and he will do it. If he's an experienced SAS programmer, he will write everything here in a single thing. I'll give you some examples there. You can get a differentiation, but don't worry, you always go with multiple functions together.
Okay.
Questions? Any other? Hope all of you are clear. I'm going with the next one. Concentrate these two functions. Very important. This plays a very important role in data cleaning. Very important role. Okay. Substr. The name of the function is Substr. The next function should be scan. The most important function when it comes to the data cleaning. Very important functions. All right, let's go with them. So first I'll write the syntax for it. Syntax is going to be, there are two things again, guys. Substring left, substring right. There are two things again. Okay. First one is going to be substring right. We simply call it as substring. substr. We simply call it as substr. The second thing is going to be substring left. Substring left. Okay. Substring can be used, substring right or substring can be used for extracting part of the string based on position and length. This one used for a replacement. If I want to replace something, then I can use it. I'll give you the examples for both of that. It is going to be clear. Just give me a second, guys. Give me a second, guys. Somewhere or other. Some important call, guys. That's the reason I just put it on mute. Sorry about it. Yeah. So this user for the replacement. Okay. Now go ahead and talk about the nothing I have discussed there. It is substring of variable name, comma, starting position, comma, length. This is the syntax. What is the syntax? This is the syntax. Then if I use it after the equal to symbol, right side of the equal to symbol, it is substring right. If I use this before the equal to symbol, it is going to be substring left. That is where I am using it. Am I using it after my equal to, that is right side of the equal to symbol, or left side of the equal to symbol? I'll tell you how the difference is going to be, or what is going to be the difference, in what scenario you are going to use it. I'm going to explain now. Okay, right. So we have used one of the bike example, you remember? All of you? I'll go with the same example now. That is not bike, the registration number example. Let's say that data vehicle numbers. So what we have did there we read bunch of numbers, correct, one by one. That is nothing but state, area code, serial number, and vehicle number. Remember, here I'm going with a different example. Let's say input registration number $10 digits I want to read. Data lines. So my number is going to be like this: AP09CK5049 TN22BU1906 TS07GH5561 HR26BU BC2401. These are the 4 numbers I am reading. right? Now I read the whole number. All I need now is I want state separately, area code separately, serial number separately, and finally my vehicle number separately. That is from my input. Okay, let me read all this. This is my output now, right? So this is my input now. I'm expecting my output like this. Just a sec. This is my table. From my table, I'm expecting 4 values. My 4 values are going to be like this. That is, I need state. I need serial number. I need code, area code. And finally, I need vehicle number. This is what I want to read. These are my variables, guys, from this. So how I'm reading this is, I say that from the position number 1, that is, I'm also giving the positions here. From the position number 1, 2 characters are going to be my state. From position number 3, 2 characters are going to be my area serial number. From position number 5, 2 characters are going to be my area code. Finally, from the position number 7, 4 characters are going to be my vehicle number. Am I correct? This is how you are going to read it. Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Yep. The same logic I'm going to apply. Yeah, the same logic I'm going to apply here. So I need okay, let's put it into the comments. What is the first thing I want to read? State. How the state is going to read? State is going to be now substring. I want to take part of the string substring. What is the syntax, guys? Variable name, starting position, and length. Correct? What is the variable name? Name of the variable is registration number. What is my starting position? 1. How much is the length required? 2. Done. Serial number, area code, vehicle number. Tell me the remaining 2 now for me. This is going to start at position number 3, 2 characters. Position number 5, 2 characters. Position number 7, 4 characters. Am I correct? Everyone accept this? Everyone accept this? Now run this. Then this is what you need. All you are doing is from the position you are just extracting. What is my starting position? From there, how many bytes of the length I want to read? Is that clear? Substring. Questions? All right. You can ask me a question. Murli, this is substring. I understand part of. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, if we want, like now we are having the 4 sessions, right? Like the state, area code, series, and the vehicle number. If you want just the 2 of them, also we can do it, right?
Anything. For an example, I don't want all the things. Let's say that I just want only the state and vehicle number.
So as long as the position and the length is given, that's more than enough.
That's it. As simple as that.
Okay.
Questions? Fine. I'll go with the substring left now. So you can see I have used substring after the equal to symbol. That is, I extracted the part of the word and I stored in a new variable. Am I correct? That's what I did here. Now, let's say I'm going with the another one. So here what I'm trying to do is, guys, here I misunderstand this as a TN. TN is not the right thing. It is not TN actually. It is actually TS. What is that? It is actually TS. I wrongly updated it. I want to see wherever TN is there. For an example, I have one more. TN 38 UC 2104. Wherever TN is there, those are not TNs. Those supposed to be TS. They're supposed to be TS. My input data, whoever shared with me, which is wrong for TN. TN need to be replaced with TS. That is what my requirement is. First of all, requirement is clear to everyone. I am not supposed to have TNs. Let's say in my output, in this entire output, these are wrong ones. This one and this one is wrong. These are wrong ones. That is not the right data. My right data is supposed to be like this. This data need to be read as wherever TN is there, that need to be replaced with TS. This is what my right data. I should not create a new variable. I have to create this in the same variable. In the range registration number, I have to create it. First of all, requirement is understandable to everyone. Can I get a quick confirmation? Is requirement to understandable to everyone? This is not the right one. TN need to be replaced with TS. TN need to be replaced with TS. That is what my requirement is. Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? First of all, requirement is clear to you? If yes, I'll proceed how to do it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
First of all, first what we need to do is, I have issue with the first two characters. Correct? I have issue with the first two characters. That too, the first two characters not with everything if it is going to be TN. Correct? So first I have to say I need to extract the first two characters. Am I correct or not? How you are going to extract the first two characters? Can I say if I want first two characters, that is substr of my registration number, comma 1, comma 2. Can I say this will give first two characters? Correct? If I say, if I keep it after the equal to, this entire thing will be stored in state. Am I correct? That is what we did in substring, right? Am I correct? Now what I'm doing is, I extracted the state. I've extracted the state. I'm replacing the state now. How I'm replacing the state? Can I say that this entire thing, now I will say that if state is equal to TN, I should not replace for everything. If state is equal to Tn, then what I have to do? Then let's say if state equal to Tn, then output. Just I'm telling. So what I'm going to get? Only Tn outputs I'm going to get, right? Am I correct? Now for the first two characters, I need to replace. Am I correct? Instead of doing all this, what I can do simply is, I don't create this variable. The state is nothing but. Can I say this? If I remove this, both of them are same. Now also I'm going to get only Tn as my output. Am I correct? Why? Because I'm taking the first two characters of my each string, and if it is matching with the Tn, then only I'm giving the output. But that is not my requirement is. My requirement is, if that is the case, what I want to do? I'll say that take those first two characters and replace with TS. But I'm saying if from the first position to the next two characters are equal to tn, only for them, I'm asking that take those first two characters and replace with ts. Done? Now we can see. Is that clear?
Can we not use the rename after that?
It is not a rename, right? I'm updating in the same one. I'm updating in the same registration number. I'm taking it here. I'm updating there itself. I'm not creating a new variable.
Okay.
Rename
so rename
comes
will be
to
used
do for the whole thing, I guess, not for.
No. Rename comes to the variable. Rename comes to the variable. This one, highlighted, yellow one. Here is what rename will do. Rename applicable on the header, not for the individual values.
Yeah,
you are renaming a variable, not the value.
Okay. Yeah.
Now you understand what is the difference between replacing and renaming?
Yes. And for the substr 1, 2 means it is reading from the position 1 up to position 2.
No, from the position 1, 2 bytes, 2 length.
Okay, from position 1 to 2 bytes.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the reason I said that start position and length. Okay. I'll tell you another use case. With this. Let's say I don't want to disclose my entire number. Generally, this is for PAN card, this is for SSN, or this is for credit card. These are sensitive information, right? This is called personal information. If I give my credit card number to you, you can use it anywhere. It is going to there is a high chance that it will be misused. If I give my SSN number to you, if I give my PAN card number to you, there is a high chance that it is going to be misused. What generally people use is they say that don't send the entire number, but I need to match it whether it is yours or not. So even if you see that, let's say you got a courier, let's say that your bank is delivering a credit card to you. The person who is coming to your home, he will ask last 4 digits of your PAN number, or last 4 digits of your Aadhaar card, or last 4 digits of your thing. That is, they don't have full information, because if they have the full information, they will misuse it. But if they give last four numbers, still they can see whether you are the right person or not. And the person who is inquiring it, he doesn't know your full number. In that way, your personal information is secured as well as verification is done. Am I correct? So what I need to do now, the first these words I need to mask it. So I can simply say that from the position number 1 to how many characters, guys? To totally 6, right? To the length of 6, just replace them with stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See your output now. Hey, what happened? This is too much. This one, no condition. What happened? Your information is secured. What are you doing? You're simply replacing your first 6 characters with a star. Guys, is that making sense?
Yes.
Generally for masking. So one of the most commonly asked interview question, especially me, I don't ask, can you tell me the syntax for substring? Right? Let's say if the person is working in a bank, let's say if from his profile I can see, right, which companies he worked on. Let's say he worked for a bank. I'll ask simply, hey, we generally work on banking data. We generally take care of the personal information. Let's say I have a credit card number, right? In my credit card number is a personal information. So I don't want to show all my credit card numbers in my data set. Instead, I want to mask the first 12 characters. I just need to show only the last 4 characters. How do you do it? If the person have idea on substring left, if the person have business knowledge, if the person understand the question properly, then only can answer it. Make sense? How the interview questions will be? It's a simple substring left. If I ask, Hey, can you tell me what is the syntax for substring left? Anyone can say. If I ask the same question in a business context, let's say I have a patient ID, guys. Let's say you are working on healthcare. I have a patient ID. Let's say patient ID is a 10 digits patient ID. I don't want to disclose my 10-digit patient ID to anyone because it's a personal information data. So I'm asking you to mask the first 6 characters and show only the last 4 characters. How do you do it? Simple use cases, but turned as a complex answers, complex questions. Everyone understand how the questions will be? Right? So yeah, the person we can differentiate based on the answers. If the person learns SAS somewhere but he's not having any real-time experience, he cannot answer this until and unless he gone through some of the questions like this. Am I correct or not? Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Substring is clear to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Can you show me the syntax of substring left? Like right is very clear.
Left is also same. This is not changing. This is not changing. Let's see. If substring right means I'll store it in a variable. Let's say 10 is equal to this. If I store it in a variable, those characters will be stored directly. You can see. So here what happened is I just put it on the top. I have to put like this. Can you see? Substring right, substring left remains, the syntax is going to be same. If I go with substring right, it will take the 6 characters to store in a variable. If I go with the substring left, these 6 characters I'm replacing with the stars. This part is same, no changes in this part. You can see Control-C, Control-F. Both of them are same, right? If I keep it on the left hand side, it takes that particular value, it will ask with what I want to replace. With what I want to replace. If I keep it on the right, it will say where I want to store it. To create a variable and store the data, substring right. To replace the data, substring left. Clear, Usha?
Yeah. So keeping the syntax, the right side or left side matters. That's it.
Exactly. That's the reason I said you can see here also, the syntax also, I mentioned the same. The same syntax I have written here and here. One is after the equal to, one is before the equal to. In either the cases, the syntax remains going to be the same. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
Let me write what are the other functions are there, because we cannot go with scan now. It's already 9:22. 1 hour we have already done. Guys, you understand one thing? Time is running too fast now. It is not like you are reading the data from text files, correct or not? Hardly we are covering 3, not more than 3 functions. Have you identified it? It is not like a class which is running for 1 hour or 1.5 hours. Let me know if I'm wrong. Tranwrd, translate, Catt, Catt, Catx, Catx. Before that, type. Left, trim, and strip. Count and Countc. Finally, count left, strip, compare. So these are the functions that we are going to discuss. Looks like 14, but you can see here I covered 3 here, I covered 3 here, I covered 3 here, I covered 2 here, I covered totally 5 here, I covered 3 here and 2 here. So approximately 20 to 25 functions we are going to use on day-to-day basis, not more than this. That is character functions. Whatever the work you want to do, you can happily do that particular work with these 15 or with this 20 or 25 functions happily. Clear? I thought then before Friday I can complete the entire, but it is not happening. We are exactly at here. So tomorrow I believe I can cover at max, scan, Tranwrd, and translate. Possible this one. After this we can cover count, Countc, compare with some examples. We can do it by Monday, right? So by Monday we can have everything ready. That is character functions will be ready. So if I go with this particular pace, I believe by 5th, that is by next week, we can finish the functions. Definitely date and time functions will take 2 days. Your mathematical functions, numeric functions will take 1 day. 1 day. It will not take much time. Numerical and there is mathematical and statistical function will not take time. But date time function definitely take 2 days. So by 5th of March, it will be ready. Everything will be, character functions will be done. Clear? Questions?
Sorry, I have a question regarding the Substr right and left. Maybe we can discuss tomorrow if you want to. If
No. Go ahead.
Actually, still I'm not understand very clearly what is the where we need to use the right and where we need to use the left.
Simple.
Substring.
This is my number. Yeah, take the substring. Okay. I have a whole word. From the whole word, I want to take part of the word separately. Part of the string separately. Name itself telling substring. I have a string. From the string, based on the positions, I want to extract something. Then it is substring right. This is the one. You can see this is my whole string. From the string, based on the position and length, I have extracted this separately, this separately, this separately, and this separately. I have created 4 variables.
Okay. Yeah,
4 variables.
Understood. Yeah. Okay.
Right. Then substring left. Substring left is still I want to extract. Still I want to replace something based on the position and the length. Let's say this TN is not a TN. User accidentally mentioned it is TN. It's supposed to be TS. So, but how I can replace that? First of all, I have to extract these two. So to extract, I have to go with starting position and length. Substring of 1, 2 will be TN. But I don't want to store it in a variable. I want to replace that with something else. So with what I want to replace, I'm telling after the equal to.
Okay.
Let's see here. 6 characters I'm extracting. All these 6 characters I'm replacing with star. So my output becomes a star. The 6 characters become stars there. Replace.
Okay, so when we want to replace the, then we need to use the left substring.
Exactly.
Left.
Yes.
And when we want to store the data, yeah. Then is
that too, the replacing is happening. The replacing is happening based on the position and based on the length.
Okay.
If it is not a position and length, if it is a word, there is a different function. That is called your Tranwrd. My next thing.
Okay.
Okay, you can see the Tranwrd. Very next thing.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
If it is again, there is something. If it is going to be a character, wherever I is there, replace with P. Wherever M is there, replace with N. That is translate. All right. Now I'm taking on a string. Part of the string I'm taking on now. There is another thing. I'm not taking on the string. I'm taking the full name from the names. Words I'm extracting. Scan. I'm replacing a word. Tranwrd. I'm replacing one or more characters. Translate. I have individual characters. I want to combine everything. Concatenation. I have spaces leading. Left. I have spaces at the end. Trim. I have spaces leading and trailing. Strip. I want to count how many number of characters. Count C. I want to see how many number of words. Count. I want to compare 2 strings. Compare. Done. That's what. That's how we are going in a flow.
Okay.
Yeah. Character functions done.
Yes. Beyond that, can you think of any character functions? No, right? If anything requirement comes, see, there are 200 character functions, right? Let's say there are any.
Sorry. We can see in a help file like in a SAS help file where we want to see or refer, because we don't remember everything. So maybe you will say later on what is the trick.
One is SAS product documentation. Here you can see.
Okay.
You can see SAS.com documentation.html. Here you can see.
Okay.
For each version, you are going to have the documentation. Can you see this? SAS
yes,
programming 9.4.
Yeah.
This is ours. Or you can go with base SAS, anything. Okay, you can click on it. It will take you to the different pages again.
Yeah, this. Thank you.
Just a second. Just give me a second. Sorry. Yeah. As you can see, there is a documentation. SAS programming 9.4 help center. Here also you can. Okay.
Yeah. This.
Yeah. I can go ahead with this. You can see here there are so many things in the functions we can see. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry guys, I'm stopping the class.
Thanks.
Again, I'll
Cheers.
connect you tomorrow.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Bye. See you then. Cheers. Thanks.
Hey, hello everyone. Good evening. Okay, let's start. So what was the last topic that we have discussed? If I'm not wrong, the last topic was about substring, correct? So next is going to be scan function. It's going to be a scan. So why scan is used, I'll tell with an example first. Okay. I'm taking one simple data set. Let's say that here is going to be the data set. Guys, I'm just starting with scan function. Whoever joined recently, I'm telling you, I just have started with the scan function. So I'm going to explain the usage of the scan function with an example. Let's say I have my name here. Name is equal to, let's say, my full name is nothing but, let's say, Tenali Murali Krishna. All right. So in this, if someone asks me, hey, you have your full name with you, so why can't you give me your surname, your first name, your last name separately, right? This is my full name. So if someone has given the full name, I have to understand, or I have to extract first name, last name, and middle name from this, or first name, last name, and surname from this. Can someone tell me how you are going to do it? If this is going to be the one, can I say that each one is nothing but one word here, correct? Based on a delimiter called space, I have to extract them. Am I correct? All I'm going to do is going to be, let's say this is going to be the one. So this is my space. So before the space, the first delimiter, sorry, before the delimiter, first one, second one, and third one. Am I correct? So how the scan is going to work is, when you need to extract, a string, I can say that I can need to extract a string from a given sentence, or I can say that you need to extract something based on a delimiter. I need to say, if you go with a substring, I'm going to do it based on the space, sorry, based on the position and the length. From what position, what is the length? From what position, what is the length? In that way, I have to do. Correct? That is what I have to do with the. That is what I have to do with the substring. But when it comes to the scan, it is not like that. I'm not going to consider what is my first position, second position, what is the length. I don't do it. I'll check what is going to be the data based on the delimiter. Suppose if I want my first name here, let's say first underscore name is equal to scan of my variable, comma, just to say which one I want to extract. Can I say, if I consider this as my delimiter, before the delimiter first word, correct? Suppose if I need, I can say that this is my surname. If I need my first name is going to be, if I consider space as a delimiter, it is going to be the second word. My last name is going to be my third word. Am I correct? With the respect to the space, first word, second word, third word. So how I'm extracting the words? The words I'm extracting based on this space. Correct? Let's see. Remember, you can ask me a question, Murli, why you are not mentioning a delimiter here? Because the default delimiter here is going to be space. Guys, basic extraction, all of you are able to understand? I just want to extract something based on the delimiter. But as long as space is a delimiter, I don't mention it. Okay. Why can't I go with another one? Let's say I'm just going with a comma. Now I do the same. Still I'm getting, right? Let's say other than space and comma, try something else. Let's say star. Now see this. What you can understand here? The delimiter, it is identifying on its own. One of the easiest way of understanding this is one of the commonly asked interview question when it comes to the version upgrades. When it comes to the version upgrades, if I want to go ahead and talk about the difference between SAS 9.2 and 9.4 till SAS 9.2. I cannot recollect anything other than the space as a delimiter. Only space will be taken as a delimiter. From 9.4 onwards, whatever here is the delimiter, it will automatically identify it. If you want, you can specify that as well, like this. I can specify this like this as well. I need to mention my delimiter is a space. In that way also you can do. So I'll tell you where it is useful. Someone has given your data like this. Tenali star, okay, Tenali, comma, Murali star Krishna. This is your data. I just want only two things there. Number one, my surname is Tenali, my first name is going to be, let's say, Murali star Krishna. Now what is happening here? By default, wherever the special character is coming, it is automatically truncating that. But I need to tell SAS that, hey, don't consider any special character as a delimiter. My delimiter in this case is going to be only comma. If we go with any other thing rather than the comma, it is not going to be a delimiter for me. Now you can see, if I put like this, it is going to say, before comma, the first word is Tenali, that is going to be my surname. After comma, this entire thing is going to be my first name, that is Murali Krishna. Do you understand now the differences, guys? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? I went in a flow because simple topic, how the SAS is going to extract, I'm teaching you. Questions?
Can you repeat the second one once again, Murli?
Which one?
The you gave the Tenali Murli Krishna, like only the first name and the surname and the first name.
Okay. Suppose if I don't put this, if I don't specify a delimiter, చెప్తానండి. If I don't put this delimiter, okay, what it will understand is wherever I have a special character, each special character is going to be a delimiter for it. So what it will understand is this is my total give me a moment. It's going to say that wherever delimiter is there, it is going to break it. That can be a space, that can be a comma, that can be a star, that can be anything. Okay, now it will say that based on the delimiter, my first word is going to be this. My second word is going to be this. My third word is going to be this. Is that understandable? How it is splitting the data? All of you, first of all, whether you give space, whether you give comma, whether you give star, whatever you give there, right? Even if you give mix of characters also, it simply divide that, or it will simply separate each one based on the delimiter. Any special character, it will consider as a delimiter. Is that clear? How the delimiters are taken? Everyone?
Yes.
అనిత గారు మీకు ఇది అర్థమైందా అండి నేనేం చెప్తున్నానంటే ఓకే కూల్ పర్ఫెక్ట్ సపోజ్ ఇఫ్ ఐ గివ్ దిస్ వన్ ఇఫ్ దిస్ is my code, what is my code is telling here? I'm asking surname scan. I want to go for a scan. The scan function, how I want to do is from the name take the first one. This is the name, right? This is the entire name. I have already split into 3 words because based on the delimiter it automatically got a split. The first word is going to be Tenali, so my first name is going to be Tenali. Similarly, my second letter, that is second one, is going to be my first name. My last one is going to be my last name. Correct? What is the case? The case is going to be this. If I give the data like this, if my name is given like this, based on the space, it's split into 3. Tenali, Murali, Krishna. Each one is going to be 1, 1. Now, let's say this is the second instance. All of them are commas. Still, since all of them are commas, and when I go with a code like this, the same code if I go with, system still will understand like this only. Hey, first of all, user has not defined what is the delimiter is. Since he has not mentioned any delimiter, whatever the special characters comes, each special character is going to be my delimiter. I'll split like this. Is that clear? Suppose if I go like this, this time each one is star, but still user haven't mentioned anything. So my first delimiter, so this is my first word, second delimiter, my word, third delimiter, my word. That's it. Directly it will scan it. Because as long as I'm not mentioning what is my special character is. Come to a case where my data is like this, comma and star. But still star is a delimiter for me, comma is also a delimiter to me, and user haven't mentioned any delimiter. So what I understand is each delimiter I'll treat it as the same way only. So this is my first word, this is my second word, this is my third word. But the moment I give my delimiter here, let's say if I put comma as a delimiter now, what is going to happen? This is my delimiter. So what is my first word now? This entire thing is going to be my first word. This is my second word. There is no third word. Third word is going to be null, blank. Am I correct? Is this concept understandable?
Yeah,
everyone?
Yes.
If I don't mention anything, any special character is a delimiter. But the moment I mention something, for an example, if I mention like this, I just say that star is my delimiter. The moment I say star is a delimiter, what is going to happen? This is my first word. Am I correct? This entire thing is going to be my second word. Is that understandable, guys? Everyone? There's no third word because there is no another star. All of you are able to understand how scan works?
If you give
Anita, Swati,
star
Tulasi. Sorry?
If we give the star and the comma as delimiter, then it will be like 3 words, right?
It will be more. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyone? Any other questions?
Yeah, yes, one question. Like here we have only one record. So what if we have 3 records and out of
How many numbers?
yeah, out of 3 records, 2 records
Sorry,
has
Tulsi, sorry, I'm
yeah.
losing your voice. Could you please be a bit louder?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah. My question is like, what if we have 3 records and out of 3 records, 2 records has a single name called like a single name, and the third record has like 3 words as a single name. In that case, like how to give the code?
Okay. Still, it is going to be the same. Let's say that if my data is like this. Okay. Before I go to your question, how about others? All others are able to understand? Antagar?
So until first delimiter name 1 and second delimiter name 2 అని అవుతుంది సార్.
అర్థం కాలేదండి ఈ క్వశ్చన్ నాకు అర్థం కాలేదు.
ఫస్ట్ డీలిమిటర్ వరకు నేమ్ 1, సెకండ్ డీలిమిటర్ వరకు నేమ్ 2 స్కాన్ దగ్గర.
ఎస్, మీరు సింపుల్ గా డీలిమిటర్ తో స్ప్లిట్ చేసుకోవాలి. మీరు ఏ డీలిమిటర్ ఇలా స్పెసిఫిక్ గా
1 to 3
చేయకపోతే
డీలిమిటర్
1 to 3 డీలిమిటర్ కాదండి, ఏ వర్డ్ అనేది ఫస్ట్ వర్డా సెకండ్ వర్డా థర్డ్ వర్డా అంటే ఇప్పుడు నాది ఇది అనుకోండి, దీంట్లో ఇది నా డీలిమిటర్ పక్కన పెట్టేస్తుంది, ఇది నా డీలిమిటర్ పక్కన పెట్టేస్తుంది. మొత్తం ఎన్ని వర్డ్స్ ఉన్నాయి? 3. ఇక్కడ 1 అని ఉంటే ఫస్ట్ వర్డ్ తీసుకోమని, ఇక్కడ 2 అని ఉంటే సెకండ్ వర్డ్ తీసుకోమని, ఇక్కడ 3 అని ఉంటే థర్డ్ వర్డ్ తీసుకోమని. అర్థమైందండి? Any other questions from anyone, guys? Except the question from Tulsi. The question from Tulsi is going to be like this. Let's say, what if my first name is like this, my second name is going to be O, my third name is going to be Srihari. Tulsi, is that meet your requirement? If I have data like this.
Yes.
I can get the same code. Let's say data emp, right? Input. Let's say I'm just going with the name. Let's say $30. It will read the entire name. Yeah. That is another question. By default, any special character you can consider as a DLL. Exactly. That is how you need to understand. Correct. Let's say input name $30. Now, let's say that data lines. Here it is. Data lines. I'll read it as it is. Unwrap. So what I need now. Let's say for this particular guy, whatever I have the first word, let's say that is going to be the first name, or it will make more sense. It is going to be the data is going to be like this. Whatever is going to be the first word, that is going to be my first name. Whatever is going to be the last word, that is going to be whatever is going to be the last one is going to be the last name, right? This guy has first name, middle name, and last name. Okay, or I can consider that as first name, last name, and surname. So there are 3 things I have to read. So first name I should read, last name I should read, surname I should read. Okay. Now the question is, for the first person, all the 3 are exist. For the remaining 2%, those are not.
Murli, it should be middle name. Last name and surname would be the same, right?
Okay, I just given like this. Okay, fine. Let's go like this. Okay, no issues. Okay. Now, for the first person, I have all the 3 names exist. So based on him, I'm writing, let's say, substr of my default delimiter is going to be the space. So based on the space, if you take the first word, that is going to be my first name.
Scan.
If I take second, it is going to be, sorry, scan. I'm thinking something, sorry. Yeah. If I take second word, that is going to be middle name. If I take third word, that is going to be the surname. Correct? So what is the expected output now? Can I say my expected output is going to be like this? My first name, middle name, surname. My expected output is going to be Murali, like this for the first one. Now you guys tell me what I can get it for the second one. Now you guys tell me. For the record number 2, where my blue colored ball is here. So what is going to be the output that you are thinking?
First name would be Om.
First name will be Om.
Yeah, middle name would be blank and surname would be blank.
But blanks are nothing but your missing value.
Missing
Correct?
values. Yes.
Right. How about the next one? Sri. I have the middle name Hari, but this guy doesn't have your last name. Am I correct? So Tulasi, now you are clear? If you want, I can run it for you. Done? Is that what your expected output is? Can you see? Murali, Krishna,
Yes, yes.
Tenali, Om, both of them are missing values. Sri Hari, missing value. Is that clear?
Yeah, clear.
If it is there, you are going to get it. When it is not there, there is nowhere that you are going to get it. Right? The same scan function, guys, I can also write it in a different way. The same scan function. For an example, I'll take this. I can write it like, for an example, the same one I can take. Instead of giving the positive integers, I can give the negative integers. Meaning, this is my last one, right? I need Tenali. Tenali is going to be from the opposite direction, third word. Correct? From the left to right, first one. From right to left, that is from the opposite direction, it is the third word. Correct? Ideally, it is going to be a third word. It is going to be a second word. It is going to be a first word in opposite direction. But how to mention the direction? I'll simply say minus. I'm simply telling that if I put minus, the meaning is look from the other direction. That is, read the data from right to left. When I'm reading from right to left, you can see that first word, second word, third word. The third word is going to be the surname. Make sense, guys? Simple concept. They're going to get it same, no differences at all. Tenali, Murali, Krishna. But you are asking system not to go from left to right. Instead of that, you are going from the right to left. Is that clear to everyone? Is that clear?
Yes, Murali.
All right. Any questions from anyone?
When will you use this?
Same thing. If I have a word, if I have a string, I want to extract part of that particular string based on the delimiter. One of the example is first name, last name. This is one
From
of the
right
examples. That
to
is up to you.
left.
That is up to you. That is up to you. Okay. If you ask me, okay, wonderful, wonderful. Let me tell you. If I ask me, hey, I always, when I can use a right, because there should be an answer, right? There should be a reason why we are doing it, right? Okay, let's go with this. Om, let's say that Murali Krishna Tenali. Let's go with some other name here. Bindu Party Bandla. Right? Let's say here Venkata Sai Kishan Koppavarapu. My friend names is all this, don't worry. Now you can see. I need the surname, guys. I need the surname. How do you write it? 50. Just forget about this. I'm just reading the name first. Okay. I need only the surnames. What is the surname here? The surname is going to be the last word in each name, correct? If I want to go with the position, for the first one I need to read the third word. For the second one I need to read the second word. For the last one I need to read the fourth word, correct? I cannot give a constant name in the scan, right? Am I correct? I just need a surname, guys. If I want to write the surname, okay, I just want to go with a scan. If I want to go with a scan, the problem here is going to be scan name, comma. For the first one, it should be 3. For the second one, it should be 2. For the third one, it should be 4th. Am I correct? It's difficult, right? But if you see, if I put -1, what will happen? For everything, it is going to be the last from the extreme right-hand side word is going to be my surname only. So even if it is going to be a third word, fourth word, fifth word, I don't mind. From the right-hand side, it is going to be the first word. Done? Have I read it correctly? Now you guys understand why I should go for this particular one. Anita? Is that clear?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Thanks for asking. Everyone, any other questions on this? Any questions, guys? Okay. Next one is I want to go with Tranwrd. Let me know if you have any questions, because I'm understanding that there are no questions. I'm proceeding further. But if you have any other questions, ask me. Tranwrd. For an example, I'll tell you what is called Tranwrd is and why should I use it. Okay. Let's say there is a small bakery and they are very famous for the puffs. Let's say bakery. So input, I'm just reading item, or I can say puff. What puff it is? Let's say data lines. Under the data lines, I'm just going with, let's say here I'll go with 30 dot. Egg puff, and then veg puff, and then chicken puff. Or I can say that paneer puff, and mushroom puff. Let's say that this bakery is purely a veg one, a veg bakery. They will not go with any non-veg items. But I can see that there is one non-veg item, egg puff, which is not there, but someone accidentally updated it. It is not a egg puff, it is going to be veg puff only. But someone, instead of writing the veg puff, they have written egg puff. How I can correct this? Someone has accidentally entered this particular data. I want to replace a whole word. I need to replace a word. Or I can also give a meaningful one. Let's say chicken puff. I'll tell you why I have changed it. I want to replace chicken with a veg. That is my requirement. How to do it? Because if I go with the egg, the number of letters are going to be the same. You think of substring left, correct? You use substring left and you can replace it, right? Yeah, but that is not my requirement here, is because now if I change the lengths, right? Since they change the length, it automatically, I cannot replace a 3 things with 5 or 6 letters, correct? So here I am replacing a word, complete word, with another word. So for this, I can go with Tranwrd. So puff is equal to Tranwrd of, right? My source and the target and the replacement. My source is going to be puff. I want to replace, since it's going to be a string, right? I have to put it in the double quotes. I want to replace chicken with veg. That's it. Where I want to replace, what I want to replace, with what I want to replace. Done? Is that clear, guys? It is a word-to-word replacement. It won't bother about the length. It won't bother about what is the starting position, what is the ending position, nothing. And also I can tell one thing. There is somewhere here, let's say puff chicken is there. Someone has mentioned puff chicken. So now here also I need to replace this chicken with veg, right? Suppose if I want to go with substring left, only based on the position I can do. But it is not about the position. Anywhere in the string, if I want to replace the word, I can replace it. Can you see? It doesn't bother about what position it is. It only bother about, do I have the word chicken in my entire name or not? As long as it finds it, it will replace it. Make sense, guys? Can you understand now the difference between substring left and Tranwrd? Anyone? Any questions?
Basically, substring goes with the length, right? In here, it goes with the word.
Substring goes with the length. Substring also goes with the position.
Position, yes.
Yeah. Here I don't need to bother about the position. I don't need to bother about the length. Anywhere in my entire variable, wherever I find it, I can replace it. Guys, questions? Able to understand the difference between? You can also have a quick check here. You can see here I have used substring left. So I'm going with the substring left. I have clearly mentioned what is my starting position is, how much length I have, and with what I have to replace. Everything I need to mention on the phone, right? Only if it is going to be first position, from the first position 6 characters only it is going to replace. Correct? Correct. But if I come back to this, it is not going to be like this. From the first position, not only 3 characters. Sorry, from the first position, not only 6 characters. Even this is from 5th position to 6th characters. It never mind what is the position, what is the length. All it is going to do is, do I have a word or not? If I have a word, replace it. Word to word replacement. Clear? Any questions from anyone? Okay. Hope no questions. Yeah, I'm going with the next one. The next one is going to be translate. The translate is pretty much same as your Tranwrd. A small difference, a very small difference. Let's take the same example, but when it comes to the translate, it is going to be a bit different. That is, it never bothers about let's say wherever capital P is there, wherever capital P is there, I want to replace that with this small p. Wherever capital V is there, I want to replace that with the small v. What I have to do? This is my requirement. Capital P need to replace with small p. All right. And wherever I have capital V, I want to replace that with the small v. It is not only for the capital letters and small letters. I want to say that one letter to letter, wherever I have this letter to letter, I want to replace. Right. So now I can go with here, translate. Can you see? Small change in the syntax also. Of comma. What I have to say before, what to replace with what to replace. Here it is going to be different. What I want to replace should be on the right hand side. I want to replace capital P with the small p. I want to replace capital V with small v. You can put any number of characters. It is going with individually. It is not going to say PV word with PV word. It is going to replace capital P with small p, capital V with small v. That is letter to letter replacement. How many letters are there? It is going to replace all of them. Can you see? This capital P becomes small p, small capital V becomes small v, capital P becomes small p, correct? If you want to do some irregular thing, let's say that Murli, instead of E or F or something, can you do something else, right? maybe I have E. I want to replace E with N, guys. Just E with N. I want to replace E with N. N. I want to replace E with N. Because you can see that here I have E, here I have E, here I have two E's. Both the E's it is going to convert. Here I have E, it is going to convert. Just understand letter to letter replacement. How many letters are there? All the letters it is going to replace. Can you see this? E become capital N, E become capital N. Double E's are there, both the E's becomes capital N. Here I have E, E become capital N. Understandable, guys? If your requirement is word to word, go with Tranwrd. If your requirement is letter to letter, how many letters are there? All the occurrences I want to replace. I go with translate. Based on the position I want to do, then I can go ahead with substring left. There are three replacement options. One, if you know the position and if you know the length, go ahead with substring left. I want to replace only the character, individual string of characters, go with translate. I want to replace word to word, I can go ahead with the Tranwrd. All of you are clear? Any questions? Questions?
I want to ask something.
Yes, please go ahead.
In translate, in the previous statement, when we converted PV, right? PV into PV. So there's a sequence of PV and PV. So we have to maintain the sequence, or we can do it otherwise, like PV and VP.
No. In that case, suppose if you do PV with VP, capital V will be replaced with small p, capital P will be replaced with small p.
Okay. Thank you.
Same position. Questions? Any questions from anyone? Okay. That's a small change in the sequence, guys. I'm just changing the sequence. I'm bringing the count function to the top and also compare function to the top. I'll finish these two, 11, 12, 13, and 14. I'll just change the order. Now I'm going with count functions. Let's take this one. This is a good example. I have employee names. All right. All I need is, I need the count of words, guys. How many words are there? In each name, how many words are there? All right. In each name, how many words are there? That is my question. Okay. So how I can do this? I can simply do that by using, let's say, count. Let's say word count. Word count is equal to count of name. It will simply give me the count. What happened? Why it throws the error? Some error. It's saying doesn't have. Okay. I have to mention what is my delimiter. Okay, give me a second. What it is doing? Just give me a second, guys. I'm not a big fan of using the functions. I do it in a different way. Specifies a character constant variable which seem to be constant in the modifiers. Okay, I think this is different. Count W, name, command. I have to go with, I think, name. Yeah. Sorry, guys. It's count W. For the words, it is going to be count W. Count is there, count C is there, count W also there. I'll give you what is called count is. First of all, is this clear? First, I want to see how many number of words are there. I can go with the count W function. It will simply give me there are 3 words here, there are 2 words here, there are 4 words here. Right? In the same one, I can also go with count. Let's say I just need the letter count, guys. What is that? I just need how many characters are there. Just how many characters are there, nothing else. In that particular case, that is letter count. How many letters are there? Then I'll go with count of. Here you can see, if I take this entire one, how many of them are there totally? 22 are there, correct? This is the position 1, so totally 21 characters are there. Let's say I don't want spaces, right? If I don't want spaces, what I can do? I can use compress. So compress of name, what it is going to do? It is going to remove the spaces, correct? And then it is going to calculate the remaining, correct? Now I'll say the substring I have to give. So I can give any substring. It is going to be a character, constant, or a variable, or anything. So first I'll say double quotes. Let's see what it is going to do for you. Oh, sorry. I'm doing something wrong.
Is it count or countw? In here, the letter count is equal to.
Sorry? No, letter count is not word. I'm not looking at the words. I'm looking at the total number of characters. How many characters are there? That's what I'm looking.
Count C, you have to mention C there.
No. The thing is, there is something fishy. I'm not able to figure it out why. But I'm just thinking, because I generally what do is, if I need the letter count, I don't use this method. I'll go with the other method. Because how many letters are there? If I want to do it, I can simply do like this. If I want to do on my own, I won't use much of the functions. Instead of that, I'll simply say length of compress of name. That is going to be the same time here. 21 I'll get. That's 20 I'll get for the first one. 19, because if the total length is going to be 21, if I remove the 2 spaces, it is going to be 19. It's straightforward. I generally use this particular method. I'm just trying to understand count. I haven't used much. I'm just trying to understand what is the use of count. You understand what I'm trying to say? If I need the individual letters, I can use this method. I can directly get it. I just compress it. I just go with the length. It is automatically give me total. CountC function, I know what it will do. For an example, if I want to see what CountC function will do is, okay, let's go with the CountC. I'll tell you later. I want only the uppercase count. I want only the uppercase count. Let us say upper count. Then I can say CountC. This function I'm very clear. I'll say that name, comma, all the upper list. That is A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. I'll give like this. If I need lower count, all the small case count, if I need it, I can simply put lower count here. I'll say CountC. All this entire thing here is there now. I'll just convert it into the lower. Now you can see it is going to give me the uppercase count and lowercase count. See, there are 3 uppercase characters, M, K, T. So 3 I got. There are 2 capital letters, B and P. I got 2. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. The remaining are going to be the small case characters, right? That is the reason I use CountC. CountC function I'm 200% sure. CountD also, CountW also I'm sure. Count I haven't worked on that much because I only need, whenever I need something, I can always write a code for it if I don't know the function. But I'll see to the count function what it is and I'll explain that. Okay. For now, just go with count.
Yeah, just one thing, Murli. Is a input name we are giving, right? Is it the word count or the name count in the first line?
It is a word count. How many words are there? 3 words are there. 1, 2, 3. 2 words are there. 1 and 2. 4 words are there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a word count.
Okay. So the length we are not getting. That's what you are saying, right?
No, we are not getting the length. We are just going with the word count. If I need the total length, I can go with the length function.
Okay.
My requirement is how many words are there in this name? How many words are in this name? How many words are there in this name? Right? Any questions on this, guys? Count, I haven't teach you yet. Count, I'll check and I'll teach you because I generally don't use that. That's the reason I got stuck here. But don't worry, I'll check that and I'll let you know. Okay, count function is still pending from my end. I'll see to that. Any questions up to this? Can I get a quick confirmation? Okay. Now I'll give you a small task for your weekend. Small task. Don't depend on Google. Strictly, I'm telling you, don't depend on Google. Right? If you give me the logic also, I'm okay. But don't depend on the Google. Right? My requirement is here. Task. The same example. You can see here. From above example, find word count without using countw function. Don't use countw and get it. I'm asking, don't use countw. You can use any other function. I have covered the functions which are required to calculate it already. So don't use countw and write a code and give me what is the word count. Similarly, this is the first one. The second one is find uppercase count and lowercase count without using countc function. Guys, can you do it? Question is understandable? Can I have a quick confirmation from everyone? Question is understandable to everyone? I'm asking, don't use countw function. Countw function, if you use it, you will directly get it. Countc function, if you use it, directly you'll get it. Don't use countc and countw, but give me the total word count. I need this output. I need this output. The total output I need. But don't use count and countw and countc functions. Your requirement clear? Can I get a confirmation?
Yes. And I think you already just did it with the length function.
You do whatever you want, but I need this output. Write a code and give it to me. Right? Okay, I'll also give you this code. This is how I need. Sample output also I'll give. This is my sample output. Yeah, can you try this, guys? This is how my sample output should look like. Questions from anyone? Any questions from anyone?
Yeah, one small question. Like this is about the assignment you gave last week. So, are we going to discuss the solutions for the questions in the assignment?
Yes, 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 we will. Otherwise, how it will be? Because just for the benefit of everyone, yes, I will discuss once. Definitely, I'll discuss.
Okay.
Otherwise, it is difficult, na?
Yes, yes.
I'll definitely discuss.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just say module number 2. In the module number 2, I'll say character functions. Done. Go with my Gmail. Let me send it right away. Otherwise, I'll forget. questions, guys? Meanwhile, I can answer that.
Sir. Hello.
Sorry.
Sir, I have sent mail regarding assignment.
I'll check that. And I haven't checked any of your mails so far. Okay, but I'll check that and then do it. Okay, because I'm not finding the time. I'll only do it weekends. I'll only do it during the weekend, so I'll do it. Okay. Let me see if I miss anyone from here. Reply all. Let's delete numbers. Edit subject. Jan 2021. Let's see who's all there. Sai Haider is there. Anita, Mahendra, Tulsi, Asmi, Shiru. Who's this? Harni Reddy, Usha, and Paladu Swat 96. Okay. Then module 2, character functions. I have to include Balusar as well. It may be useful. Let's find this. Yeah, I'm done. Okay, guys, have a good weekend. Today I'll send character functions, other functions as well, because I'll just give you the reference so that you can also read to that. Okay. And weekend I'll go with your all the assignments, who and all completed it, who and all reached to me. I'll go with all of your assignments and I'll reply back to you. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Bye. Have a nice weekend.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. See you. Hey, everyone. Good evening. Welcome. Hope all are doing good. Can we see anyone solve the assignment? I cannot find the solution. Okay. Fine. Take some more time, not an issue, and let me know. If you cannot do, then we can try, right? And today also I have received some of the questions. I'm not finding time to answer them. Don't worry, I'll answer. All right. Okay. Let's proceed with, I think we have done up to this. So we have compare, concatenation, and left trim and strip functions, correct? Let's proceed with them. So before I start this one, guys, any other questions? Have we done this? So this is what you're talking now, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah. Actually, I have seen, but I cannot find out that which function I should use. I use like index is not work, find, but so I don't know really.
it's okay. So let's see. You said you got for one question. Yeah, I think you already dropped me an email as well, correct?
Yes, I sent you an email yesterday and I got only for one question. So I could not figure out for other one.
No problem. Let's others also proceed with that. We can discuss on it. Not an issue. Okay, I'll just keep this as a separate one. I'll just cut this. I'll keep it as I'll just rename this as tasks, and under the task I'll keep this. Okay, we'll discuss once we complete all the functions. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and talk about compare. This is the next topic that we are talking, right? So how the compare works. So whenever I want to compare two strings, there I will go with compare function. All right. So what compare will do is it will compare two functions and it will give where you have the discrepancies and which position you have the difference. Okay. For an example, let's say data is name1 is equal to Murali, and let's say name2 is equal to same Murali. Let's say both the names are same, right? And then I just go with compare is equal to compare function as it is compare of. All right, I need to go with the string1 comma string2. Just I need to go with string1 and string2. So my string1 is nothing but name1, my string2 is nothing but name2. Modifiers, I'll tell you what are the modifiers I can use here. So for now, just we go with the straight comparison of string1 and string2. Now I don't find any difference here, right? So I'll get that comparison is 0. I'll get COMP value as 0 because I don't find any difference. Both of them are same. So since I don't find difference, I'll get 0. What happened? Just a second. Oh, I have not selected data. Now you can see name1 is Murali, name2 is Murali. The comparison is 0 because there is no difference in name1 and name2. Suppose if there is any difference, let's say that this is going to be something called Krishna. So both the strings are entirely different, right? Both the strings are entirely different, right? So in which position I have the difference? Can I say the first position itself I have the difference? So I'm going to get comparison value as my 1. That is, in which string I have the difference, in which position I have the difference, that position I'm going to get there. So when I compare Krishna with Murali, in the very first position itself I have the difference. I got the value as 1. For an example, I have Murali and the second one is Madhav. So where I have the difference now? Can I say that at position number 2 I have the difference, right? The first position is same for both of them. At position number 2 I have the difference. So my comparison value is going to be 2. Make sense, guys? How the string comparison is happening? Remember, string comparison is case sensitive. Let's say I have Murali here and the other one is small n. So what is the difference now? At very first position itself I have the difference. Don't worry, you are getting -1 1. Both of them are going to be the same only. It is a position, it is going to give the direction. When it comes to the lower case and upper case, it will give the -1. Don't worry about it. It is going to be remains going to be the same, right? But if I want to say, hey, these two are same except the case. So why can't I use a modifier? One of the modifier I can use here is going to be I. I stands for ignore case. What is that? Ignore case. I stands for ignore case. And if I do this, can you see? So you guys able to understand what I'm trying to say? So it will compare two strings and it will return the position where the difference is. Okay. By default, string comparison is not case sensitive. Right? At any point of time, if I want to ignore the case, I need to put I in front of it. Can I get a clarity? All of you are able to understand this? Questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I can also go with some more modifiers. For an example, the other one is Murali, but I have a lot of leading spaces. some spaces are there, but still whenever there is a space, can I say that space is also a character, right? It's a white space, right? White space is also a character, right? So it is comparing the white space with the M, and obviously both of them are different. I'm going to get the difference at position number 1, right? So to avoid that, I can go with the another modifier, and that modifier is L. L stands for it will avoid leading spaces. Now you understand? What are the leading spaces I have here? The leading spaces are ignored and it is comparing. Make sense? Is it understandable to everyone? Right.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Any questions from anyone? Okay. First, let me complete one small topic here as left, trim, and strip, and then we can go ahead with the concatenation at the last topic. Okay. So let me help you with how this left, trim, and strip functions will work. These will be used to avoid leading as well as the trailing spaces. What do you mean by leading spaces? Let's take this particular one. I have my first name, I have my middle name, and I have my surname. Let's say that my first name is equal to Murali, but remember before Murali, accidentally I have put some spaces. So before the name I have, can I say these are leading spaces? Can I say these are leading spaces? Right? If I have anything after the name or after the value, let's say my middle name is Krishna, and after Krishna I have some spaces. These are called trailing spaces. These are called trailing spaces. Then I have a surname, let's say Tenali. Tenali has some leading spaces and also have some trailing spaces. First of all, you guys understand what is called leading spaces and what is called trailing spaces? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, but leading, yeah. Now the leading spaces and trailing spaces I want to handle. To handle that, we will go with left, trim, and strip functions. So can you see here? I can see some leading spaces here. I can see some trailing spaces here. I can see leading as well as the trailing spaces here. I want to avoid all of them. So to handle leading spaces, left. What is that? First _1. I'm just creating a new variable just to show you the comparison is equal to left of your variable name. Now compare. Can you see? The first has leading spaces here. Space is there, but for the first one I don't have any space, right? So to handle the leading spaces, I can go ahead with the left function. To handle the trailing spaces, I have to go with trim function. Let's say middle _1 is equal to handle these trailing spaces, I need to go with trim. Trim avoid your trailing spaces. So now you can see for what is the middle one? Oh, I use the same thing. I have to go with the middle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Now I can see that the trailing spaces has been removed, but you cannot see here. The reason why I cannot see here will be that's the way the SAS will show it. You can see. All right, that's the reason I cannot say it, but this one has some trailing spaces. After this, some trailing spaces are there. This one doesn't have any trailing spaces because it has been removed. Okay, then I want to remove both leading as well as trailing spaces. How I can do? I want to remove both leading as well as trailing spaces. To remove leading spaces, I'll go with left. Whatever the output is there, on this output, I'm going to apply trim. So what will happen now? First, innermost function will work. This function will avoid all the leading spaces, and then the trim function will avoid all your trailing spaces, so that your surname 1 doesn't have any of the leading as well as the trailing spaces. Done? Suppose, Murli, is there any other function which will do both the work for me? Yes. That is nothing but your strip function. Strip by default remove your leading as well as the trailing spaces. Make sense? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? What is left, what is trim, and what is strip? Left will handle your leading spaces. Trim will handle your trailing spaces. Strip will handle your both leading as well as the trailing spaces. Make sense? Any questions? Wherever you want to handle space, there you are going to use this space handling functions, either left or trim or strip. You can do also one thing. Hey Murli, I'm not interested to do all this. Why can't I simply use for everything strip? Will it work? Will it work? Yes or no,
it's
guys?
supposed to. Yes.
Yeah,
It
because
should
it
be.
will automatically handle both your leading as well as trailing spaces. My work is too easy. All right. So it can work on your leading spaces, it will work on trailing spaces, it will work on both the leading and trailing spaces as well. So as per your requirement, you can be specific to a left function or trim function. If not, you can directly work on your strip function as well. No issues. Anita, Harini, Hasmi, yeah. Questions, please.
So what is the use for left and trim? Because we can use all the time strip.
Okay. There are some specific cases, especially in macros. In macro, that is what we are going to discuss as a module number 8. Whatever the character functions we are using here, not all these character functions will be available in macros. But macros, wherever I want to do some, string or leading spaces I want to remove on macro variables, not on the dataset variables, on macro variables. So there you have these functions. For an example, sub is equal to percentage left. This function is available there. Can you see this? Percentage left function is available, which can be used for your removing your leading spaces. So these are the implications. What are the character functions are there? The respective functions in the macros are available. If you ask me straightforward question, Murli, when I have left and trim, why I'm going with this strip? The answer is, I can answer in a different way. The one answer is the equivalent variables always as their equivalent variables in the macros. That is one answer, right? The other answer is going to be, if I go with left, it only check your leading spaces. That is, for each variable, in each variable value, it need to check only the leading values and it will remove it. Suppose if you apply strip, unnecessarily it has to check leading spaces as well as trailing spaces. It need to make 2 checks. For every value, it need to make 2 checks. It will increase your processing time. So wherever it is needed, then you can go ahead with the strip. That is, both the leading and trailing spaces are there, then you can go ahead. If there is only leading spaces, why unnecessarily bombard my system by asking for check at the leading as well as at the trailing? It will increase your processing time, right? So that's the reason you check what is your requirement is. If it is only left, go with only left function. That is the leading trails. If I have trailing spaces, go with only trim. If I have both of them, I can go ahead with this.
So there's a question.
Okay, yeah.
My question is, if we have data with leading spaces and trailing spaces in one variable, how do we do that?
That's what strip I'm doing, right? Strip is for both leading and trailing spaces. It will remove both of them.
Okay,
That's what
like
it is.
yeah, exactly. In this example, like we are using 3 variables, right? First name, middle name, and surname. There are 3 variables altogether. I am saying this like if we have all these spaces like leading and trailing in a single variable, can we how do we do that?
Yeah, the same thing I'm telling to you, Heather. Here you can see only one variable, right? In one variable, I have leading space as well as the trailing space. To handle both of them, I'm using the strip.
Okay,
Am I understanding that your question in a different way?
No, and I got it. You're right. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So we can also use T, I guess, isn't it? Harni, you can use T also. You can use T also. That is for argument. That is nothing but the third argument. Can you call it as a modifier? You can call it as a modifier. Yes. I'm going with the individual functions. You're talking about the modifier. Yeah, Usha, I got your message. Thank you. All right. Now let's go ahead and talk about our last character function, which is nothing but your concatenation. So for doing the concatenation is all about concatenating, that is nothing but joining one or more strings, correct? Let's take this example itself. Let's say I have no leading, trailing spaces, everything is proper. I have 3 names. I want to join these 3 names. I need output like this. My output is going to be, my expected output is going to be, let's say, Murali, Krishna, and Tenan. So I just want to concatenate these 3 variables and I want to create my full name. So my full name is nothing but Murali space Tenan, Krishna space Tenali. So I want to concatenate these 3 variables. So can you tell me how you can do it? So nothing but I need a concatenation operator, right? So for concatenation, I have an operator. At the same time, I have functions. Both of them are available. I have concatenation operator. At the same time, I have the other one, which is nothing but my concatenation function. So first, I'll go with the operator. My operator is going to be like this. So my full name, or I can simply say name is equal to my first name, middle name, surname. I need to concatenate these 3. So to concatenate these 3, I need to put an operator between them. That operator is nothing but 2 pipes. These 2 pipes will stand for concatenation. That is, it will join first name with middle name and middle name with the surname. We'll see. But this is not my expected output, right? It joined all these 3, but I also need the spaces. Somewhere space is there. Yeah. Correct. I also need the spaces between them, right? But here I don't have the spaces, no? I just have Murali, Krishna, and Tenali. I don't have spaces between them. I also need the spaces between them, correct? So to have the spaces between them, the same one I will add like this. Let's say here I'll say name without spaces. Now the next thing is I'm just calling as name underscore 1. This is name with spaces. This is the name with spaces. So to do that, all I need to do is I need to include spaces. Can you see? First, I concatenate with the space, then with the middle name. Then I concatenate with the name, then with the surname. Now you can see. This is what your expected output is. Correct? So in this way, by using a concatenation operator, you can concatenate one or more strings. Is that clear? How the concatenation operator works? Everyone?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, the same concatenation operator, instead of going with an operator, I can also go with the functions. And one of that function is going to be name is equal to cat function. Cat stands for just cat, and I can give all your arguments there. First name, middle name, surname. I want to add these three. I want to join these three. So just cat function followed by first name, middle name, and surname. But just like your previous case, here also I don't get the spaces. It will join simply all this. But I need the spaces between them, right? So to put the spaces, what you need to put? I just put space between them. Am I correct? So it automatically concatenate with the spaces. Done. Now we can see Murali space, Krishna space, Dhanali. All right. The only thing you need to understand, or the only thing you need to remember here is the moment you use concatenation function, the moment you use cat function, the length of the variable become 200. Can you say this? One of the old, I can say that nowadays, I don't know whether the people are asking this question or not, but when we were using SAS, I can say that when I was around 3 years experience, 5 years experience, that is back in 2015, 2016, by that time, you know, this is one of the most common question. So whoever is going to conduct the interview, one of the default question is, what is the difference between concatenation operator and concatenation function? If I go with the concatenation function, and if I do it, whatever the variable that I'm creating there, the variable does not have 200 as a length. It is going to simply add the length, that is nothing but the length of this, the length of this, the length of this. All three lengths it is going to concatenate, and it is going to create the final length. Right? But when I go with the concatenation function, the moment I start using cat function, the variable that I'm creating by using the cat function, the length will be by default 200. Is that understandable? Is that understandable? Everyone? Very, very important thing. Very, very important thing. Right? And there is one more thing, guys. I just use scan, right? Scan function that we have discussed already. Right? I'm just going with the output of the scan function. You can see that the output of the scan function is normal now. But if you use any versions prior to 9.3, that is up to SAS version 9.2, even if you use scan function, the length of the variable is going to be 200. But it got updated in 9.3 onwards. Remember that. Again, the same thing will be applicable here. Sorry. Till your 9.2, even if I use a Tranwrd, the default length is going to be 200. But in SAS 9.4, it got changed. Even you can find this in your documentation. So remember, for 3 functions, totally for 3 functions: scan, Tranwrd, and cat, concatenation. For these 3 functions, if I use these functions and if I create a variable, the newly created variable will have a length of 200. This is for everything, but this is for till SAS 9.2. Till SAS 9.2 version. From SAS 9.4 onward, 9.3 onwards, only for concatenation functions you are going to have the length as 200. For the remaining, the length is not 200. It is going to be as it is. Make sense? You guys remember this? Right? You can also find that in your documentation pages also. If you go with the SAS documentation page, there also you can see this data. Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone? All of you are able to follow this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just for your information. All right. Now, Catt is also done. So now I'm going with another thing. Let's say I have first name followed by some spaces. So many spaces are there. Okay. Now, if I go with the concatenation function, what will happen now? All those spaces will come to my output, right? Can you see? It is not looking good, right? I have Murli followed by some spaces. I should have only one space, but I have more than one space. So this is a classic example of where I have the trailing spaces. So how to avoid this? How to avoid this? Guys, how to avoid this? Can I say I need to go with the trim function? So I have to go with trim of first name and then I have to concatenate. Am I correct? So trim of first is going to remove the trailing spaces in Murli and then it will do the concatenation. Correct? Instead of doing that, I can also do the same with the help of another function which is Catt. Catt stands for trailing. Whatever the variables that I'm using in my Catt function, for all those variables, whatever the trailing spaces are there, all the trailing spaces it will eliminate automatically. Right? Right? Remember, one thing you need to remember. If I use Catt, even the spaces that I'm including also will be eliminated. These are the ones I'm including, right? These also will be eliminated. Everything, it is going to simply concatenate one or more strings and it will not keep any trailing spaces. It will not keep any trailing spaces. You need to remember that. Is that clear? What is Catt? Catt I can use if I don't want any spaces in the trailing. Still, if I want to remove the additional trailing spaces, but I want to include the spaces between the one or more strings. Use Catt function in associated with the trim function. Am I clear?
Yes.
Right. Now, go with the another thing. Let's say I'm just going with this one. So what I have here, I have both leading as well as the trailing spaces, correct? So when I have leading and trailing spaces, how to handle it? Can I say I need to go with the strip of this, similarly strip of middle name, similarly strip of surname. Am I correct? Then only it is going to remove all the leading as well as the trailing spaces. Am I correct? I want to remove both the leading and as well as trailing spaces. But if I want to do it, I need to add strip at each variable. Correct? Just like how you did for the trim. Instead of doing it, I can also do it in an alternative way. Yeah. Questions? Okay. I can also do this in an alternative way. Instead of writing strip function for each variable that I'm using in the Catt function, I can simply go ahead with Catt yes. Catt yes stands for concatenation along with the strip function. What is that? Concatenation along with the strip function. Now you can see if I go with this particular one, I'm going to remove all the leading as well as the trailing spaces. But remember again, I don't get any spaces between them. Make sense? Leading spaces it handle, trailing spaces also it's handle, but it won't keep any of the variables, any of the spaces. So now what I'm trying to understand is I'm looking for something. I need the spaces as well. Between the separators are there, right? I need the separators also. If I don't have separators, it is not looking good to me. So I want to remove all the leading and trailing spaces. At the same time, I want to put a separator between them. So I have to go with space. Now you can see Catx will remove all the leading and trailing spaces, and whatever the separator you are keeping in the first argument, that will be arranged between all the variables. Make sense? It is not only taking care of the leading and trailing spaces. In addition to the leading and trailing spaces, it is also removing the leading. It's also inserting a separator between them. That separator can be anything. It can be a space. It can be star. You can see between everything you are going to get a star. So whatever you are going to keep it here, that is going to come there. For an example, I can put comma and space. That also will come. So each name, Murali, comma, space, Krishna, comma, space, followed by Tenali. In that way, you can get it. Understandable? All of you? Any questions? All good?
Yes.
All right. Wonderful. So now here, I'm going to add one more program. And I'm going to call this as mathematical functions. Let's just go with the numeric functions. Numeric functions. So under the numeric functions, as I mentioned, there are three categories. One is going to be mathematical functions, or I can say mathematical and statistical. And then I'm going to have date and time functions, because both of them will fall under the same, correct? So let's discuss that. And along with this, I also have one more program here. That program is going to be data type conversion functions. So totally we are going to have three types of functions. One is going to be character functions, the other one is going to be numeric functions, and the third one is going to be data type conversion functions. Okay, let me rearrange it. Yeah. So under the numeric functions, the first thing is mathematical and statistical functions. Let's discuss them. All right. So these are very simple functions, guys. Straightforward and very simple functions. Let me have a copy of them so that we can quickly discuss them. Okay. Numerical functions. Mathematical functions. Okay. Let me copy all this, keep it at one place, and then we can discuss them. Right. Okay. So the very first thing I want to do here is mathematical functions. In the mathematical functions, we have some average, mean, these kind of stuff, right? Let's discuss them first. I don't want to confuse you with the put statement for now. Let's discuss the put statement later. So don't worry, what is this put function? What is this null state, null underscore null underscore null underscore? I'll talk about this. Don't worry about it. So we'll talk a little later on it, not now. Okay. First, I'm going with a sample. So for an example, I have 3 numbers, guys. On these 3 numbers, I want to do multiple operations. That is, what is a mathematical function? Generally, we think of addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, this kind of stuff. Okay. For an example, I want to do the addition of it. For addition, subtraction, multiplication, and all, we have operators. For an example, sum is equal to x1 plus x2 plus x3. So I'm going to add all these 3 together. I'm going to get my output. Correct? Direct. But there is always a simple problem with your missing value. That is, suppose if one of that is a missing value, and if I do the addition now, you can see the sum become missing. That is, if you add any value to the missing value, the output is going to be missing value. If you subtract anything from the missing value, the output again is going to be a missing value. If you do any mathematical operation to the missing value, the output is going to be missing value. Is that understandable? Any mathematical operation, if you do with the missing value, the output is going to be missing value only. Is that clear? Right? But how to handle it? It is giving a wrong indication, right? There's supposed to be 7 plus 3 should be 10. I should avoid considering missing value there. So to do that particular one, I have to use a function. That is sum underscore 1. If I directly go with addition by using the operators, I'm going to get my output as a missing only. That is, if I have any missing value, my output is a missing value. Suppose if I go with sum 2, then it is going to be, I'm going to use some function, sum of whatever you want to add. You can simply put there x1, x2, x3. Now my output is going to be, it is not going to be a missing value anymore. It will exclude your missing value and it will do the addition. It will exclude it, it will add these two. Make sense? Questions? Any questions? Understandable, guys? What is the difference between an operator and function? Operator, it will directly add it, but if I'm trying to perform any mathematical calculations on it, I will be end up with a wrong value. But if I go with the function, it will exclude your missing values and it will perform the operations for you. Any questions? I know, very straightforward, but still. Okay. No. Now the same thing I'm doing for average. Average is going to be a mean function. Minimum is directly minimum function. Maximum is directly maximum function. Now you can see. So x1, x2, x3. Sum is going to be 10 because it excluded x3. It considered only 7 plus 3. Average 7 plus 3, 10. Divided by 2, it is not considering 3 values because missing value is not considering for anything. Minimum between 7 and 3, the minimum is 3. Between 7 and 3, maximum is 7. So if I go with the function, the default nature is going to be, it is going to exclude your missing values. Make sense, everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation? Rounding is a bit heavy topic. I'll talk rounding in tomorrow's session. I'll complete other simple functions. Okay, let me do this. All I'm doing here is, so I have 125.25. I want only the integer part of it. That is what is meant by integer part. No decimals. No decimals. no dot and after the values, no decimal points, only the integer part I want. For that I can go with the int function. Int function returns the integer portion of the value. If I run this, the value of a is equal to 125. ABS stands for absolute. That is, you have modulus function, right? In the mathematics, what it is going to do, it is going to avoid all your negative values. Even if you put negative value, it will convert the negative value into positive value. So what is the value of b now? If I use ABS of minus 125.25, the value of b is nothing but the plus 125.25. Correct? Right. Seal. Seal always gives the next highest value. 3.01. The next highest integer value for 3.01 is 4. Am I correct? Only consider the integer part. 3.01. The next highest value is going to be 4. Remember, 3.99 next highest value is also equal to 4 only. Why? I don't consider what I have after 3 dot. The only integer portion I will take, the next highest integer value I'm going to take it. Am I correct? Right? Then I'm going to have floor. Floor is going to give me the next lowest, or I can simply say that the integer portion of your value. If I say 3.01, the integer part of 3.01 is going to be 3. I'm going to get the 3 as a value. Okay. Modulus. What is the value of modulus? It is going to calculate 4 modulus of 2. What is the value of the remainder? The remainder is equal to 0. I'm going to get the remainder value. Let's run all these together. Now you can see integer part of 125.25 is going to be 125. Absolute value of minus 125.25 is plus 125.25. The value of 3.01, the seal of 3.01 is 4. The seal of 3.99 also equal to 4. Floor of 3.01 is the lowest integer value 3. And reminder 4 modulus 2, the remainder is equal to 0. There are so many guys like this, square root, logarithmic value. So whatever you are doing in mathematics, the same straight formula I have it here. In mathematical and statistical function, the only thing or only function you need to put a lot of concentration is nothing but round function. This function is very critical because it will always work in bit peculiar manner. So that's the reason I'll talk about this in the tomorrow session. Meanwhile, let me go ahead with other integer functions which I have talked just now. That is here. Can you see this? Can you guys tell me what is the value of what is the absolute value of minus 45? Can I say plus 45? Exponential value of 3, e power 3. I don't know what is the e power 3 value. Mathematically, I forget that, but it will give you the value. Factorial value of 5, 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Whatever the value is there, that value I'm going to get. Logarithmic value of 23.5. I don't know what is that value because I had to go with the log table for it, logarithmic table for it. Modulus of 10, 2, the remainder is 0. Square root of 16, which is equal to 4. Those are the values I'm going to get. So exponential e power 3 is this. Factorial of 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, 120. Logarithmic of some value is going to be 3.15. Remainder of 10, 2 equal to 0. And factorial square root of 16 is equal to 4. Mathematical functions are very straightforward. The only function that we need to remember or that we need to take little care is going to be your round function. The round function along with your datetime functions, I'll take it tomorrow. Okay. Any questions, guys? All right. So character functions, entire notes I'll send it today. Numeric functions, maybe by tomorrow, once we complete the, not tomorrow, day after tomorrow, 2 days it will take for datetime functions. By day after tomorrow, we can have our datetime functions completed. So my expectation is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. By Thursday, we can complete the functions. By 4th, we can complete all the functions. All right. Any questions? Let me know, guys. If there are no questions, we can wind up the session for today. Thanks, everyone. See you. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, bit stuck with office calls today. It's extended a lot. What more than I thought. That's the reason I just said 8:10 first, and then finally starting the class by 8:20. Okay, fine. Let's start. Any improvement on the 2 questions I have asked? Anyone? Anyone? Any improvements? Did you get a chance to look at them? If it's okay, if not, also okay. Just I want that confirmation.
No, actually, no, Murli.
Okay, fine. That's not an issue. That's not an issue. Okay, let's start. Okay. Today, what we do is we'll because why I'm hesitating to go with that one is that required bit of conditional processing. That is, you should know how to use your if-else. Right, I haven't teach that yet, but I thought you can crack it because you know the basic if how it works. But still, we'll wait. I don't skip it. I'll just keep it in mind. Anyways, once I complete the other part, I definitely go with that one. Okay. Now, so in the mathematical functions, yesterday I have covered all the basics. Mathematical functions are too simple, but I said that there is one function which is very peculiar. That function I'm going to talk now. Okay, remember this one, if you go with the real time, right, the number of occasions you are going to use this is very less. I can say that hardly 1 in 100 cases. But why I wish to concentrate on this one is this particular one is this one sometimes if interviewer wanna stress you at some point, let's say, of course, even though it is not that relevant to his day-to-day work, but still you want to test your competencies by asking some offbeat questions. In such cases, this is one of the question for you, right? So how rounding works is going to be a bit different in SAS, and you have to be very careful about it. Okay, so first you can see I have 12.41. Let me do one thing. Just I cut this one. I just keep it in an order. Okay, I'll just call it as 3, and I'll call this as 2. So I have 12.41, 12.41, 12.52, 12.52. I'm asking system to round off at a ones position, and I'm asking system to round it off at after decimal point the first position, that is units position. Both of them are units position only. 1 means units position, 10 means 10th position, 100 means 100th position, and so on, right? But you might be surprised to see the results. Just give me a second. First I'll show you the output, and then I'll start explaining how it works. So can you see, I'll just copy these answers. I'll just go with an Excel and I'll explain there. So here is your thing. The one that you have actually wanted to round off is the number in the first 2 cases is, okay, let me go with this. Oh, not even the same number, right? I have to go with first two cases. It is 12.41. Yeah, this is 12.41. In second two cases, it is going to be 12.52. This is what you want to round it off, correct? So when you try to do the round off for this particular one, altogether you are seeing a different result. Okay, first of all, let's see, is this your expected result? All of you have expected these results? Have a quick look and tell me, are these expected results for you? So 12.41, this one, I want to round it off at ones position, that is units position, and decimal point position. Again 12.41 at a 12.52 at a units position and at a decimal position. Your results might be bit surprising. If not, let me know. We know that 12.41 rounding off to 12.4, that is we know 12.52 will be rounded off to 12.5, that we know, correct? But why 13 is coming here, why 12 is coming here is the what we need to understand. Okay, first let me explain you how it works. Okay, right. So what is the number I want to take? 12.41. Okay, so here is what my 12.41. At which position I want to do the round off? At units position. At units position. When I am dealing with the units position, how it will work, right? Units position means if I have 12, I have a decimal point and 41. 12 and I have a decimal point followed by 41. Am I correct? That's what my number is, 12.41. What is your units position here? Can I say this is my units position? This is my units position, 1, 2. In the 1, 2, 2 is my units position. Am I correct or not? Everyone? My units position is 2. After the decimal point, units position is 4. Is this correct or not? How many of you able to understand? All I'm trying to say here is what is my units position and what is my decimal point. After decimal point, what is my units position? I can simply say 2. Okay, let's say I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is my number. 5 is my units position, 4 is my tens position, 3 is my hundreds position, 2 is my thousand position, and 1 is my 10,000 position. Am I correct? All of you know this basic mathematics, right? Can I get a quick confirmation, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Because this is what very basic that we need to understand. I know sometimes basics only the one which will create a lot of confusion. So okay, I want to do it a decimal. I don't want to care about the decimal position. I want to do only at a this position, that is 2, correct? That is only ones position. When I want to do ones position, I'm least bothered about after decimal point, whatever I have, I'm least bothered. Okay, then if 12, what is the next highest value for 12, guys? At units position. At units position, what is the next highest
13.
value for 12? Exactly, 13. My next position is 13. If I want to move from 12 to 13, how many positions I want to move? Between 12 and 13, I can say one number, correct? Just one number. Can I say 12 means 12.0, 12.1, 12.2? And if it keeps going on, I'm going to get 13 here. Is this right? 12 is the lowest one, 13 is the highest one. If I want to change from the decimal point 12 to 13, between that I have total 10 positions. Am I correct? Which one is the middle? This one. Correct? Now, what is the number that you have got? 12.41. Where this 12.41 comes to the picture? Let's say from here to here is the lower circle, or I can say lower band. From middle portion to the remaining portion will be call it as higher band. This is my higher band. Now I'm asking you a question. Now I'm asking you a simple question. Where is your 12.41 false? Is it at a lower band or is it a higher band?
Lower band.
Lower band.
Wonderful.
Lower band.
When it falls under the lower band, it will round it off to the lower value. So what is the value now? 12. If it is of 12.5 or any above, 12.5 or above, it will be rounded off to the higher band. Am I correct? That's what it is. Now you can see 12.41, it is on the lower side. So it rounded off to 12. This is your answer. When I have given 12.52 to round it off its units position, where is this 12.52 will come? Lower band or higher band?
Higher
Higher
band.
band.
So obviously where it will go? 13. Can you see this? Now you understand? This is your lower band. So you got this, your number. This is your higher band. So that's the reason you move to 13. You understand why 12.41 round it off to 12 and why 12.52 round it off to 13 when I'm doing a round off at a units position. Is this clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Cool, wonderful. Now, if I want to do 12.41, the same 12.41, but instead of doing it at a ones position, I want to do it at a 0.1 position. That is this one. Can you see? 12.41. This number I want to change. 12.4 has to become 12.5. Am I correct? That is what units position, right? After the decimal point. So can I write the same here? 12.4, 12.41. The 12.4 will become 12.5 when? That is, if it keeps going on, it will become 12.5. Am I correct? This number is correct. So what is my lower band here? My lower band is going to be 12.4. My higher band is going to be 12.5. The middle band is going to be 12.45, the middle value. So now all these are going to be lower band. All this is going to be higher band. Am I correct? First of all, my illustration is correct. All of you understand how I am doing it? Let's take both the numbers here. 12.41 and 12.52. I want to do the round it off at the after the decimal point units position. I want to do the round off. So where this 12.41 falls under? Lower band or higher band?
Lower band.
So this is here. So obviously when it is lower band, what is the value? 12.4. You got it? Why I got 12.4 here? How about this 12.52? 12.52 is on which position?
Higher band.
No. The 12.52 is not in this band at all. This band is between 12.4 to 12.5. You want to move from 12.5 to 12.52 is altogether different. Where it will come? So it is going to be 12.5, 12.51, and like this it is going to be extended up to this. So 12.51 to 12.6. Am I correct? Guys, don't confuse. Let's see. Whatever I have said is correct or not. Quickly check. Quickly check and tell me. Am I correct or not? 12.52
Yes.
is not in this band at all. 12.52, if you want to round it off, 12.5 has to become 12.6. So you need to put the data between 12.5 and 12.6. So 12.52 is in the lower band. It will be rounded off to 12.5. See the color combination. That's the reason I'm putting the colors. Is this making sense? 12.52 is not falling under this. It is not here. It must be here. It is altogether a different case. Correct or not? All of you? Make sense? A small concept. If you understand, it will be easy. If you find a difficulty, ask me. So how you are doing, all you need to do is what position of the value need to change. Just write it down, put a diagram and see whether the value is in the lower end or in the higher end. it is on the lower end, do one thing. If it is on the higher end, do the other thing. This one is clear? Now you understand why I got these numbers? Can I get a quick confirmation from everyone?
Yes, Murli.
Yes, that's fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sure. Now let me go and take another example. Now this one you have to tell answers, everyone. This time I have taken 52.42. Okay, everything I want to do. Okay, 52.42. I want to round it off at 10th position. Remember, after the decimal point, 10th position. What is this? My number is going to be 52.42. I want to do the position rounding at the 0.10 position. What is the value I got there? 52.4. Correct. Now tell me. Nothing but 0.1 position only, right? Same thing, 52.4. Now you guys understand. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Maybe instead of this, I will give you another example that will, because if I go with the same rounds and rounds, it will be a bit difficult to, maybe it will lead to confusion. I just go with the other one. This one will be another classic example where there is a chance, I can say there's a high chance for you to get confused. So let me take this. Copy with headers. Okay, this is my data. First, let's try to understand what are the values we have tried. So we tried 74, 24, 26. 74, 24, 26. All the values, we try to do the round off at 10th position. Remember, 10th place. Now you guys tell me, what do you mean by 10th place here? First of all, everyone, what you mean by 10th place?
After unit, like 70, nearest 70.
4 is the unit place. 4 is the units place. 7 is the tenths place. Am I correct?
Yes.
That's what I explained with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Correct. So my tenths place need to change. What do you mean by tenths place need to be changed? 7 has to go to the next highest value. What is the next highest value to 7? 8. So what is your band now? Can I say your band is going to be your lower band is going to be 70? Your higher band is going to be 80. Am I correct? Am I correct or not? Why I'm saying 70 and 80? I want to change the value of 7 to 8. 7 means it directly will not change. No? 7 means the units tens position, meaning whatever the value you have guys here, that multiply with 10. That is called tens position. Right? Okay. Let's say 74 is nothing but 70 plus 4. Am I correct? This is units position. Mathematics. This is tens position. Am I correct? I want to make a change in the unit tens position. So I'm taking from 70 to 80. Suppose if someone asks me to do the change at units position, then I will take from 74.0 to 75.0. Is that correct or not? Here 12.41 at units position. What are the values you have taken? 12.0 to 12.5. Am I correct or not? So these are your boundaries now. So this is going to be my lower boundary. This is going to be my higher boundary. Correct. So where is my 74? 74 on the lower side. When I round off, it becomes 70. Is this clear or confusion? 24, the same thing. When I want to go from 24, 24 is nothing but 20 plus 4. 20 is the units position, tens position. 4 is the units position. My values has to start from 20. 20 units position need to be changed from 20 to 30. So my next higher band is going to be 30. Correct or not? Now the value that I'm looking is 24, which is on the lower band. So again, it will round off to 20. 26. 26 on the higher side, it will be rounded off to 30.
30.
Easy? Is that clear? You need to understand what you're rounding up. That's it. How good you are at mathematics? That will help you with rounding off question. This is confusing, right? The first one is okay, but this one, 74 y rounding off to 70, 26 y rounding off to 30. Correct? That's how position is important. Which position you are rounding off is important. Questions? Any questions? I'm happy to answer. All of you are clear with us? Don't take too much time here. As long as you are able to follow, I'm happy. Just take 3 examples or 2 examples. Fine. These 2 will be good enough to round it off. Can you see? Units position, ones position, tenths position. All of you are able to follow? Right? This is mainly, guys, I'm telling you, how many times you are going to do the round off function in your day-to-day job? 0. 99% you won't do, right? But for interview purpose, very important. Some interviewers, especially guys like me, will concentrate. Right? There is something called developer ego. So when the developer ego touched, because of the guy who is answering everything, sometimes you may satisfy him, sometimes you may not satisfy. When you're not satisfied, when your developer ego touch, then by the time you will tend to ask these kind of questions. Right? Even if the guy is answering them, you have no option. You will prize him and you will take him. All right. I'm not that bad. I'm just telling you. Okay. All of you clear up to this? Mathematical and statistical functions. Statistical function, I just gone with minimum, maximum, mean, only this. But there are few more that we can do it under the proc univariate. There is a procedure called proc univariate. There we have to discuss about a lot of statistical things. There I will discuss this. Mathematical wise, these are more than sufficient, right? We can concentrate on date and time functions. Most important thing, guys, pay a lot of attention here. This is very, 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 very important, especially interviews. So they will squeeze you in this particular part. No interview will get complete without having questions on date and time functions. These are such important. Again, there are a lot of stuff we are going to discuss here. Number 1, date and time literals. Okay, let's start. Guys, under the ways of creating variables, if you see this one, we have done by using input statement, we done by using length statement, we also done by using the assignment operator, correct? Now, I'm taking that here. So data test, let's say that employee, EMP, name is Murali, age is 35. This is a character I have assigned. This is a numeric I have assigned. Now I want to assign date of join. My current organization, I have joined it on somewhere around 27th April 2020. Now the question is, how I can assign 27th April 2020? If I put like this, let's say 27 April 2020, or you put hyphen, or you put anything. Anything, if I put it into the double quotes, it is going to become a character. So SAS try to store this as a character, but not like a date. Am I correct? Right? Okay. I don't want to put anything. I just want to put it as a number. I just remove the double quotes. It store it as a number. It is not going to be a date. Take the classic example, guys. I want to take SAS reference date. So what is SAS reference date, guys? We discussed this. 1st Jan 1960. How SAS stores it? 0. Correct? SAS stores date in the form of a number. Correct? And 1st Jan 1960 means number of days elapsed from SAS reference date is equal to 0. Obviously, this is going to be 0. It stores as a 0. But the question is, if I store it as a 0, it's simply considered that as a number 0, but it is not a date 0, right? You understand what I'm trying to say? It is going to be a number 0, but it is not going to be a date 0. Am I correct or not? Now, how to assign the date? That's the main question, right? Same with the time also. Same with the time also. If I say 0, it should not be a midnight, right? Midnight 000000 means number of seconds elapsed from the SAS start of the day, which is nothing but the 0. But how it understands that it is going to be 0? So there is a mechanism to represent date, or there is a mechanism to assign date. For that, we can use date and time literals. Simple, guys. Keep it in double quotes or single quotes. After that, if you put D, the moment you put D, you see, the moment I put double quotes, it is in the light pink color, or you can say the purple color, which is representing the character. The moment I put D after it, can you see? It is equivalent to green color. That is nothing but a number. But how to give the date? There is a standard date format. You have to give DD MON, that is month in 3 letters, YY, that is the year in 4 characters, 1960. So 1st Jan 1960, if I don't put this D, it is going to be a character. The moment I put D, SAS understands that, hey, this is a date literal. User want to store the date. That's the reason he is using the date literal here. Now if we run this, you can find the observation here. You can see, go to the properties. It looks like a normal one only. It looks like a normal one only. The number here, you have entered 1st Jan 1960, but SAS stored this as a 0. So what is the meaning then? It is not going to be a 1st Jan 1960. It is going to be the number of days elapsed from the 1st Jan 1960. That is, SAS reference date is stored in the date format. If you want to see it, you can simply say format SAS reference date, and if you apply date 9 dot here, you can see that value. Make sense? If you want to assign the date to a variable, the easiest way is going to be, I can go ahead and I can use SAS date literal. A date literal is nothing but I have to provide the date in the DD MON YYYY format, and I have to put D after it. Suppose if I want to enter today's date, today date is equal to, what's the date today, guys? I can say 3rd March 2021. The moment I put D, it understands it. First, I don't apply a format. You can see it is calculating the number of days as 22,342. Murli, I have a doubt. Is it the right date or not? I want to check. See, check this. 1st Jan 1960. This is the SAS reference date. Then I have 1st March 2021 equal to days. This is going to be my end date. This is going to be my start date. 22,340. So 22,342. Meaning there are 2 leap years. Sorry.
There we took 3rd March. Here we took 1st March.
Oh, okay. 3rd March and 1st March. Got it. 22. Thanks, Usha. Thanks for correcting this. 22,342. So now we can see the exact difference. I got it here. So obviously we can understand that SAS is actually storing this as a date. If I want to get it, I can add a format here and I can see it. First of all, is this clear? How SAS is storing the date? If I want to enter the date, just like how you are entering your, how you are assigning your a character value, how you are assigning your numeric value. If I want to assign the date, then the easiest way is going to be I can go ahead and I can assign with the help of the date literals. Is that clear? Everyone? Okay. The same will be applicable to time as well. Same will be applicable to time as well. So I'm taking this one. Now I'm just going with the time. Let's say time is equal to, we generally provide the time like this. I put time literal. I just put time literal t. I'll say 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0. What's the time, guys? 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0 means hours, minutes, and seconds. Can I say it is going to be 1 a.m.? 1 a.m. Okay.
Yes.
How many number of seconds are there? Because it is only going to calculate the number of seconds that are elapsed from the SAS reference from the start of the day. Correct? How many seconds? Can I say 3,600 seconds? That's what the meaning is, right? 1 hour means 3,600 seconds. So if I run this, my time variable will be having 3,600 and 3,600. The value will be stored as 3,600. Correct? I want to apply format. Let's apply a format. I want to apply a format. Let's say time. The simplest format for this is how many? What is the total length here? 2 plus 2 plus 2, 6 plus 2, 8. And I say time 8 dot. Correct? Total width is time 8 dot. Let's see. Oh, come on. Make sense? And you can clearly see it is showing the calendar here. It is showing the time here. Make sense? How to assign the date and how to assign the time? Everyone, can I get a quick confirmation? Questions?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one quick question. Like this time and date referrals, so these are used only when we are going with assignment operator method, right?
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
Only
Okay.
when you want to assign a single value, right? Instead of looking at that, you can understand how to assign a value, because it is very important. Someone asks you, can you assign some time or how to deal with your time? It is an easy way to understand, right? How my time will work and how my date will work. Correct or not? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, clear.
Yes. Now next thing is going to be timestamp. What is timestamp, guys? Combination of date and time. Let's take this example itself. 03 March 2021 is going to be my date. I just put a colon. After the colon, I can mention 01 0000. Can I say it's a timestamp? Timestamp is the one which will consist of both my date and time. So 03 March 2021 010000. For date and time together is there, so that I just put dt. And when I run this, you can see timestamp looks a bit different, right? But it's going to take number of days, at the same time seconds. Now what you can do is the same timestamp, just put it here and apply the format. What is the total length here, guys? 9. What is the total length here? 8. 9 plus 8, 17. In middle I have 1, 18. Total is 18, right? Timestamp is total 18, right? So for this, just use word date 18 dot. What is that? Word date 18 dot. It's not giving me the right way. Or I can go with date time 18 dot. This also will give version difference, nothing more than that. Can you see? 3rd March 2021 colon followed by 010000. That is, all I would like to say here is, if I want to assign a name to a variable, I can do it, which is nothing but a character variable. If I want to assign date to a variable, that also I can do, which is going to be a numeric variable. Similarly, if I want to assign things related to the date and time, either only the date or only the time or the combination of date and time, I can do it here. That's what I would like to say. Clear, everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation, guys? Is that making sense?
Yes, sir.
Right. Wonderful. Now, this is the basic, guys. This is the basic. From here onwards, we are going to use these assignment operators, and from there, we start exploring the functions. So the very first function that I would like to explore here is, let's say someone has given you the timestamp. They have given the timestamp to you. They ask you to extract date and time from them. This is the timestamp they have given to you, right? You can see. All you need is date. You have to take date separately and you have to create a date variable. You have to take time separately and you have to create a time variable. How you are going to do it? How to take date alone and time alone from the date time timestamp variable. Is the question understandable?
Does the scan function will work?
That's the reason I want to go with all the functions together. Scan function. What function it is? It's a character or a numeric? It's a character.
Character.
So fine.
So sorry. It's a character function. Can you apply character function on a numeric variable?
No.
So can you use scan function or substring function here?
No.
Done. Very good. So we need to go with the other functions. Those are your date and time functions. Now you understand why we are going with a character function separately and numeric function separately. Clear? If I want to take some letters out of Murali, you can use substring. If I have Murali and Krishna, and if I want to take one word separately, I want to take the word separately, I can go ahead with the scan function. I want to replace some characters with the new characters, I can go ahead with the Tranwrd or translate. If I want to find the position of it, I can go with the find function or with the index function. Correct? I want to know the total length function. I want to count number of capital letters, or I want to count number of words. I'll go with the count functions. I want to completely change the case of it, either to upper or lower or proper. Propcase, lowcase, upcase. I want to know the length of it, length functions. But what is the requirement here? I want to take date part of it and time part of it separately. For this, I have to use two different functions. Let's say today's date is equal to date part of. Remember, date part of. Can you see? Date part of the total timestamp. What is the function name? Date part. I want to take the time away. You can answer now. Time part of. Done? See now? I got date and I got time, but I have not applied the formats on top of it. Can I apply the formats now? Today's date is date 9 format I'm applying. Today's time I'm applying time 8 format. Done. Let's run this. Simple. Make sense? Questions? Okay. Now, the next thing is in the same question, hey, this is date, right? You have extracted this date, but all I need is I want day separately, month separately, year separately, hour separately, minutes separately, second separately. For an example, let's say this is going to be 1, 10, 30, meaning 1 hour, 10 minutes, 30 seconds. This is my thing. Can you tell me how do you do it? Question is understandable, guys? The question that I'm looking is you extracted the date and time separately. I'm happy with that. My next question is going to be out of the one that you have taken date and time separately, can you get day, month, year separately? Day, month and year separately. At the same time, take hours, minutes and seconds separately. Right? Now, let me go ahead and do that. How to do that particular part. It's also a simple thing, very simple functions. I want to take day separately. So day of, okay, day is equal to day, function name itself day of. I need to supply the date for it. The date is nothing but today's date, right? This is the date format, right? Similarly, I need to take month separately. For the month, I can go with month of. Then I have to take year separately, year of.
You're on mute, Murli.
I accidentally pressed mute. Sorry about it. Yeah. Now you can see day function, month function, year function will extract your day, month, and year from date variable. Remember, date variable, not from the timestamp. Date variable. See this? Third day of the month. Month equal to March. You're not getting March. Remember, you are always going to get 1 to 12. January is 1, December is 12, and year is 2021. Done. Same case, I want to extract this time hours, minutes and seconds. Let's say I want to extract hours, minutes and seconds. Now you can see hour of, minute of, seconds of. But again, it's not the date now. It is going to be time. One hour, 10 minutes, 30 seconds. Is that clear? Functions are simple. Don't worry, complex functions are there in date. So I'm just going with the simple functions. All of you are able to follow up to this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go with the reverse of this. That is, someone has given you, day they have given. Day is going to be 3, that is today. Month also they have given to you, third month. Year they have given to you, 2021. Number of hours, let's say midnight 2 a.m. Number of minutes, 36 minutes, number of seconds 59 seconds. They have given you these details and they ask you to do find out date, time and date time, all the three. Form a date, form time, form timestamp, all these three I want. So when they have given the day, minutes and years, you have to form the date. So date is equal to, how to form the date? Date is equal to, remember, MDY of month, day, year. It has to be the same. It should not be DMY, it should not be YDM, it should not be YMD. There is only one function to form the date. What is going to be MDY, month, comma, date, comma, year, day, comma, year. So my month variable is MYN, my day variable is going to be DAY, my year variable is going to be YR, correct? Similarly, I want to calculate the time. Time is equal to only one thing, HMS, hours, minutes and seconds. What is my hours? HR, minutes, MIN, seconds, SEC. Done. I want to calculate timestamp. Timestamp is equal to, there are two ways, guys. Number one, go with one, DHMS. DHMS of, D stands for day, date. This is the date variable I have created, right? Comma, hours, minutes and seconds. Is that clear?
Yeah, how do we know that if it is 2 AM or 2 PM only, the hour is equal to 2, right?
It should be mentioned in the 24-hour scale all the time.
Okay, and in here, the time is equal to HMS, hours, minutes and
seconds. Sorry, December. Sorry, seconds. This is the one. Hours,
in the
minutes,
next line.
Yeah.
The next line too.
Yeah, I'll do. S and D both are next to each other. Wrong keystrokes.
Yeah.
Now you can see. Given the month and day, month and year, given the hours, minutes and seconds, you form the date, you form the time, and you also form the date time. Make sense? Easy? Don't consider date time functions are so easy. No worries. There are a lot of stuff we are going to discuss. Those definitely will trouble you. But for now, it's easy. So day, month, year, hour, minute, second, MDY, HMS, and DHMS. These are simple functions. These are simple functions we have discussed so far. In tomorrow's session, we are going with the critical ones. The first critical one that we are going to discuss tomorrow is year def. Then we go with one of the SAS option called YEARCUTOFF. And then we are going with IntCK and Indexc. That's it. Those are year date functions. Year difference, YEARCUTOFF, IntCK, Indexc. Then after that, we will go with date time conversion functions. There are only two, put and input. With that, functions will be over. Right? If everything goes well, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, done. And then task one day, and the module one entire exercise, whatever I have given, the entire assignment, I have to go one round to explain all that to you guys. And then I can give you the another assignment for Friday. I will give you the assignment for datetime functions. Guys, how about Saturday or Sunday, one day, any one day? Will that be possible for you to attend 1.5 hours of the class? Will that be possible? Just to discuss the assignment, nothing more than that, but not by 8 o'clock. Not possible for me.
Yes, sir, possible.
What would be the
What time you are thinking?
anytime during the before evening 6 p.m. from morning 6 a.m. to evening 6 p.m. IST, anytime I'm okay with. I'm okay.
I think we need to see the US time.
Okay,
Then we
I'll do
can
one thing.
decide.
No worries. No worries. No worries. No worries. We can do it on Monday. We can do it on Monday. You can just
If it is the same
concentrate.
time,
Maybe you can have
we
your
can
time on.
definitely do.
No.
We
Same
can
time
do
not
it.
possible for me because weekend, Saturdays and Sundays, I have classes with Edureka. It's 8:30 to 11:30, 3 hours of the class.
So
I
what time
cannot.
is comfortable for you?
I told you 6 a.m. to 6
Afternoon, sir.
p.m. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. anytime. Your wish.
4
You
o'clock.
discuss among the group. You discuss
4
among the
o'clock will
group
work?
and let me. No, you discuss among the group and let me know. That is
But that
only
will
to
be
discuss the. Yeah, only to discuss the assignment. If it is not comfortable, at least for one person, no problem. We can do it on Monday. It's okay. It's okay. It's
Sir,
okay.
you can check. I think those who are from US, that they can decide the time maybe. Because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
okay.
That's what I'm.
India is also okay maybe.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I think it is going to be a bit difficult because I don't want to bother you on weekends. Okay, let's do it on Monday. Let's not go into that. Have some time for you. Okay, no issues. We'll do it on Monday. Okay then. So
Yeah, Murli, I have a question. Like in character functions, we were writing the syntax, right? Like for each and every function. But in numeric functions, I mean, like, I don't know, I missed one. Even though I attended the last class, I was not concentrating.
that's
But
fine.
do we have the syntax for each and everything in the numeric functions too?
We have. The thing is, these are straightforward. Sum means sum followed by the variables. Mean means mean followed by the variables. Floor, everything is going to be straightforward. Round off means round, whatever the value followed by which position. That's the reason I'm not writing nothing more than that. But I'll give you the detailed document. Don't worry. I'll give you the reference. And for this one, I generally write for time functions. I'll write. You can see here. But these are just straightforward. That's the reason I haven't write it. But no worries. I'll give you the detailed documentation. For character functions, you need to remember. That's the reason I have given it. But numeric functions, it's just straightforward. That's the reason I haven't. You will be habituated to it. Tulsi, yeah. You're asking.
One more question. In the previous class, we discussed about like trailing spaces and leading spaces, right? So in that, you gave the example, like we discussed only when you're dealing with assignment operator method. So if the input is an external file, say it is a text file, so is it applicable to the text file data also?
Yes. If you are going with a comma separated file, let's say that go with the comma separated file and just put some additional spaces in the trailing and leading, and it will be applicable there.
Yeah, the same thing I tried yesterday, but I couldn't get the output. Like what I tried is I took a text file and the like data is separated with a comma delimiter, and I gave I gave one variable like with the leading space and the other variable with the trailing space. And
See, the problem is that is called your what to say encodings. There will be UFE encoding, 8 encoding. There will be different encodings. So while you are reading the text file or while you're reading the DAT files, comma and space, when you have comma and space together, SAS assumes that user doesn't have spaces there. The space it will understand as a delimiter. It understands as a delimiter, though you are specifically mentioned it as a comma delimiter. It understands that as a space also as a delimiter and it ignore it. So to enforce those spaces purposefully, we went with the assignment operator. You understand what I'm trying to say? The reason why we went with the assignment operators is we can enforce this. All we need is you are preparing the data, correct? Either you are using a text file or you are using an assignment operator. The task requirement is you are preparing the data, correct?
Yes.
The overall objective is preparing the data. So when you try to prepare the data with the assignment operator or with the text delimiter file, doesn't bother you much. What you need to get bothered here is when I have the leading spaces and trailing spaces, how I am dealing it. You understand what I'm trying to say, Tulsi? Sometimes we break our heads with why it is not happening, but understand the root cause. What is the driver for it? Your primary concern is you want to understand how strip, trim, and your left functions will work. This is your requirement. For that, what's the matter whether you are preparing the data with assignment operator or with your external file? There it is not related to your functions. There it is related to how you are reading the data. So context is changed. Correct or not? So
Yes.
try to avoid which is time consuming. Doesn't require it for you now. You know how to read external file. That part is over. Now you know how to handle your spaces. That is your second part. Understand? This is quite common because the moment you started this, I started explaining this because every batch, most of the learners, this is the quite common questions. That's the reason when you are going with half of the question itself, I'll stop you and I'll say, hey, you are trying this. This is how you need to go. Clear?
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
So, can I ask one thing? Yeah, like in this class, we basically assigned date function, right?
Mm-hmm.
We also used informats previously.
Yes.
So,
So what
are
you
they
did
same?
is no. What you did there is before you have see here I can assign only one value to the date directly by using the assignment operator. When I have more than one value, let's say there are 4 employees, I cannot use the assignment operator, right? When I cannot use the assignment operator, that is I cannot use the date literal there, I have to go with the external file, correct? Or I have to go with the data lines. When I'm going with the data lines or when I'm going with the external files, right, I need informat, right? Because if I put space or if I put forward slash, if I put hyphen or if I write 03 MAR 2021, SAS doesn't understand. You're trying to store a character data into numeric variable. There you need to guide SAS, hey, this is actually a date one. So you need to use informat and you need to read it. That is while reading the data. So your question is, Haida, if I understand properly, let's say if I have date of join. Yeah, you understand now what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, while reading, we use informats. Like if you want to make SAS to read, so we use informat, and if you want to assign, we use the function. I got it.
Yeah, not the function directly, date literals. So let's say 03 March 2021 D. This is a date. Only one value I'm directly assigning, I'm using this. If I have more than one value, assignment operator will not work. Thereby, what I have to do, I have to put it in a file. When I put it in a file, I cannot put with a D. SAS doesn't understand. So there I have to put as it is 03 March 2021, but I'll say that informat DOG and then I'll say date 9 dot. So that SAS understands that while reading the DOG variable, I have to read it with informat of date 9. Is that clear?
Sir, thank you.
Wonderful. Any questions? Any other questions from anyone? Okay. See you tomorrow, guys. Same time. Tomorrow I'll be available by 8 o'clock. Not no extended calls tomorrow. So I'll be available by 8 itself. Thank you.
Take care.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Murali. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, everyone.
Okay. Let's start with the most important part, which is nothing but under your date and time functions, we are going to discuss about the main functions which we use almost on our day-to-day basis, which are nothing but YEARDEF, YEARCUTOFF, Indexc, and Indexc. Okay, first let's start with YEARDEF. So YEARDEF, the name itself is telling, YEARDEF stands for it can be used to calculate the actual difference, remember this is very important, actual difference between two SAS dates. Actual difference between SAS dates. Okay, so why it is useful and why it has a lot of importance means, if you want to calculate the age of a person, or if you want to calculate the rate of interest, or if you want to calculate anything with respect to time, meaning for number of days, if you want to do some calculation, then obviously you have to depend on the year difference. So the year difference is the one which will say that the actual difference between the two SAS dates. Syntax is going to be pretty simple. I can go with year def. So you need two SAS dates, right? So all you have to say is my start date, my end date. You can go with some modifiers here, but not really required. But if you need to go with some of the modifiers, I'll help you with what are those modifiers are. So generally going with start date, end date, year difference is more than sufficient. Okay, so where it is useful to find out anything with respect to SAS days, number of days, right? In those and all, I'm going to use this particular one. For an example, if someone asks you, hey, may know the exact age of yours, right? I want to calculate the age. So in that particular case, it is really useful. So let me show you one simple example. So data age extract. Okay. Let's say I'm just going with age, a simple age. Okay. Or I can say that, before going with the age extract, how do I know today's date? Anyone? I want to know today's date. How do you calculate? Anyone?
Is it today within the function?
Exactly. So there is a function which can help us to find out today's date, which is nothing but today. The name of the function itself, today. So let me write it here. Today of. It is going to give me current system's date. Whatever the date which is present in your system or in your server, that date I'm going to get. For an example, I want to get today's date means today of. By default, it is going to give the date in the respective format. See this. So today is 22,343, but apply the format today. Let's say I'm just going with the date 9 just to see the date properly, and I can see that my today's date will come. March 4th, 2021. Now why I'm just saying is, whenever you want to see what is today's date, the easiest way is this. There is another way also. You can also go with macros. I haven't go through that yet for you, but just going to show you how I can do that. For an example, if I go with simple one, done. I say percentage automatic underscore percentage automatic percentage. Can you see the system current time is 8:24? That is my system time, not this one. Based on the time zone, it will pick it up automatically. The second one, let's see the date. The date is the most important one. Can you see? 3rd March 2021. So you can ask me, Murli, why it is still showing 3rd March? Today is 4th, right? Any idea? Any idea? I'll do one thing. I'll save it. I'll close this session. You might be wondering why I'm getting this particular date and time, correct? I'll tell you the reason for it. The 8:24 is the time when I logged into the SAS yesterday. Whatever was the time, that was the time it was showing there. I launched this SAS yesterday, not today. So that's the reason it is still showing 3rd March. Okay, so to avoid that, just to show you the time and date properly, I will go with, I'm just launching now. Can you see whatever the launch time is there? Just remember that. Just give me a second. I'm just going with the recent projects. This is the project. Let me go with the date, numeric functions. That too, in the numeric function, we are just going with this one. Now let me run it. So first of all, can you see the system time now? I logged in by 8/14, correct? 2014. Can I see the system time there? And today we logged in, right? So now you can see that the sys date is going to show today's date, 4th March 2021. You remember? Okay, you guys understand what I'm trying to say here? First thing, if I want to know which time I have logged into the system, my login date, my login time, that I can see it in this sys date and sys time, right? These are automatic variables. These are the variables which will be captured by the system automatically. Is that clear, everyone? It is going to give some default things. What is your SAS current version, right? That is going to be a sys version, followed by what is the sys date, what day it is. All these details you are going to see, but these details are specific to the login time. When you are logging in, that time they are going to present here. Is that clear? Questions? But if I want the actual time, what is the actual time and what is the actual date? In that particular case, don't depend on it. You can depend on your function. The function that we are going to depend on is going to be my today function. Today function, irrespective of whenever you log in, it always give you your current system's time, current system date, server date. You are going to get it. Is that clear, guys? One of the regularly asked the question, that's the reason I'm just going ahead with that. What is the difference between sysdate and your today's function? Today's function is always accurate. Your sysdate is depends on when you logged in or when you launch your system, that date it is going to give you. Can I have a quick confirmation? All of you are able to follow this?
Yes, sir.
Anyone? Any questions? All right. Now, I'm just going with the date extract part. Today is the today's function is going to give me today's date. I want to calculate the age. Let's say that I'm just going with the date of birth here. Date of birth is going to be, I can assign the date literal, right? Simply I can go ahead with 11 Sep 1986. Now I have my date of birth. At the same time I have today's date. All I need is going to be the age. Right? Now let's calculate the age. Age is equal to year diff of the actual year difference between your what is the first one? Your date of birth, TOP, comma. What's your start date? What's your date? Today's date? Today. The basis is going to be something like what exactly you want to go with. There are so many options available. I'll tell you what those options are. First, without giving any arguments, I'm calculating it. It is saying that 34.4767 is going to be my age. Approximately 34 years are completed. We are into the 35th age, 35th year, right? So you can see that exact age. Now let's think about what are those arguments are. Let's say age 1. So when it comes to the age 1, I'm just going with one of the argument. Let's say here in the argument, I'm giving ACT divided by ACT. ACT stands for actual. I'll tell you what is that actual is. Did you find any difference between these two? No, right? So what is the basic understanding? If I don't provide any arguments, the default argument it is going to take is actual by actual. Meaning of actual by actual means the numerator part indicates number of months, number of days in each month. The denominator indicates the number of days in each year, right? What you can say all the time, number of days in a year is going to be 365 only, number of days in a month is going to be 30 only. Why the difference? The difference is, let's say the denominator part, if I use actual or if I don't use any argument, the default argument is going to be actual. The meaning is for January it is going to take 31 days. For Feb it is going to take 28 days. If it is going to be a leap year, it is going to take 29 days. And if it is going to be Jan 30 days only, right? Jan, March, no, 31 days here, 30 days here for April. That is for each month, it is going to calculate the original number of days, including the leap year. If it is going to be leap year, it is going to consider 29 days for February. Otherwise, it is going to continue with 28 days. Can you understand what is the numerator part? That is to calculate the, because your age is going to be number of days in a year, the total number of days in a year you have to take, right? The total number of days in a month is going to be the actual days. Denominator means 365 is for the normal year, 366 is for the leap year. If I don't take actual, it is always going to consider 365. The moment if I take actual, if it is a leap year, it is going to take 366. So that you are going to get the actual difference between the two SAS dates. Is that making sense? What is the meaning of actual here? Anyone? Any questions? Any questions from anyone? Okay, let me show you the other difference. What else I can take? If it is not going to be actual, then what it is? Sometimes I just want to give a default thing saying that, hey, just consider 30 days in a month. Don't go with 28, 31, 29 and all. Approximately for every month, take 30 days only. Irrespective of whether it is going to be 365 or 366, for all the days take 360 only, just 360, 30 by 360. Now you can see the age has been different. Either you can go with the actuals. If you are not interested to go with the actuals in that particular case, you can go ahead and you can define your own formats, your own arguments. Most of the cases, I can say that 99.99% of the cases, you will not go with this argument. By default, SAS always consider your actual by actual. Is that clear? All of you are clear with what is the role of year difference?
Yes, but on the last sentence you said by default is going to consider actual by actual. So still we are going to write that argument.
We don't need. You can see age and age one doesn't have any difference. You can see.
Okay.
You don't need. You can see here.
Okay, understand. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. That is a default behavior of SAS. You don't need to put it. Just I'm showing you the arguments. That's it. Questions? All of you are comfortable with this year difference?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Let me take the next one. The next function is going to be, it is not a function, it is going to be an option. So everything you can see here, for everything, these options will be there. You can call them as environmental options. You remember, right? Under the SAS option, we have talked about dataset options, in-file options like this, correct? So the one that I'm going to talk here is going to be environmental options, or I can simply say that SAS environmental options. The meaning is, this is my SAS environment, right? So how I want to represent it, right? For an example, just I'm giving you an example. Let's say if you want to see all the options, I can see rock options. This will give you all the options that are present in the system, all the options. So can you see the portable options? These are all the options. Whatever you can see it on the screen now, all these are the options. Can you see how many options are there? A lot, right? But we are not going to discuss all of them. Whatever is required, we are going to use them. For now, let us say the one that I'm going to talk here is going to be year cutoff. Year cut off. Can you see what it is telling? Year cutoff is nothing but 1926. Specifies the first year of the 100-year span. I'll tell you what exactly the meaning of this. All right, and also there is a small update here on. If you go to SAS year cutoff option in SAS, you can see what you can see here by default. What is the value they have given? What is the option? What is the value they have given? 1920. See this particular line. This is very, very important. Remember, 1920 is the default for SAS 9.3 and earlier releases, and 1926 is the default for SAS 9.4. Please remember this. If someone asks you any question related to version upgrades, what are the various versions of SAS you have worked so far? If you say 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, they may ask you list out the differences between 9.2 and 9.3, 9.3 and 9.4. So one of the primary difference between 9.3 and 9.4 is, like I have said yesterday in related to your Tranwrd and your scan function. Remember, the default length for the variable we create by using the Tranwrd or by using the scan is 200 till SAS 9.3. But from SAS 9.4 onwards, it is not 200. Whatever the length of the variable, it will take as is. Similarly, this is another classic example where the SAS year cutoff option, the value of the SAS year cutoff till SAS 9.3 is 1920, but from SAS 9.4 onwards it is 1926. Is that clear? I'll talk about what is the meaning of it, but remember the value and the difference. Okay, so let me write it down for your ease of understanding. So let me write it. So year cutoff, I'll see here refer date and time functions. I'll write it here. Okay, this we can refer in the date time functions here. So if you go now, I would like to talk about year cut off option. Remember, it's not a function, it's an option. So what it will value? The default value is year cutoff is equal to 1920 until SAS 9.3 version. Same, year cutoff is equal to 1926 from SAS 9.4 onwards. This is, you have to remember this one, you have to memorize this particular one. Now the question is, what is exactly the SAS year cutoff is? SAS year cutoff, it indicates initial year of 100 years span, and it defines the preceding values of for 2-digit year. I'll talk about this. I'll give you an example so that you can easily understand this. So since it's an option, first I'll go with the default. I don't overwrite anything, I just go with the defaults. Let's say data year extract. This is the table that I want to create. Okay. Then I just want to go ahead with some dates. Input date. I'll simply go with date 9 dot or date 7 dot. Data lines and run. Under the data lines, I'm going with under the data lines, I'm going with some of the years. So let's say that my date of birth 11 September 86. Okay, let's say that there is someone, for an example, 10 June 96, right? And then I'm just going with another date of birth, 3rd July 2018. Okay, 2018 I'm going with. And then I'm going with another one, 7 August 26, 9 September 25, 11 September 27, or 11 November 27. All these are, let's say that, date of births. I'll apply format now. Format DOB date 9 dot. I'm applying date 9 format. Let's run this. What is the difference you have identified here? Or just give me a moment. I'll go with DD MM 10 dot because it will give you very good idea, very good clarity. Now see, what is the difference you have identified here? This anyone?
The date pattern, the pattern of the month.
Sorry.
The pattern of the month, date, and the year is giving different.
No, all of them are same. I just went with DDMM by 10 only. The first 2 letters are date, the next 2 letters are month, the next 2 letters are going to be, that's the 4 is going to be year. No change. I'll do one thing.
Fourth one and sixth one year is different.
Third one and fifth one year is different. Very good catch.
Yeah,
very good catch.
Also different, like.
Why it is different? I have given the same, right? 11th November 27. I'll do one thing. Copy. I'll go with Notepad. Go with the output and see. Now you tell me.
Yeah, in the input, we gave only the last 2 digits of the year, but in the
right. Good.
Yeah, in the output, like some it gave as 2025 and some of the years it gave us 1927.
Exactly. So how SAS is assigning the first 2 digits of your year is going to be the main thing, correct? I have given just last 2 years. If I have given 86, correct? That's a 27. The 27 can be 1927, that can be 1827, that can be 2027. Correct? Let's say 2018. This 18 is the classic example. This can be 1918, it can be 1818, it can be 1718, or it can be 2018 as well. Correct? All these years are possible, right? But how SAS is taken that as 2018 and why 26 is taken as 1926?
Because here cutoff is 1952. Onwards it's transferred. That's what.
Exactly. So how you have to understand, I'm gonna tell you now, right? So a simple calculation you have to do here, and that simple calculation is you need to consider the span of 100 years. You need to consider the span of 100 years. So how it is going to be? So what is the default value I have mentioned? The default value I have mentioned here is going to be is equal to 1926. Correct? This is the default value, right? Okay, keep this in mind. So what is the span I have mentioned? The total span I have mentioned here is going to be like 100 years. So 1926 to 2025. Can I say this is 100 years span? Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Right? Starting year is going to be 1926, 100 years is going to be 2025. Okay. For my ease of understanding, I'll split this into two. Let's say 1926 to 2000. This is one span. Then, no, 1926 to 1999. Take up to 1999. Then, 2000 to 2025. Still it is same. Still it is 100 years of span. I just split it to two portions. Am I correct? Guys, just check this. This one and the bottom one, both of them are same or not? 1926 to 2025. I just split it the span into only 19 at the one place and from 2000 at the other place. Is that correct? Still the column H and GI together is going to be same or not? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So now, can I say what is the preceding year for this? The preceding year for this is 19. The preceding year for this is 20. Correct? Accept. And the last 2 years are going to be 26 to 99. The last 2 years are going to be 00 to 25. Still, do you guys accept this? Whatever I'm saying is making sense? Now just change the color for our convenience, just for our convenience. Let's say this is going to be some light pink or pale pink color, and I'm just giving a different color for this. Now, now bring your dates. These are your dates. Just bring only the last years. For an example, I just do the text columns for this. I just take only the last portion. I'll go with fixed one. Can I say these are my last years, the last 2 digits of the years? Just put into the brackets. Okay, 18, where it will come? Can I say here? 18 is here. 25 is also here. You can see 00 to 25 are fallen under this place. Remaining all falls under the other place. Am I correct? All of you accept? Will you accept or not, guys? Will you accept or not?
Yes.
Right. Now, when I have 86, 27, 96, what is the preceding year for it?
19.
Right. Now, what is the preceding year for these two?
20.
That's it. That's what you got there. See if you want. This is the simple calculation. Now you bring your notepad here. Now see, I have 86. 86 is under blue. What is the preceding year for it? 19. Correct? 96. Still it is in the blue color. 18. 18 is in the pale pink. 26 is in blue. 25 is in pale pink. 27 is in blue. Make sense? Why I'm getting 20 for few and why I'm getting other than 20, 19 for few. Now is it making sense? Everyone? Questions, please.
I have a question. Year cutoff is 1926 because the first SAS was calculating based is the year 1960.
That is SAS reference date.
Reference date, yeah.
That
reference
is
date is 1960 and this is 1926. Like, is there any? This is maybe history, but is there any fundamental there?
No,
okay.
No. There is no specific reason why it was 1920, why it changed to 1926 now, and why it is not 1960 because the SAS reference would be 1960. No reasons. No reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Guys, others?
So whenever we calculate this, we have to take the 100 years of span all the time. Otherwise, the 26 is going to be tough, right? If we are not taking the 100 years of span.
No, it SAS automatically do this calculation for you until and unless you want to override 1926 to some other value. All the time, it will automatically calculate for you. I haven't do any calculations here. SAS did it for me.
So
I don't need to do these calculations.
It automatically calculates for 100 years of span. Okay.
Exactly. It will do it automatically for you. This is just to mention what happens in the background.
Yeah. That's what. If it is more than 100 years of span, definitely the 26 will be will get confused with the 26.
Yeah. See, that's the reason the span will be always they will be increasing.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Questions. Now this is default, correct? If you want to overwrite, you can overwrite this.
Murli, one more question. Spellings are not. I mean, the SAS will not worry about the spellings, right? Like if there are incorrect spellings or other than the keywords. Other than the keywords.
Other than the keywords, it will never bother because it doesn't know what it is.
Okay.
Oh, here extract spelling mistake. Okay.
Yeah, I just got it out. I mean, it's not an issue, but
see, it is going to be a table name, correct? The table name can be anything.
Yeah.
The table name can be anything. It's least bothered.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Now I want to overwrite this. Options is the keyword to overwrite it. What I want to overwrite? Year cutoff. Year cutoff is equal to the default is 1926, right? Let's say I'm overwriting to 1920. Let's say that I overwrite to 1950. What is the span now? This becomes 1950. Year cutoff is no more 1926. It is 1950. When it is 1950, what is the range? 1950 to 2049 is going to be the 100 years. Correct? So here also, this is 1950 to 99, 2000 to 2049. What is going to happen now? Anything between 50 to 99 will be, preceding value is going to be 19. Anything from 00 to 49 is going to be the preceding value of 20. So now what is going to happen? 86, 96 will be under this. 26 and 27 will move here. Correct? Am I correct, guys? Now, only for these two, I'm going to get 1986, 1996 because these will fall under 50 to 99. This whole stuff, 18, 25, 26, 27 falls under 00 to 49. So these years will be represented as 2018, 2025, 2026, and 2027. Am I correct? If I go with the year cutoff of 1950. Are you able to do the calculation now? Can I change it? Now I change the year cutoff and I calculated this. Correct? Can you see this? 1986, 1996. The remaining all are going to be 2000. Why? I changed the span. If you want, you can also see the options now. Proc options. And if you say run, year cutoff default value 1926 has been overwritten to 1950. And go home. What's happening here, guys? Year cutoff. Can you see? The default value was 1926, but I've overwritten that to 1950. Now it is taking 1950 as the default value. Guys, able to follow? Anyone?
So
Any
there's a
questions?
question.
Let me ask me.
Sir, I wanted to ask, we have changed that year cutoff from 1926 to 1950, right? Is it temporarily or permanently? Like whenever we close the session?
As long as this session is open, it is there. As long as this session is open, your year cutoff is 1950. Now, let's say I close it. Then I'll open it again. Okay, I just opened it one more module. Now I'll go to numeric functions and I don't do anything. I just run my proc options. Proc options and run. It should be 1926 now. It's not going to be a 1950. See this. Done. Questions? Hi there. Is that clear? You got the clarity on it?
Yes, sir, I got it. Thank you.
Welcome. What else? Any questions from anyone else? All of you are comfortable with year cutoff? Can we go with the last two functions of date and time functions, which are nothing but IntCK and Indexc. Very important functions. Back in days, like I can say that long back when we are attending the interviews with the 3 years or 5 years of experience range, no interview will complete without asking the questions on these two. That's a default question. So let me go with what is IntCK. IntCK will give you, provides interval difference between two SAS dates. You might be asking a question now, what is the difference between this and the other one, which is nothing but my year cutoff, sorry, year def, correct? Let me write the syntax first. IntCK interval start date, end date. That's the syntax. So, but remember, it is going to say the interval difference between two SAS dates, right? Let me tell you how it is different from year difference to this. First of all, let's understand what is this. The interval, you need to understand what is this interval is. The interval can be anything. That can be days, that can be month, okay, that can be week, that can be month, that can be quarter, that can be year. Anything I can say. All right, let's go with a simple example so that we can understand that very easily. Let's go with the same. So I'm going with the intck function. So the intck function will simply say, again I'm going with the age extract. I'll go with only two, age with the help of year diff. And second thing is going to be age with the help of intck. So how intck can be? Intck. I want to go with the year difference, right? How many years? Age is always mentioned in the years, right? So my interval is going to be year, DOB, and today. What is the difference you have identified here? What is the difference you have identified here? intck is giving the year difference. It will not bother about the months or anything. How it is going to calculate is, let me tell you. Copy with headers. Let me explain with simple Excel.
So it will it will round the nearest round the number.
No, it won't round. It won't round.
Okay.
I'll tell you. It won't round. But your guess is correct. Your guess is correct. But it is not doing the round off. Okay. I'll do one more thing. Maybe that can give you a lot more clarity. If you say that, if I want to round it off, where it round it off? It's a units position. If it's a units position, it must be 34, right? How come it become 35? See, this is year difference value, right? If I want to round it off, age is equal to round off. We generally round it off at what position I want to round it off now? Let's say units position. It is 34. It is 34.47. That is 34.5 will become 34. It's never going to be 35, right? Am I correct or not?
Yes. Yeah.
Correct. So it will
Yeah,
clearly give a simple straightforward answer that it is not doing the round off. It is not doing the round off, because if it does the round off is going to be definitely 34, but it is not 35. Correct. So then how it is calculating? Answer is very simple. So 4th March 2021. So date of birth is going to be 11th September 1986. So what is the year part of it? Year of this. Oh, sorry. I'll say equal to, just take the year part of it. Year part of this 1986. Year part of this 2021. Correct? What you are asking for? The year difference, right? So the year difference is going to be straightforward. Consider only years. Only years. I don't bother about how many months, how many days, nothing. Your year of Team, can you hear me?
Yes,
Guys, can you hear me? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hello.
Now we are not able to hear maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're just writing or
Hello?
Yeah, test pro.
Hello?
Yeah, actually we are hearing our voice only. Maybe we need to send the message.
Something is wrong with the mic, I guess.
Yes, looks like. Let's see if he's reply.
Hey, hello everyone. Welcome back. Hope all of you can hear me and hope all of you can see my screen. Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, thanks.
Right. So, yesterday I was talking about Indexc. By the time we lost the connection, correct? So let's discuss about Indexc and Indexc, followed by the datetime conversion functions, that is data type conversion functions. Okay, so let's quickly have a look at what is this Indexc will do. Indexc will provide the interval difference between two SAS dates. That is, for an example, here you can see there are two dates. So one is going to be the today's date, which is going to be what is today's date? 5th. So when I say 5th March 2021, if I'm going with Indexc, irrespective of whether you are going to be in the month of let's say March, let's say this is March, right? Let's say even if you take April, or even if you take March, or even if you go with December, irrespective of whatever the month range you are looking at, it won't calculate the number of days. What is that? You need to understand one thing. It won't consider number of days into consideration. What is the actual difference between two SAS dates? The actual difference between two SAS dates is going to be, it consider the actual how many number of days in each month, that it will calculate for all the 12 months divided by the total number of days in the year, that is 365, or it is going to be 366 if it is going to be leap year. Am I correct? That is how the age is calculated. That is called actual difference. When I say interval difference is different. That is, it won't bother about the number of days. It only bother about what is the interval that you are looking at. I'm looking at the interval of years. So the year part of this date is 2021. The year part of this date is 1986. The difference is going to be 2021 minus 1986. It is going to be 35. Make sense how the Indexc work? Suppose if I ask, hey, can you give me the months difference between these two? Or let's take easy one. Let's take easy one. See this? 12th, no, 31st December 2020. This is going to be 1st Jan 2021. Right. If someone asks you, there is a person who is born on 31st 12th December 2020, December 31st 2020, on 1st Jan 2021, you are looking at his age. Can someone tell me what is the age of this particular person in terms of years? In terms of years, how many years? Anyone? I'm looking for a person who born on 31st December 2020. I'm checking his age. How come he's 1 year old? Regular.
One day.
How come?
One day.
1 day.
1 day. If I
One
convert
day.
that, yes, if I convert that 1 day into year, 1 divided by 365, negligible. I can say that 0.00 something. Am I correct? That is his true age. He's 1 day old. Correct? But if I calculate the same by using int ck, what int ck will do? The year of this, no, let's say, yeah, year of this, the year of this. What is the year of this one? 2020. The year part of this date is going to be 2021. According to this, the difference is going to be 1 year. If we calculate the age of the person by using the int ck, that too by going with the year difference, there is a year difference in the two fields. This year, this particular day has a year of 2020. This particular day has a year of 2021. The interval difference in terms of year is going to be 1 year. Make sense? It is not useful for calculating the age. It is not useful for calculating the age. All I'm trying to say here is what is the interval you are looking at? I'm looking at the year interval. There is a change in year, so there is 1 year difference between them. Is that understandable? This is year difference. I'll go one after the other. Year difference. Suppose if I need month difference, how many months difference is that? How many months difference is that? Anyone? Let's take the month part of it. This is equal to month of this. This belongs to 12th month. This one, month of this one. This belongs to first month. And if I look into the difference, what is the interval difference between these two guys?
1 month.
Exactly. Yeah, it will not come directly, so it can say that it is going to be 1 month difference. But ideally, it is only 1 day difference. But you can see that there is a 1 month difference. Correct? Okay. How about the days difference? I'll say that day of this and the day of this it will take, and between that it will take the difference. I'm going to get 365 days difference between them. Correct? So you need to understand, I'm not looking at the actual difference between two SAS dates. I'm looking at the interval difference. What is that interval I'm looking at? I'm looking at year, or am I looking at month, or am I looking at the day, or I'm looking at the week, or I'm looking at the quarter. What is the difference I'm looking at? That difference is going to be the one that you would like to calculate. For an example, just I'm going to change this now. Instead of age extract, I'll say today, and let's say that some date we can take. Let's say that the date that we would like to take is going to be, let's say this is going to be the end date. Let's say end date is equal to today's date. My start date is going to be start underscore date is equal to, let's say 1st January 2021. All right, all I'm looking at the int ck between start date and end date. This is the one I'm looking at. Okay, I'm just go with these details. I have start date, I have end date. Now you can see I'm just looking at, instead of age I can say I'll go with year difference. How many years difference between them? Can you tell me guys, what is the year difference I'm going to get here? My end date is today, my start date is 1st Jan 2021. What is the year difference?
0.
Everyone, what is the end date?
Yes.
Exactly 0, because there is no difference in the year. Correct? So if I calculate this, my value is going to be 0. Just give me a second. It's taking a bit time. Yeah, correct. Now, the second thing that I'm going to take is, okay, in the same one, let's go with months difference. Can you tell me how many months difference is there? My interval is now month.
3 months.
Exactly, because I'm in the month of March. Can you think correctly? Is it 3 or it is 2?
2 months.
2 or 3, guys?
2. Let's go with 2. Let's see.
It start
It's
month
2.
to end month, right? So it should be 3.
2. No. Difference.
2.
Months difference.
Different.
January is
The
month
difference.
1.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be third month. Third month minus first month. 2 months difference. Okay. Now, let's go with weeks difference. How many weeks difference is there? This is a bit difficult to calculate.
8 weeks.
Is it
8
so?
weeks.
Are you sure of it? 9 weeks. It's a calculation. Let's say that 5th March from there to January, January has 4 weeks, February has 4 weeks, followed by this week. It has taken 9 totally. If you want, you can do with the calculation of Excel. In the Excel, you can calculate the weeks difference. Okay, how many weeks? Now I can go ahead with quarter difference. Can you tell me, guys, how many quarter differences is there between these two?
0.
0, because both of them falls under the quarter number 1, because each quarter has 3 months: January, February, March, quarter number 1; April, May, June, quarter number 2; July, August, September, quarter number 3; October, November, December, quarter number 4. So each quarter 3 months, both of them falling under the same month, same quarter. So the quarter difference is equal to 0. Okay, days difference is there, right? Let's go with the days difference. Maybe I can put this here: month, week, and now I'll go with the days. Now tell me how many days difference is there? We cannot calculate anyway directly. We can ask SAS to do it. How many days difference? There are 63 days difference between these two. So from 5th March to 1st Jan, it will subtract. I'm going to get 63 days difference. Guys, is it making sense? I'm looking at the interval. What interval is for me? Is it a days interval that I'm looking for, or weeks, or months, or quarters, or years? Understandable? What is the difference between Indexc and YR difference? That is year difference. Year difference is going to calculate the actual difference, whereas your Indexc will calculate the interval difference. Understandable to everyone? Can I get a quick confirmation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the another most important function that I would like to discuss is Indexc. Indexc can be used to
sorry, just one question. The previous function Indexc, if it only give us the difference, then we don't use to calculate the age. So
this is not for age.
So which circumstances we are going to use this function then?
Simple, direct. The second difference. Let's say that I have 2 SAS dates. How many quarters? How many weeks? If you want to calculate the number of weeks, if you want to calculate the number of months, the months difference or the year difference, the specific intervals. Let's say the same age only you can take. Maybe you can take the age itself. So instead of calculating the age by using your 34 point something and doing the round off kind of stuff, especially for the this cannot be used for the interest or for age, or not for this. Not wherever the precise values are required, you don't go with this. That is actual days into the consideration, you won't go with this. Wherever intervals you are looking for an example, from how many quarters my company is performing in a profit zone, for how many quarters I'm doing in a loss zone. Quarters, number of quarters.
Okay, so
right?
we just
I want to take the trend of my in stock and out of stock trend. Wherever I'm going with a trend, wherever I'm going with, the intervals specific to intervals, we'll go with this.
Okay.
There are so many occasions we can go. One of the occasion I can easily say is going to be a zone trend. Wherever trend is the one which you are going to consider, there you can use this.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. All right. Let's come back on the Indexc part. So let's say I'm just going with the Indexc. So under the Indexc, it can be used to advance date in either of the direction. So I'll tell you what is this. Maybe example will help you. Indexc, your interval, date, value. The value can be positive or negative integer. Let's write a simple syntax. Let me show you. Data. Let's say I'll take the same one. So maybe I can simply say extract. Let's say this is my start date, and I just want to go with. So I want to run a report. Let's say that whenever I'm running the report, let's say my start date is going to be today. Let's say start date is equal to today. My report, whenever I trigger the job, whenever I calculate this, my end date is supposed to be from today. It's supposed to be 5 days. Today plus 5 days. What is that? My start date. Let's say that I want to extract the data between 2 dates. I have a table. In the table, I have to say that today is the start date. My end date for this particular report is going to be from today 5 days. So from today 5 days is going to be what? So today is 5th. From today 5 days is going to be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My end date is going to be 10. So instead of every time I'm calculating, let's say I cannot put plus 10, right? Plus 5 or like this. Instead of that, I can advance my date. I can advance my date properly. That is Indexc. You can say Indexc. It is going to give you what is my start date or what is the interval I want to increment. I want to increment my days from start date. How many days I want to increment? I want to increment from here. Let's say 5 days. That's what I said, right? 5 days. What's the date I'm going to get now? End date. From today, 5 days, it is going to calculate and it is going to give it to you. Then let us say I want to take my date, not from today 5 days. I want to take my date. My start date is going to be, let's say I have today's date. I want to run this particular code between start date and today date, and the start date must be from today's date 5 days before. That is, I want to take the data from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is previous month last day to till date. That is what my requirement. I can simply put -5. That is going to be, I'm going to take my start date 5 days before. Feb. You guys able to understand what I'm trying to do? I'm calculating the date automatically. I'm advancing the date by a positive value that is in the forward direction and negative value that means in the negative direction, previous value. You can ask me, Molly, why it is important? Why Indexc is having that particular value? There may be a question, right? There may be a question, right? So here you can simply say, Murli, I can also do the same with the help of, instead of calculating the end date like this, I can calculate like this, right? You can simply put start date plus 5. I can, this is anyways number of days, right? I can simply calculate that by adding it, right? Why you need Indexc then? Can you see Indexc what happened? Oh, sorry, plus 5, right? Now, why you need Indexc? There should be a reason, right? If I want to increment the date, you can see even if I add it, or even if I increment the date by by using this Indexc function, both of them giving me the same output. In that case, why should I use Indexc? Is my question understandable? Anyway, I'm advancing the day by 5. SAS anyway is going to store the days into my SAS date into numeric only. So I can simply add plus 5, right? Why do I need to go with Indexc? Anyone?
Yeah, is my guess. If you want to increment the date sequentially,
This is
then it
sequential
may,
only, right? This is sequential,
no. Yeah, but from the start date, if I have another program which start date will finish and then again need to be increase the different number.
No.
Okay, this.
I got your requirement. For that, we can go with another one, but not Indexc. Anyone? Okay, let me tell you. I asked a question now. Let's say that, hey, I want to run a particular report from today's date to till the end of the month. Okay, otherwise I can say I want to run a report from previous month last day to till today. What is that? I'll write here. Start date should be previous month last day. So which month we are in? March. Today's date is this. What is my start date? My start date I'm expecting is previous month last day. So how to calculate your previous month last day? How do you calculate? Because I'm in the March. My previous month last day is going to be 28th Feb. Correct? So now I'm in 5th March. So I have to subtract -5. 10th March -10. But will it give me the exact date if I go with minus? May or may not. Correct? I want to go with previous month last day. If it is going to be March, my previous month last day is supposed to be 28th. Correct? If it is going to be a leap year, it's supposed to be 29. It has to consider previous month last day accurately. So for that, how can I do is Indexc of, I'll say month, today's date, and I'll put 0. What do you mean by 0? I'm asking system not to increase any month. I'm asking system not to increase any month. What do you mean by not to increase any month? I'm asking system to take to start of the month. If I put 0 here, guys, if I put 0 here for month, it will take me to start of the month. What is the start of the month for any month? First, correct? If I run this, it will take me to start of the month. That is, my today's date is going to be 5th March. My start date is going to be 1st March 2021. Correct? I'm asking my system to take to current month start date. Current month start date. Can you see this? Today's date is 5th March, but my start date is going to be 1st March. Now, can I say, if I take from to current month start date, if I subtract 1 day, what I'm going to get? Can I get previous month last date? Serious? Easy? Easy? Suppose take another month for an example. Today's date is going to be, this is for February. Let's take for March. Let's say for March, Let's say first take April. 10th April 2021. For 10th April 2021 is going to be the today's date. What is going to be the previous month last day? The previous month last day is going to be 31st March 2021. Will it work or not? Can you see? What happened? Date 9 dot. Why? Peculiar. Sorry, D is missing. D is missing here. Now you can see 31st March 2021. Obviously, for April, the previous month last date is going to be 31st March. Let's take another example. Let's go with May, 11th May 2021. So what is going to be previous month last day? 30th April. Make sense? Right? So it is going to calculate exact values for you. It is going to calculate exact values for you. Am I correct or not, guys? Is that making sense? Right? And also, I can do one more thing. I want to take previous year last working day, or previous year last day. So if I want to take the previous year, how can I take? If I put year here, if I put 0, it is going to take you to 01/01/2020. Okay, let's not confuse. All of you are able to understand up to this. Why Indexc? What it will do? Indexc will advance your interval either in a forward direction or in a reverse direction. Is that clear?
Yes, Madhu.
Okay. Now there is another advantage of it. Let's say I want to run a report on previous month. So here I have end of the day, end of the month, right? I took 0 minus 1. The same thing can be also achieved. The same thing can be also achieved with the help of modifiers. That is, sorry, I wrongly pasted this one. I can also do this in a different way. Instead of using this, I can go with one more argument. That is, I want to go with previous month. I'll take -1. What do you mean by -1? Can I say it will take me to the previous month completely? So current month is going to be March. If I take -1, it is going to be take previous month. So previous month means February. It will take me to 1st February 2021. But that's not my requirement, right? What is my requirement? I want to run this particular report on previous month last day. That is end of the month. To calculate that, I can put another modifier and I can simply put E. E stands for end of the month. Done? Either you can calculate the previous month, current month start day, or you can put -1, or simply you can use a modifier called E. E stands for end of the month. Okay. Similarly, there are some more modifiers. If I put M means previous month middle day, middle of the month. So previous month is February. February middle of the month is nothing but 14th February, right? It automatically calculates. If I want previous month same day, that is nothing but it is not end of the month, it is not start of the month. I want middle start of the month. I want start of the month. B stands for beginning of the month, 1st January. Sorry, 1st February. I'll put everything in single one so that it is easy. One is previous month beginning, that is, this is today, previous month beginning. Now I am going with previous month middle of the month. If I want to go with the middle of the month, I need to go with M. M stands for previous month, middle of the day, middle of the month. And then I have one more, let's say previous month, end of the last day, previous month, last day. I can go with E. Let's say I don't want to go with the previous month end, beginning or middle. I want to go with previous month, same day. That is nothing but today is 5th March. I want to run this report on previous month, that is 5th February. I want to run same day. Yes. I want to go with yes.
Sir, I want to ask. Sir, you have used modifier B, right? B for ball. So can you tell me what it does?
I don't understand your question. Could you please repeat?
In the first statement, you're using modifier B. So like M tells the middle day, E and day.
S is for same day,
right? Yeah.
B for beginning. Beginning of the month. 1st February is beginning. Middle of the month, 14th February. Previous year end, 28th. Same day, 5th February. Make sense?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
And it will automatically calculate for any month of your choice. Let's say the today's date I'm taking here is going to be, for an example, I'm taking for April. For April, it is going to be, let's say that 2nd April 2021. So now you can see the previous month beginning is going to be 1st March 2021. Previous month middle, it will calculate is 15th or 16th, it will calculate automatically. Previous month end date is going to be 31st March 2021. Previous month same day is going to be 1st March 2021. All it will calculate automatically for you. It will advance what you need automatically. You can see previous month middle day is going to be 16 because I have 31 days there. Correct? For February, it has calculated that as 14. Correct? Now you do it for May. If you go for May, previous month is going to be April. So the middle of the month is going to be 15. You understand, guys, what is the importance of it? All of you are able to follow now? It will advance your date with any interval of your choice. Questions, please. Guys, Indexc and Indexw are very, very important. Yes, guys, please tell me.
If we have the like month of 31st, still is give the middle of day is 15.
No, 16th.
16th.
Yeah, you can see here.
Okay,
March,
yeah.
March is going to be 16th.
No, March, yeah, March for the March. Okay, yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Questions? There are few more functions which are useful. I'll tell you them as well. All of you are comfortable with this? Can I get a quick confirmation? Date and time functions.
Like the beginning, middle, and same we are saying, right? Like what if I want the like 7 days or 10 days? Is it?
What do you mean by?
Is there any?
What do you mean by 7 days or 10 days? I don't understand.
Like beginning of the month, we are saying middle of the month. In that way, like previous month 10 day. Like in that way, can we put or 10th day?
Previous month, 10th business day or 10th day. That is what you are looking at. Yes, you can do. You can just go ahead with, for an example, your question is going to be, I want to go with previous month 10th day. That's what my requirement is. Okay. I can simply take previous month. I'll take it to beginning of the day, beginning of the month. I'll just add 10 to it.
Is it plus 9? Is it plus 9?
Okay, plus 9. Sorry, 10th day, right? Yeah. Done. Previous month 10th. Now you can see it is going to be 10th day. Usha, is that making sense?
Yes, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, those are predefined values which are already present. Okay, but other than the ones which are present, you can do the calculations.
Okay.
Okay. The next thing, that is another thing. I want to go with what is my previous month last working day, or I want to know the working days, just working days. How to calculate?
So you mean the weekdays, right?
Exactly, weekdays. Is there a function to calculate the weekday? It must be, right? So weekday of specifies expression that represents the SAS date value, weekday of, whether I want to know whether it is going to be a weekday or not. Let's say weekday of today. What happened? Just give me a second. It has to give the date actually. Just I'm going with test is equal to weekday of today's date. So what is meant by 6? 6 is Friday. How it will calculate? It always calculate from Sunday. So Sunday to Saturday it is going to calculate. For an example, if I give, let's say today is 5th, right? Let me give 7th March 2021, which is a Sunday. Now you can see I'm going to get 1. That is, your weekday starts, your week number starts with 1. Your week number starts with 1. So it is going to be Sunday equal to 1, Monday is equal to 2, Tuesday equal to 3, and keeps going on. Okay. Now, if I want only working days of my previous month, only working days, how do you calculate? First of all, this concept is understandable. Find weekday, what day it is, whether it is going to be let's say if it is going to be Sunday or Monday. If you give a date, it has to tell me what day it is. It's a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like that. It has to tell me. For that, I have to go with weekday. But weekdays will be always starts from 1 to 7. 1 is going to be Sunday, 2 is going to be Monday, and keeps going on. Understandable, guys? 7 is going to be Saturday. It is going to be from Monday to Saturday. Understandable? If someone asks you, hey, can you give me all my previous month days? I want only the weekdays. How you are going to calculate? Anyone? How you are going to calculate? Anyone? I want previous month only working days list. Can someone tell me?
Yeah, we have to combine both Indexc and weekday functions.
Why? Why do you need that?
Like weekday of Indexc, like in the previous program, like
Don't depend on Google. Don't search in the Google and work out on this. I'm writing a task here. Create a SAS data set with previous month working days alone. Working days. Only working days should present. Suppose example. Now you are calculating for April. Now today's, let's say whatever the month. So current month is what is the current month? March. So your table SAS data set should consist of Feb 2021 working days. Clear? This required some more understanding. It is not going, if someone able to solve this, that meaning is you're working on Google. You're not working, you're depending on Google, because this one requires conditional processing. You should know how if else work, and you should know some more functions, not functions, some more steps, right? I'm just keeping in the sorry, going to keep this in the task list. So once I complete module number 3, this will be, we can answer this. Even this required module number 3. Even this required module number 3. You should know how your loops work. You should know how your if and else will work. Then only you can answer this. That's the reason I'm just keeping it pending. I just have given to you. At least you can come up maybe with some answers. But even if you give me the approach, is more than sufficient. Is that clear, guys? Question is clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because I may lose it. I may forget this. That's the reason I'm just keeping it here. But I'll explain this. Okay, keep it.
Yeah, one thing, like for the task one here, you gave, right, 2 questions. Find word and upper count. So for both questions, we have to use if and then compulsory?
Not like that. Not like that. See, each problem has multiple solutions. Correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can use any solution of your thing. You can use it. So my wish is I can go with one solution. You can go with your own solution. But end of the day, it definitely required some understanding about loops. Otherwise, it is difficult. Loops and conditional processing is mandatory for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Murali, can you show the task one, that the above example ones? I mean, I didn't. I mean, like I didn't get that example actually.
Which one?
The
1 or 2?
The one.
1. See, 1 is very simple. All you need is, I have Murali Krishna Tenali, right? I need the count, word count. How many words are there? Murali is first word, Krishna is second word, Tenali is the third word. I have Bindu Patipandla. There are 2 words. I can go with 2. I have Venkatasai Kishan Kopavarathu, 4 words. 4. That is first thing. Okay. I have again upper count. How many uppercase characters are there? 1, 2, 3. So 3. How many lowercase characters? Sorry, how many upcase characters are there? B and P are upcase. So 2. That is my up count. Lowercase count is going to be how many small letters are there? How many small letters are there? How many small letters are there? Make sense? Question is understandable?
Yeah, no, the thing is, from above example, it was written over there, so I was not thinking this as an example. I thought there is something up there.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. From below example. No, it is okay. Sorry, I don't have anything else here. So yeah, maybe I missed it. Okay. Questions? Any questions?
So, sir, we will complete these 2 tasks after module 3.
Sorry, I'm not able to hear you.
Like after module 3, we will complete the task.
Yes, after module 3, it absolutely makes sense.
Okay.
Yep. All right. The next thing is, so we have date type conversion functions, correct? Let's go with them. So there are 2. One is put function and another one is input function. That is, simply if you want to understand this in an easy way, input function.
Yeah, Murli, sorry to interrupt you. Like the Indexc, with the Indexc, we are doing the day, week, and everything, right? In the same way, can we also go with the time with the Indexc?
No.
Okay.
No, because you just have a 24 hours window at any point of time. How? What are you going to do there? Anyways, you're going to add the number of seconds, correct, right?
So only the first
correct.
one before the Indexc, the interval is the only option for the time.
That's it. Only thing you're going to add it. That's it. Number of seconds you are going to add. For time, there is a time frame, like every day you're going to have only 86,400. That's, I think 100 is the one, the maximum number of seconds. If you want to increase the time or if you want to decrease the time, you can do it. Directly you can do it. There is no increment or decrement functions there. Right? Okay. Converts character function, character to numeric. Character variable to numeric variable. Whereas put function, it is going to converts numeric variable to character variable. All it is going to do is character to numeric, numeric to character. That's it. All it is going to do is numeric to character, character to numeric. Let me take some examples. Maybe I need some examples for it. Input files, not input files, programs, previous batch, where I have mentioned this. So every time I'm facing this problem, so this time I'm just properly classifying it, otherwise I may miss the track of it. Yeah, got it. Okay, let me take this example. Okay, I'll go with my example. I think better than that. Okay, I'll put you one simple requirement, guys. Simple requirement. Okay, that requirement will tell you why you need to convert character to numeric. Okay, let's say my data is like this. Data dates. My data lines is going to be like this. Data lines. Right. I want to calculate. I want to read DOB input date of birth. This is numeric, right? Date of birth is going to be numeric. You can use informate or whatever, correct? But you can see here, my dates are going to be like this: 11th September 1986, and then I have something called 13th August, let's say 86. I have 3rd July. I have 3rd July. Maybe I can do like this. I have 3rd July 2018. I have 2nd, okay, 2nd August 2018. So this is going to be like 2nd August. Let's say that this is going to be August 2nd, 2018. And I have one more, which is going to be 13th July 2020. These are the date of birth, guys. I want you to read it. How can you read it? Can you read it directly by using any informate?
So informate.
Maybe just to reduce the confusion, I'll go with 3. I want to go with informates for these 3. Can you go ahead? I'll say 13th July 20. Now tell me. Is it possible, first of all,
So
reading this?
Individually you can do it, or you have to do it together, like if we're using informate.
No, I cannot hear you either. There is a lot of disturbance.
I'm saying that we have to do it individually or we have to do it together. Like if you're
This
using
is
an
one
N program.
variable. No, this is one variable, right? You want to put all these three into one variable. If you want to put all these three into one variable, this requires a informate of date9. This requires a informate of mmddyy10. This requires a informate of date7 dot. You cannot read one variable with three different informates. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So reading, when I have same variable with three different formats or more than one format, I cannot read it by using the informate. Am I correct? Is that simple? Everyone accepts that?
Yes, sir.
Now the question is how to handle it. So I'll do like this. First of all, I will read all these as character. First, I'll read all these as character. Done? Done? After this, what I'll do is, I know I haven't teach you if else. I haven't teach you if else, but I'll do basic if else. Here the concept is not to go with the conditional processing. The concept is why I want to go with the conversion. Okay. So now what I'm going to say is, I'll go with three conditions. I may go with three more. Let's say 12th September, just for ease of understanding. 12th September 1990. I can also go with 21st 8. Here I'll go with 11 December. I will go with 21. November December 21 is not possible. 11th January. So just make sure I have more than one format, more than one value also. Okay. Now you can see that two of them are in date9 format, two of them are mmddyy10 format, two of them are in the other format, which is that date7. So how to handle it? I read everything into the character first, and then I will say if length of my DOB is equal to 9, if the length of my DOB is equal to 9, then what is the meaning of it? What is the meaning of it? The length is equal to DOB,
Date
the
9.
length of the DOB is equal to 9 means, then I will say, then I'm going to store it in a different data set, then output D9. I'm just telling you. Similarly, else if not, or let me try in another way. If length of this is equal to this, then DOB underscore 1 is equal to input function. The input function is going to convert what is that? One format to another format. So input of DOB. I want to read that into date9 dot. Date9 dot. Okay. Similarly, else if the length of the DOB is equal to 7, then it is going to be date7 dot. Else if the length of the DOB is equal to 10, then it is going to be ddmmyy10 dot, and run this. Done. Now everything is into the numeric now. First of all, then I'll put only one format. Date DOB1 date9 dot. Just put everything into one format and see whether it is able to convert this into the date or not. Oh, sorry, I put the wrong format. E. Now see. 11th September 1986, 3rd July 2018, 13th July 2020, 12th September 1990, 21st August 2018, 1st January 2021. Everything is in proper date format, numeric format, correct? Now what I can do? I can now say that, okay, here I can handle this. Here I'll say drop is equal to what I want to drop. DOB character variable doesn't require any more. Or rename equal to what I want to rename. Rename I want to say DOB underscore 1 is equal to DOB. Now you see what is going to be the output for you. One variable with all your details, proper, makes sense? Guys, understandable? I read it into the character first.
Yes, sir.
I have character functions. I'll play with my character functions, and then I created a new variable with whatever the formats that I want. I just created them, and finally I just drop the original variable. So what is the syntax? Input of character variable, comma, what informate, with what informate I want to read it. Understandable, guys? So what it is doing? It is converting your character variable into numeric variable. Questions? Any questions from anyone? You understand what is the concept of your data type conversion functions? I'm converting from character to numeric. So similarly, I want to put it in a different way. I want to convert a numeric variable into character variable. That's it. Simple example will go. Let's say I have zip codes. All right, I have zip codes. I just read it as a number. Zip code generally numbers only, right? I just read it as a number. Let's say my zip codes are going to be 6,96, 5,84, 524,405. I read it, but I don't want someone accidentally doing any mathematical calculations on it. This is a zip code. It's supposed to be a character, but in my program somewhere I just read it as a character, numeric. But I want to save it as a character. I don't want it to be a numeric. So what I can do now? I can simply say zip code is equal to, I want to convert this into character. Put of zips. Character means I need the format, right? What is the format? You can see how many characters are there? 6 characters are there. I can simply go with $6. Now you can see this is a numeric, this is a character. I can drop it. Drop zips. So what will happen? My numeric zip codes has been converted into character zip codes. Make sense, guys? Everyone able to understand? Whenever you want to convert from numeric to character, go with put function. Whenever I want to convert from character to numeric, I'll go with the other function. What is the name of it? Input function. Questions?
Sir, input as keyword and also function.
నాకు అర్థం కావట్లేదండి. ఓకే మీ క్వశ్చన్ అర్థమైంది. నాకు ఇప్పుడు రెండు ఉన్నాయి. ఇన్పుట్ అనేది ఫంక్షనా? Input is a function or it is a keyword. Okay, if you use input, this one, it's a keyword. It can be used to mention what are the variables to be part of your output. If you use input, the function means it's supposed to have a parenthesis. Within the parenthesis you are going to give the values. That is the difference. Input as a statement is there, input as a keyword is there. This is function. If I put braces, it's a function. Otherwise it is going to be a statement. Put statement is there, put function is there. I have discussed only the put statement. Sorry, put function. Put statement I'll discuss later. Anita garu ardhamainda andi? Nenu input ani oka function petti dantlo oka variable pedithe adi function avutundi. Ala gaakunda input and space ichi variable names raste statement avutundi. Input statement can be used for defining your variables to be part of your output data set. Input function can be used to convert your character variable to numeric variable. Questions?
on the output of this zip code example, how come we know is it converted to the character function?
You can just go to the properties
and then okay, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Another simple thing you can see on the top A, this red color. For numeric, it is going to be 1, 2, 3.
Okay. So
I'll show you another way. All numeric data is right aligned. It will be aligned to right side. All character data aligned to left side. So by looking at the data also, you can say whether it is a numeric or character. You can see this and all right aligned, this and all left aligned. And you can see 1, 2, 3 number here. You can see characters. This and all the ways.
Yes. Thanks.
Cool. Perfect. All right.
Sir, so can we change the alignment, like if character is starting from the right side and numeric is from the left side?
No.
No. Okay.
No. Even in the Excel, it will be like that. Even in the Excel, if you see this and all character, it is right aligned. You can see here. This and all, sorry, this is not numeric, right aligned. This and all the characters left aligned. This will be left aligned by default. You can see this is on the, it starts from the left. You have the space on the right. You can see you don't have space on the right. You always have the space on the left. That is right and left aligned. Even your Excel behaves in the same way. You cannot change it.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. So that's the wrap for your character functions, guys. So tomorrow, anyway, Saturday, you're going to get a new assignment, which is going to be for, yeah.
Is it a numeric functions done or character functions?
Sorry?
We are done with numeric functions, you're saying, right?
No, all the functions. Character functions done long back. Remember? All these are character functions, right?
Just now you said the wrap up of character functions, so I just got that.
No, a wrap up of entire functions. All the functions. Numeric is done, character is done, and also we have completed the datetime conversion functions. We are also done with the data type conversion functions. All the functions are done. There are more than 300 functions if you want to discuss. SAS functions book is there. There's a separate book on SAS functions. You can see SAS functions by example, Ron Cody. This is a separate book. This book is intended for functions only. Can you see this? There is a 420 pages of book which is solely there for the functions, but not required. Not required. What is required, we can go. All right. See, there is no end to it. For procedures and function, there is no end. If you want to discuss whole 2 months, 3 months, we can discuss only the functions. Right? Doesn't require. What is required, we can learn. If anything else is required, we can go with the Google. That's way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's right? Good. Yeah, these are all basics. That's very
yes, this not basics. These are the ones that you require. These are the ones you require.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah. So you're going to get a new assignment tomorrow, and Monday I won't start with what is this module number 3. Monday I will start with assignment 1. Assignment 1 I will explain. Right. Then if time permits, then only we will go with the module number 3. That is your conditional processing. Clear? Now?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. No problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Bye bye, everyone. Take care.
See you on Monday. And I will send all these notes, guys, today. Entire notes I'll send it today for character functions, numeric, and datetime functions. Thank you.